Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin Chapter 451. Bone Weave, Bone Weave. Sonny let the sound of it echo in his mind, overwhelmed by a feeling of savage joy. He didn't know what that attribute gifted him yet, but was certain that it would be something special. The blood weave had saved his life so many times, after all, and after his encounter with the mordant mimic, he learned that having strong bones was as important as having tenacious blood. Shifting his gaze away from the runes, he stared at one of his hands, then made a fist. This was the arm that had been shattered by the vile creature and then slowly healed while he was falling into the sky below. Even though Sonny had already been able to use it for the past few days, it used to feel weak, awkward, and slightly damaged. But now it was as good as new. More than that, actually. It was better than ever before. All of his bones felt much more durable and resilient. Stronger. His joints seemed to be slightly more agile too. His teeth felt as though they could crush stones and cut through metal. The strangest change, however, happened to his fingers. It wasn't very apparent, though. On the surface, it simply felt as though they had grown subtly more sensitive, the tactile feeling of touching things becoming deeper and richer. However, Sonny suspected that the true change was more profound. He just didn't know what it was exactly. Blood Weave had altered his eyes in a very fundamental way, so Bone Weave had to have a lot of promise. He ran his fingers across the soft surface of the puppeteer's shroud, vividly feeling the silken fabric slide against his skin. Neat. Then, Sonny stretched his limbs, sensing their newfound agility. He was already weirdly limber due to practicing shadow dance, which demanded the utmost level of pliability from the practitioner's body. Now, however, it was even further enhanced. Satisfied, Sonny turned back to the runes and read, Attribute, Bone Weave. Attribute description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your bones have been altered and imbued with steadfast temperance. He tilted his head, stunned by the somewhat expected, but still profoundly fascinating piece of information he just received. Weaver's legacy. So the severed arm had actually belonged to the mysterious demon of fate. It was Weaver who had snuck into their siblings' tower while bearing a terrible wound, sliced off their rotting limb, and then fashioned a new one from the parts scavenged from the broken porcelain dolls before sewing it onto their body with diamond strings. It was Weaver's footprints that Sonny had seen in the basement of the great obsidian pagoda. He trembled. Even though Sonny had seen many incredible things and lived through many unlikely events, both wondrous and terrifying, he suddenly felt awe. It was as though he was suddenly in the presence of divinity. Demon of Fate had been to this dark island, had walked the same halls that Sonny walked and breathed the same air. The sharp needle infused with remnant traces of their blood was currently inside his storage memory, as well as the diamond string they had used to sew a new arm to their body. Unlike the miraculous black mask, the needle was not a memory either. It was the actual thing. But most of all, Sonny had swallowed a phalanx bone of the divine being in question. Crazy. This is crazy. He blinked a few times, then suddenly thought, was this how Neff felt when she first met Kai? I wonder. What a random and ridiculous thought. Then, a slight frown appeared on his face. Why would Weaver secretly come to their younger brother's abandoned workshop? What was the harrowing rot that had been spreading from their wound, and what manner of creature could have wounded them so terribly? What could even damage a deity? Sonny had so many questions. Luckily, the description of the bone weave was not over. Several strings of runes still remained. He concentrated and read. When children of the unknown rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. Sonny shivered. A few things became more clear from this short description. Firstly, it cemented his suspicion that, at some point in time, the 7 demons' children of the mysterious unknown, who were also strangely described as having created themselves, had waged war against the gods. Or rather, 6 of them, since Weaver apparently decided to not join either side in this conflict. Secondly, Weaver's reluctance to participate in the war had landed them in big trouble with both the gods and the other demons, unsurprisingly. One side would have seen the demon of fate as one of the enemies simply by virtue of them being a demon, while the other would have seen them as a traitor, for that same reason. That could potentially explain how Weaver ended up being ghastly wounded, and why they had to sneak into the obsidian tower in secret. These 2 pieces of information were extremely fascinating, but it was the third one that gave Sonny pause. No one knew what Weaver did until it was too late. That sounded so ominous. That made it seem as though Weaver alone had turned out to be more terrible than both the 6 demons and the 6 gods combined. In the end, what exactly had Weaver done? Sonny really wanted to know the answer to this question, and not only out of idle curiosity. He was carrying 2 parts of Weaver's lineage inside of him now, after all. The lineage that was described as being forbidden. Was the reason for that connected to what Weaver had done? Just as always, the answers Sonny had received brought him a swarm of new questions. Curses. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and stood up. There was no sense in pondering about that now, not without finding more information, both about the demons and the gods. After all that had transpired, he was incredibly tired and hungry. But mostly hungry. With a resentful sigh, Sonny gave Saint a sign to follow and headed back toward the first level. Chapter 452. Above and beyond. Several days later, Sonny was sitting on a piece of broken furniture in the central hall of the first level of the obsidian tower. The covetous coffer stood near him, its lid open and its sharp teeth revealed. He was holding the cruel sight in his hand. The silver blade of the somber spear was incandescent with white radiance, infused with divine flame. Sonny was currently using said divine flame to roast a piece of repulsive, slightly rotten black meat. That was the last piece of mimic's flesh he had stored inside the coffer before taking a plunge into the ocean of merciless stars. Saint was also nearby, staring into the distance with her usual cold indifference. He glanced at her, then sighed. "Sorry that I haven't fed you in a while." The shadow did not react to his words in any sort of way. Sonny continued to talk, though, unbothered by the taciturn demon's apparent lack of interest. "Hey, that's not true. It is not my fault. Blame my incredible luck instead. What can I do? The memories I find are just too incredible. How can I let you eat them? I can't." He grinned, then threw a dubious look at the sizzling black meat and sighed. "I guess it's done." Dismissing the cruel sight, Sonny brought the meat to his mouth and took a bite out of it. As he chewed, an absolutely miserable expression appeared on his face. "Ah, that's the stuff. I tell you, Saint, this meat absolutely delicious. I pity you, really, for being unable to taste this divine, oh damn it, how can anything be so vile? This divine dish. It's the best devil steak you can possibly eat in a lifetime. Just a single bite can really change your life. For the worst." At least chewing the damned thing was much easier now. Before the acquisition of bone weave, eating Mimic's meat felt like gnawing on an old leather boot. It felt pretty much the same now, but Sonny's teeth were different. They were able to slice and cut through the tough meat of the devil with ease. Plus, it wasn't raw. That was already a reason to celebrate. Feeling his eyes tearing up from disgust, Sonny glanced at Saint and forced the smile to remain on his face. "I see you are left speechless by my culinary skill. Fair, fair." However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the darkness of the obsidian tower. "You actually survived." Sonny choked on a piece of the vile meat. For a second he thought that his loyal shadow had only been pretending to be mute all this time, instead simply choosing not to speak to him. But no, he recognized the voice. Sadly, it wasn't Saint. It was Mordred. The Prince of Nothing was back. Thank gods. Sonny had been burdened by being all alone on the dark island much more than he was willing to admit. Even though he didn't trust the mysterious voice, he felt relieved to hear it. Swallowing the meat, he took a sip from the endless spring, then looked around the hall and said, "As you can see, although being the honest to a fault young man that I am, I have to admit that it wasn't easy or pleasant. In fact, I can hardly believe that I survived myself." He glanced at his body, which was still in a rather sorry state. His burns were healing, but much slower than they would have usually healed. Even though the divine flame had not touched him directly, just the heat radiated by it was enough to leave long-lasting traces that even blood weave wasn't able to remove fast. Mordred remained silent before speaking again, as he usually did. When his voice appeared, it was full of genuine surprise. "You really found the rift in the ocean of flames," Sonny shrugged. "As it turned out, I was more or less falling toward it the whole time. But even then, I almost burned to death trying to reach it. My most powerful memories were heavily damaged, and I only survived thanks to a bit of luck," which was technically true, although not nearly all of the truth. The mysterious prince hesitated, then asked, "Where are you now?" Sonny tilted his head. "How much of my surroundings can he perceive, I wonder?" The first thing that Mordred had ever said to him was ask why it was so dark, so he probably could see something at least. "Can't you see where I am?" The voice answered, most likely honestly. "I can see a big hall filled with ancient broken things. That doesn't tell me a lot, though." "Makes sense," Sonny nodded, feeling the pressure of the flaw building up in his soul, demanding for him to deliver an answer. He gestured at the interior of the obsidian tower. "Well, beyond the false stars, the void continues for who knows how much further down. But some distance from the flames, there is actually a single island floating in the emptiness. There is a magnificent black pagoda on that island which looks like the exact copy of the ivory tower. That is where I am right now, inside that pagoda." Then Sonny scratched the back of his head and added, "But anyway, how come I can still hear you? Haven't you told me that your voice would not reach beyond the stars?" Mordred sighed. "That was what I thought. Luckily, I seem to have been wrong." After a short pause, he said in a strange tone, "The ebony tower, so it does exist." Sonny blinked. "I guess it's one way to call it." Then, however, a complicated expression appeared on his face. "Wait, you knew about it?" The mysterious prince remained silent for a bit, then answered, "That is what I had been trying to find before I couldn't search anymore. There were some hints that a duplicate of the ivory tower exists somewhere in the sky below. I hope to reach it." Sonny chose his next words cautiously. "Oh, really? What else do you know about that place?" Mordred thought for a few moments, then answered wistfully, "It is said that a very powerful being came to this shattered land after it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Back then, the sky below was not as boundless, and there were much more fragments of divine flame still burning in its empty darkness. That being wanted to harvest those flames." Suddenly, a lot of small details about the dark island and the obsidian tower became much clearer. Sonny already had suspicions about the true purpose of this place, but now they were confirmed. The ruined machines outside the pagoda, the blackened work table, the massive glass vessels covered with soot from the inside, the silver brazier, the prince of the underworld had not truly lived in the magnificent pagoda. It was not his home, just a station he had built in the ocean of flame which had been much larger back then to harvest some of the divine fire. Why he had need of it, Sonny did not know. But he suspected that the prideful demon had either succeeded in his purpose or failed, and that was why he eventually left and sealed the obsidian tower, which then stood abandoned for thousands of years. And at some point during that time, another child of the unknown had come here for a short while, although their purpose was very different. This revelation came and went. There was a question burning in his mind that had nothing to do with such distant past. Instead, it was much more pressing. Sonny swallowed another piece of meat and asked casually, Harvest divine flames. Very interesting. Was that why you wanted to come here too, or had Mordred been after something else? Was after something else, the lost prince laughed. No, not really. In fact, I wasn't that interested in the obsidian tower itself to begin with. Sonny frowned. Why did you want to find it if you weren't interested in it? Mordred sighed. After a long pause, he answered, his voice dark and full of suppressed emotion. What I was interested in was not the copy, but the original, the ivory tower. The two are supposed to be connected somehow. If one finds that connection, they might just be able to reach past the crushing and step foot on the heavenly isle. Chapter 453. Shrine of Stars. Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking feverishly. A bridge between the two towers. That was his chance to escape this dismal place and return to the real world. The problem was, he had no clue what this connection Mordred had told him about was. However, he had an idea. In the past several days, Sonny had explored the rest of the obsidian of the Ebony Tower. He had made a couple of fascinating discoveries, but most of it was now full of nothing except dust and rubble. Pretty much everything inside the pagoda disintegrated due to the onslaught of time after he had opened its gates. The most promising and mysterious of his finds, though, was situated on the last level of the tower, in a small circular hall that housed nothing except for a graceful stone arch, which stood lonesomely in its center and looked like a misplaced, empty doorframe. The most intriguing part about the arch was that it was surrounded by a circle of runes, almost like the gateway in the Crimson Spire had been. In fact, that was what Sonny assumed it to be, an inactive gateway. For that reason, he had spent these days trying to find a way to activate it. He had poured shadow essence into the arch itself, as well as every corner of the hall. He had studied the unfamiliar runes, hoping to either find a way to translate them or maybe discover a place where they had been damaged, thus rendering the arch useless. But nothing had worked, yet. The information provided by Mordred instantly changed his perception of the arch, though. If what the lost prince had told him was true, then maybe it wasn't a gateway to the real world. Maybe it was an entrance to the magical bridge connecting the Ebony Tower to its ivory counterpart. Still, how was he supposed to make the damn thing work? With a deep scowl appeared on his face, Sonny asked, if this place is really connected to the ivory tower, then how would one go about using that connection? Do you have any ideas? There is something that looks like a portal here, but it doesn't work. I tried to open it 100 times to no avail. Mordred thought for a bit, then said uncertainly, have you tried saturating it with essence? Sonny grimaced. Of course. What am I, a fool? That was the first thing I attempted. He hesitated for a few moments, then voiced something that had been keeping him worried for a while. Maybe it requires some sort of a key to be opened. The voice remained silent for a long time. Then Mordred said, no, I don't think so. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Really? Why? The lost prince answered casually. Because only doors that can be kicked open require locks and keys. The master of this place wasn't someone who needed such things to keep uninvited guests away. Makes sense, I guess. He seems to know a lot about the prince of the underworld, though. I thought knowledge of demons was really scarce. Sonny sighed. So how do I activate the connection then? Mordred considered the question for a second or two, then said with a hint of doubt in his voice. The creator of the Ebony Tower was a builder of things, a genius artifacts, but also of practical sort. From what little knowledge of him remains, he would have probably used whatever was at hand and went for the simplest solution. Builders don't like overcomplicated things, after all. Sonny considered his words. The simplest solution. A seed of an idea appeared in his mind. With a thoughtful expression, he took another bite out of the piece of meat and chewed it thoroughly. The lost prince politely remained silent while Sonny ate. After a while, however, he suddenly spoke. Oh, by the way, I don't want to worry you, Sunless, but there seems to be a powerful nightmare creature standing right behind you. Sonny almost choked again. If not for the fact that he was looking both forward and back at the same time with the help of the shadows, he would have jumped and summoned the cruel sight immediately. But he knew that there was no one behind him. Except for Saint, he swallowed the foul meat, then smiled weakly. "Curses, you almost gave me a heart attack. That's not a nightmare creature. Can't you differentiate a real demon from an echo?" Mordred remained silent for a bit, then said with amusement, "She is your echo. Fascinating." Sonny frowned. What's so fascinating about it? However, there was no answer. The mysterious prince was gone once again, disappearing as suddenly as he had appeared. Usually, Sonny was irritated by this annoying habit of his, but this time he was glad. Sonny couldn't wait to go back to the 6th level, but didn't want Mordred to see what he had found on the level before. He still didn't trust the lost prince, even though Mordred had been nothing but helpful up until now. Extremely so, in fact. Sonny didn't know if he would have even been alive without his guidance. Later, if I manage to return to the sanctuary in one piece, I'll start trusting him then. A little. Maybe, finishing up his meal, the last he was going to have in a while, Sonny stood up, stretched, and headed toward the stairs. After he had received the bone weave and rested, Sonny explored the rest of the 3rd level of the Ebony Tower. However, he had not found anything of note there. He also had not discovered any more traces left behind by Weaver, which disappointed him a great deal. The 4th level, however, was much more interesting. The central hall of it was fashioned into a vast, somber shrine. At the center of it stood an altar cut from a single slab of black onyx, and behind it was an incredibly beautiful statue of a young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. The young woman was holding a star in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. Sonny was pretty sure that she was none other than Storm God, also known as the goddess of black skies, deity of the oceans, of the depths, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster, which was really interesting. Why would the prince of the underworld build a shrine to his sworn enemy at the very heart of the Ebony Tower? Their relationship, it seemed, was not as simple as Sonny had thought. He had been much more interested in the altar itself, though. After finding the shrine, Sonny had tried to place magical coins on the onyx surface, and even spilled a bit of his blood on it. But this time, the gods had not answered. The coins, too, simply remained laying on the altar instead of turning into shadow essence. It seemed that the altar was not mystical at all. In fact, as far as altars went, this one appeared to be quite mundane. Sonny had quickly lost interest and continued exploring the great pagoda, and he had not been disappointed by that decision, because there was something very, very important on the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, chapter 454. Hope. The 5th level of the Ebony Tower had almost killed Sonny. It was completely empty, its black walls drowning in darkness and unadorned. There was no dust, no ruined pieces of furniture, tools, or strange metal devices, not even lanterns. There were, however, countless runes carved into the walls themselves, and almost all of those runes were of the kind that radiated a sickening, dire sensation that made one feel as though their mind was breaking apart. The same mysterious runes that the spell used to describe the unknown, and that Sonny had seen written on the floor by the prisoner of the small cell that was hidden under the ruined cathedral in the dark city. Back then, looking at them dealt a heavy blow to Sonny, but he persisted and was eventually able to read a single phrase that the prisoner had written, unlike everything else, in a familiar script: "Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown." On the second to last level of the Ebony Tower, however, there were much more of the terrible runes, and most of them seemed far more intense, far more powerful. When Sonny had first set foot into the dark hall, he yelped and jumped back, then rolled down the spiraling stairs all the way back to the shrine of the storm god. Good thing his bones were now much more hardy. Eventually, however, he had returned to the Hall of Runes. Sonny knew that looking at the vile writings could destroy his sanity, maybe even outright kill him, so he had done so with his eyes closed and while leaving the shadows behind, so that they, too, could not see the ancient walls. Even then, he felt a terrible pressure constantly assaulting his mind. He was not going to leave without learning at least something from this chamber of secrets. Where else would he ever be able to study writing left behind by an actual demon? So, he tried to limit the scope of what he saw and glance at the obsidian walls, one little section at a time. The experience was nothing short of horrid, but at least tolerable. And only when Sonny summoned Weaver's mask was he able to look at the portions of the hall without feeling like passing out or falling down in a fit of convulsions. The forbidden runes turned less dreadful but did not give up their secrets. He didn't know their language after all. The spell, too, either refused or failed to translate them. His exploration, however, was not for naught, because, while slowly moving around the dark hall, he discovered something extremely valuable. It was a map. Or rather, a strange semblance of one. Both the runes and the images constituting the map were cut into the stone, their lines smooth and deep. Sonny did not know what tool the prince of the underworld had wielded to leave these markings behind, but imagined him simply using his nail to cut into the indestructible stone that even divine fire couldn't destroy. At the center of the map, jagged mountains were depicted, shrouded by mist. Directly south of them, an island with a familiar silhouette of a graceful pagoda floated above flames. Even further south, separated from the mountains by a vast emptiness, was a mighty castle. Far to the west, a snowy peak stood near a fuming volcano, and nestled between them was an arched bridge. To the southwest, a strange ship floated on ghostly waves. Southeast of the mountains, divided from them by a long stretch of nothingness, a perfectly symmetrical pyramid was cut into the obsidian wall. And lastly, to the north, further away than any other image above all of them, was a familiar shape. A fearsome mask stared at Sonny, crowned with 3 horns. Weaver's mask. The map was strange, however, because the areas she depicted seemed disconnected somehow. There were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between them. The ideas of north, south, east, and west were only something Sonny had assigned to the map out of habit. Truly, it could have been the exact opposite, or impossible to apply to the logic of the map altogether. But at the same time, it fit with the geography of the dream realm as he knew it, somewhat. Each of the images had an inscription near them, written in a runic language that Sonny had trouble understanding. It was similar to the one used by the spell, but also different enough to make translation either impossible or difficult. But even without reading the inscriptions, he easily guessed what the images meant. The mountains depicted in the center of the map were, of course, the Hollow Mountains. Even if the image itself was only familiar, their closeness to the ivory tower cemented that conclusion. The ivory tower, of course, represented the Chained Isles. The castle to the south had to be Bastion. Although Sonny had never seen it with his own 2 eyes, he knew its silhouette and appearance from childhood, just like any other human in the real world. Its likeness was the stage for countless dramas, movies, and webtoons, after all. Similarly, he recognized the great stone bridge nestled between a snowy peak and a raging volcano. It was the road to Ravenheart, the great citadel ruled by Clan Song. Knowing the position of Bastion and Ravenheart, it wasn't hard to surmise that the ship sailing on the ghostly waves represented the Storm Sea, where the citadel of the 3rd great clan, House of Night, was located. Sonny had no idea what the pyramid to the east represented. The 7th image, however, was rather clear. It meant Weaver. By knowing who it described, he was also able to translate the inscription near the depiction of the mask. It read, Fate. There was another symbol near it, though, which meant something akin to a question mark, an inquiry. So actually, it was fate. Basically, Even the prince of the underworld had no idea where his eldest sibling lived. And this was what the images were in Sunny's mind. They represented the 7 demons, or rather their domains, which was nothing short of tantalizing in and of itself, but also meant several things. Firstly, that the 3 great clans had inherited their citadels from 3 demons, or at least built their strongholds in the regions of the dream realm where demons had once dwelt. Secondly, that the underworld most likely was situated beneath the hollow mountains. This death zone was the very dark and cavernous domain to which the prince of the underworld had retreated after his conflict with the gods of the black skies. And lastly, that the ruler of the beautiful and prosperous land that had invoked the wrath of Sun God and doomed their kingdom to destruction and eventual transformation into the Chained Isles was a demon as well. Coincidentally, the inscription cut into the stone near the image of the ivory tower was the only one after that of weavers that Sunny was able to translate, since the runes closely resembled those usually used by the spell. It was desire. The other meaning of the runes, however, was hope. The ivory tower had once belonged to the demon of hope. Chapter 455. Doorway to Heaven. That revelation had given Sunny a lot to think about. The demon of hope or desire. A demon whose power was most likely tied to souls and mind. What act could such a being have committed to cause Sun God to destroy their whole domain? And what had happened to that being after? Just as usual, there were no answers. Sunny was slowly learning more and more, though. For now, the pieces of information he had earned were scattered and disconnected. But if he continued to slowly accumulate knowledge, one day they were going to start clicking together. And then, what terrible and wondrous truths would he uncover? Enough to make up for a lifetime of lies, perhaps. Apart from inscriptions dedicated to Weaver and the ivory tower, Sunny failed to translate anything else. He had, however, memorized every little detail of the unfamiliar runes describing the hollow mountains, Bastion, Ravenhere, a ship sailing on the storm sea, and the mysterious pyramid to the east. I'll have to visit Teacher Julius when I'm back in the real world. He has to know something about this script, right? Thinking about the map, Sunny entered the rune hall, kept his eyes closed, and walked to the entrance to the stairwell leading to the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The last one. When he entered the chamber of the stone arch, he sighed with relief. The pressure emanated by the terrifying runes was finally gone, leaving his mind at ease. The headache caused by them, however, was going to persist for a few more minutes. Sunny sat down, leaned his back against the wall, and stared at the arch while waiting to fully recover. The highest level of the Great Pagoda was not very large in comparison to the 6 others. It was just one big hall, circular in shape and almost completely empty. The only thing inside of it was the arch itself. It was tall and composed of the same material as the rest of the Ebony Tower. In fact, the arch didn't seem to have been built. Instead, it was almost as if it had simply grown out of the floor, without any seams separating it from the black stone. It looked like a doorway that someone had put in the middle of the chamber for some reason, and then forgot to attach a door to it. This was Sunny's only hope of escape. He stared at it for a long time, thinking about how to make the portal work. In the past, he had tried a lot of things to activate the arch, as well as studying the circle of runes surrounding it. But nothing he had done accomplished anything. His recent conversation with Mordred, however, had given Sunny an idea. What had Mordred said? That the prince of the underworld was somewhat of a divine smith, a builder of things, but also of the practical sort, that he would have used whatever was at hand, going for the simplest solution. That more or less confirmed what Sunny knew of the prideful demon already. After all, Saint and her kin had been created by the prince of the underworld. In retrospect, Sunny had completely failed to understand the magnitude of that accomplishment. To create a living being from nothing, a whole race of them, really. That did sound like something that only a god would be able to do, didn't it? The prince of the underworld, however, was not a god. He was a demon, a lesser deity. Was the creation of Saint and her people his way of showing the true divinities that he was in no way inferior to them? Or was he guided by some different ambition? I wonder how the gods reacted. Teacher Julius had described demons as terrible beings that inspired fear because of their unknown origins and strange powers. What happened after one of them had accomplished something that was supposed to be in the purview of only the gods? Saint's description, back when was an echo, said that she and her kin were designed to bring peace, but were born into an endless war instead. But regardless, that was not the point. The point was that Saint was made out of stone. Sunny had always thought that it was an integral part of her design, a fundamental aspect of the vision her creator had for the living statues, to make them stronger, perhaps, or harder to destroy. But after witnessing the porcelain dolls and speaking with Mordred, Sunny was not so sure anymore. The broken dolls showed that the material from which to make his creations had not mattered to the prince of the underworld too much. What was at hand the simplest solution? Was Saint made out of stone? Simply because there was a lot of stone in the hollow mountains for its prince to use in his experiments. There was nothing but stone there, really. That can't be right, can it? But somehow, Sunny felt that it was indeed right. He glanced at Saint and blinked a couple of times. Lazy bastard, Sunny shivered, half expecting to be struck down for thinking about the mighty demon in such unflattering terms. When nothing happened, he shook his head and returned to his thoughts. There was plenty of stone in the hollow mountains, but there was literally nothing around the ebony tower. But what about in the past? What had there been a lot of around it back at the time the prince of the underworld resided in the sky below? What would he have used to power his magical engines? This pagoda had been built to harvest divine flames, after all. Feeling the headache finally retreat, Sunny stood up and walked over to the arch. Then he summoned the cruel sight, activated the dark mirror enchantment, and poured his essence into it, watching the silver blade become infused with incandescent white light. Then he hesitated for a moment and lightly pressed the tip of the somber spear against the cold black stone. Immediately, it was as though the floodgates had been opened in his soul. The shadow essence flowed into the cruel sight, and through it the divine flame flowed into the arch. Sunny staggered. In just a few seconds, all of his essence was spent. However, the portal did not open. Something in the hall did change, though. The circle of runes surrounding the obsidian arch began to glow with weak, shimmering light. That light was dim and barely visible, but it was, without a doubt, there. Sunny stared at the runes for a long time, and then a wide grin appeared on his face. Bingo! Chapter 456. Leaving nothing behind for the next few days, Sunny's life became rather monotonous. He would meditate while circulating the shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent to enhance the speed of its recovery, pour it into the obsidian arch, and repeat the process. With each cycle, the runes surrounding the portal became brighter and brighter. The portal was slowly coming to life, filling Sunny with hope so intense that he struggled to contain it. He had no doubt that he would be able to activate the arch. And then he would go to the ivory tower, find a way to descend back to the chained aisles somehow and return to the real world, and buy a new refrigerator, and stock it with all kinds of food. Sitting on the stone floor of the highest level of the ebony tower, Sunny looked at the covetous coffer which stood nearby with a resentful expression. He knew full well that there was no meat left there, or any other kind of food. Who knew he would miss the vile flesh of the mordant mimic one day? I guess one should never say never. Sunny was close to fully replenishing the shadow essence, so his thoughts began to wander. Out of boredom, he dove into the soul sea, stared at the shadows for some time, then paced around, then summoned some of his memories and read their descriptions for the 100th time, then stared at the looming black suns of his shadow cores, then paced some more, then summoned a few other memories. Boring, so boring. After a while, something finally attracted his attention. The runes of Weaver's mask had apparently changed a little. Before, there was in place of the name of its third enchantment. After Sonny had activated that enchantment, almost frying his brain in the process, the name changed, however. He blinked a few times, then looked at the runes again. Did I read it right? But no, there was no mistake. The first two enchantments were just as before, Mantle of Lies and Simple Trick. The third one, however, now had new runes describing it. Memory Enchantment, Where is my eye? Where is my eye? Enchantment description, helps the wielder peer into the tapestry of fate. Sonny looked at the runes with a deadpan expression for a few moments, and then laughed so hard that it threw him out of the soul sea. Oh gods, where is my eye? Priceless. By the time he was done laughing at Weaver's strange naming sensibility, the cycle of restoring the shadow essence was complete. Sonny shook his head, smiled, then stood up and summoned the cruel sight. By now the circle of runes was burning with a furious white radiance, turning the somber black hall into a stark tapestry of darkness and light. It seemed as if the air inside the arch was rippling slightly, hazy from heat. He walked toward the obsidian arch and, without wasting any time, touched it with the tip of the silver spear. Once again, his soul essence was devoured at terrible speed. This time, however, only half of it was consumed. As bright light suddenly hit Sonny in the eyes, he took an involuntary step back and raised a hand to shield them. A cool breeze caressed his face, and he could suddenly smell bark, grass, soil, life. When his eyes adjusted to the brightness, Sonny slowly lowered his hand and looked at the arch with a bewildered expression. It was as though a rift in reality appeared inside the ebony tower. All around the portal, the hall was just as it had been, dark, somber, cut from lusterless black stone. Inside the portal, however, was a clear blue sky. Sunlight had suddenly invaded the ebony tower after thousands of years spent in utter darkness, and brought with it the sounds of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Sonny could see the skies, but also the ground. A beautiful green meadow continued from where the obsidian floor ended, full of vibrancy and life. A shadow of a tall tree shaded the proximity of the portal, and there was a path of white stone leading from it toward. Some distance away, a pristine white wall rose higher than Sonny could see through the portal. Surrounded but the blue skies, clouds, and vibrant green grass, it seemed to be the epitome of beauty and tranquility. The whole site was like a paradise. He swallowed. The ivory tower, Mordred was right. What's more, judging by how softly the grass swayed under the wind and how lazily the branches of the tree moved, the heavenly island was really not affected by the crushing. In that regard, at least, it was safe. Yes. Suddenly tense, Sonny quickly glanced at the circle of runes. Just as he had expected, it was already growing dimmer. The portal was burning through the meager amount of divine flame Sonny had been able to charge it within these past days, and was going to close soon. Curses! Well, it was not as though he had not been prepared to go through the arch as soon as it opened. He had done everything he wanted to do in the ebony tower, given the circumstances. There was not much to be done here to begin with. Time had destroyed every possible trophy he could have found, and the most valuable treasures, the bone weave and the knowledge of the map left behind by the prince of the underworld, were already in his possession. Now he just had to escape alive. Dismissing all of his memories, Sonny wrapped both shadows around his body and dashed toward the light. Please, please don't be an illusion. He appeared near the portal, dove inside, and stumbled, falling to his knees. His fingers touched the soft grass, and with his tactile sense enhanced by the bone weave, Sonny felt every tiny detail of its texture, of the rich soil beneath, of the heat of the sun on his skin. It was all real. It was wonderful. As the portal shimmered and closed behind him, Sonny closed his eyes tightly and let out a short, quiet cry. He had too many emotions boiling in his heart to put them into words. He made it. He escaped from the void. He left nothing behind. While Sunny was feeling the joy of escaping from the sky below, something else happened. Somewhere far away, or maybe close by, there was a room built of cold stone, full of deafening silence. It was dark and empty, arranged in the shape of a heptagon with 7 corners drowning in deep shadows. There were 7 mirrors standing at each of the 7 walls of the room, pointed at its center. There was nothing there. However, in each of the 7 mirrors, a figure of a young man reflected, sitting on the stone floor with his hands chained behind his back. The young man was still and motionless, almost as if he was just a statue and not a living being. But then, something changed. A few moments after Sunny crossed the portal and appeared on the aisle of the ivory tower, one corner of the young man's lips curled upward slightly, forming a hint of a smile. Mordred was glad to see Sunny escape, too. Chapter 457. Ivory Tower Saint, come look at this. Sunny sat on the soft grass, enjoying the sunlight and the cool wind. He had not even known how much he missed them. Missed everything, really. Looking back, it was hard to imagine that he had endured more than a month of utter nothingness without losing his mind. His experiences in the dark city, it seemed, made him far more resilient. The shadow of the ivory tower was slowly moving closer as the evening approached, marking the passage of time. It was peaceful and quiet on the green meadow of the heavenly island. Answering his call, the taciturn demon appeared nearby and stood silently, observing the magnificent white tower. Her ruby eyes, however, did not show any emotion. He sighed. Well, I think it's lovely. The soaring island was not very large, so Sunny could more or less see its edge not too far away, surrounded by floating slates of shattered marble. There was a meadow on this side of it, a grove that rustles under the wind, and a graceful gazebo built of the same white material as the ivory tower itself. The stone arch inside of it was also white and empty. The portal was gone. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent great pagoda that had once belonged to the Demon of Hope. If its copy in the sky below was somber and ominous, the original was the complete opposite. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. In a sense, it did not. Something about the ivory tower made Sunny uneasy, however. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it was as though he simultaneously felt pulled toward it and threatened by it. The sensation did not come from his intuition, but more so from the deepest corners of his soul. It was rather strong, and there was also something strange in the shape of the tower itself. There was a weird thing that went around the base of it, circling the whole perimeter of the great pagoda and disappearing from view. That thing was almost of the same color but slightly less pristine and made out of long and weathered sections. After looking at it for a while, Sunny finally realized what the thing was. Bone. Wrapped around the tower was what remained of the tail of some giant dead creature. He frowned. Good thing it's dead. I hope it remains this way. Sunny sighed, used the cruel sight to help himself stand up, and headed toward the edge of the island. Saint followed, putting the blade of the midnight shard on her shoulder. Reaching it, he cautiously looked down and saw the disjointed patchwork of the chained aisles far below. From this high, they looked like pieces of a beautiful mosaic that someone had laid out on the backdrop of velvety darkness, with a scattering of radiant stars shining in between. Sunny gazed down for a while, then picked up a rock from the ground and threw it over the edge. The rock fell for 100 meters or so without meeting any resistance. Then, however, it suddenly cracked and exploded into shards, which then became dust and were scattered in the wind. Curses! It seemed that the crushing was still there. It's just that the ivory tower itself was not affected by it, as well as the island it stood upon and a small area surrounding it. How was he going to come down? Sunny stood at the edge for some time with a resentful expression on his face, then turned around and walked deeper into the island, circling the ivory tower from the left. On the other side of the great pagoda was a clear lake, with streams of water flowing out of it and falling over the edge of the island. In the bright sunlight, it seemed as though the entire surface of the lake was shining with pure golden radiance. Sunny looked at his reflection in the water, then at an intricately engraved bench standing near it, cut from white stone. Finally, he walked further on and reached a vantage point from which the gate of the graceful tower could be seen. Oh! The gates looked very similar to those he had opened in the depths of the sky below, with the main difference being the color and the absence of soot, as well as that there were skeletal remains of a giant beast lying in front of them, its serpentine body wrapped around the tower, its massive skull resting right near the tall white doors. Each of the terrifying fangs of the great beast was as long as Sunny was tall, at least. Deep darkness nestled in its empty eyes. He shivered. Is that a dragon? Indeed, it was. Right in front of Sunny were the weathered, snow-white bones of an actual dragon. The image of the mighty creature laying dead in front of the pristine tower was solemn, mysterious, and terrifying. What could have killed such a being? Thinking that he didn't wish to know, Sunny lingered for a while, then headed toward the remains of the dragon. He was desperately hoping that the great beast would not stir and come to life. If that happened, well, it was better to not even think about it. Reaching the white skull of the mighty creature, Sunny hesitated for a bit, then walked between the terrifying fangs and approached the gates. They were slightly ajar, so he didn't even need to use essence to unlock them. Sunny gathered his courage, raised his hand and pushed the gates open. Suddenly he felt a bit sleepy. What is this? Shaking his head to chase the sleepiness away, Sunny walked inside the tower and found himself in a great hall, bright light streaming through its tall windows. The air inside, however, was infused with a strange, shimmering darkness, and in its center there were chains. 7 chains sprawled from the pristine white floor, as if growing out of it, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were inscribed with a myriad of runes and marred, their metal torn. They were also the source of the strange shimmering, which rose from their surface in ethereal wisps. A chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness pulsated in the very center of the great hall. No, it was not darkness. Rather, it seemed like a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Sunny tensed, then took a tentative step forward, hoping to see what was hidden behind the darkness. As soon as he did so, however, a familiar voice echoed in the silence of the great hall. "Stop, Sunless. Turn back if you wish to live." Chapter 458. Shackles of hope. Sunny froze, then took a careful step back and stared at the walls of the great hall. Mordred's timing, this time around, was impeccable. It was not like Sunny had planned to get too close to the mass of darkness, but he might have underestimated the danger it presented. To be honest, he felt that he wasn't thinking entirely straight. It was not like he had lost control, but the strange pull he felt outside the tower was much stronger here, exerting a subtle effect on his mind. Sunny tensed and glanced at the pulsating dark rift, then realized that the pull emanated from the shackles that were the source of it. "Why, what is that thing?" The lost prince remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "I really can't make sense of you." Sunny blinked. That was not the answer he had expected. What is that supposed to mean?" Mordred answered with a bit of doubt in his voice. "Nothing, really, it's just that. Some things about you suggest a certain background, but then there are as many contradictions. Don't you know what a seed of nightmare looks like?" Sunny jumped back, then cautiously looked at the mass of shimmering darkness again. So, that was a seed of nightmare. A vile manifestation of the spell that grew in the dream realm and eventually blossomed, opening a gate to the real world for the nightmare creatures to enter. The thing that awakened were supposed to seek out and destroy by challenging the nightmare contained within. No wonder it exerted a pull on him. He scowled, then said with annoyance, "How am I supposed to know what a seed of nightmare looks like? I only became an awakened a few months ago. Mordred spoke in his usual polite tone. Have your clan elders not taught you anything? Sonny opened his eyes wide, a shocked expression appearing on his face. Clan? What clan? Do I look like a legacy to you? The lost prince did not answer, letting Sonny boil with outrage in silence. Eventually, he slowly exhaled and asked dejectedly, Anyway, are you sure that that's what it is? Mordred lingered for a long time, then said quietly, I am. I searched for it for a long time after all. Hearing these words, Sonny frowned. What? Wait, is that why you were trying to reach the ivory tower to challenge a nightmare? He rubbed his face in frustration, trying to find a way to make sense of that statement, then shook his head. Why the hell would you do that? There's no shortage of seeds of nightmare everywhere in the dream realm, ones that are not hidden behind endless voids and oceans of divine flame. These things were not so numerous that one stumbled on one every day, but also not so rare to go to this lengths to reach one. What had Mordred been thinking? The lost prince answered after a short pause, his voice slightly amused. You are not a legacy indeed. Sonny let out a heavy sigh. Either you are extra obscure today, or I can't understand you for some reason. What do legacies have to do with any of this? Mordred thought for a bit, then said, This seed of nightmare is a very, very special one. What is he going on about? The only thing that differentiated seeds in Sonny's mind was their category. A Category 2 seed would blossom into a Category 2 gate and contained a second nightmare. If an awakened challenged it and passed the trial, they would become a master. If a master challenged a Category 3 seed and survived the third nightmare, they would become a saint. The same thing went for sovereigns. Although there only had been 3/4 nightmares conquered in all of human history, as far as Sonny knew, and he knew more than most people. How could a seed be special? As if guessing what he was thinking about, Mordred spoke. There are a lot of masters, but not all masters are equal. There are a few dozen saints, but not all saints are equal. And similarly, there are numerous nightmares, but not all nightmares are equal. Sonny scowled. How so? Is it easier, more difficult? The lost prince sighed. Neither. As far as the difficulty of the trial is concerned, the spell is always fair in its own perverse way. However, that doesn't mean that the outcome is always the same. What enemies you vanquish determine what memories and echoes you receive. What battles you fight determines what experience you will bring back. Sonny thought back on his own arsenal of memories and had to admit that the more unique nightmare creatures he had thought, the greater the reward was. In that sense, challenging a unique nightmare would certainly pose more risk, but also promise a greater boon. Add the existence of the lineage memories into the equation. A deep frown appeared on his face. Mordred, however, was not done talking. But more than that, the nature of the nightmare you challenge determines what knowledge you will receive and what secret you will be able to glean. As a researcher, you should know that the lessons humans can learn from the decrepit ruins in the dream realm are not that profound. Where do you think most of our knowledge comes from? It comes from the stories people bring back from their nightmares, of course. That made sense. There were actual natives of the dream realm out and about in the nightmares, after all. Like Oro of the Nine. Even if he was really just an illusion created by the spell was no simple thing. Most of the knowledge Sonny possessed was built on the foundation of what he had learned from the noble swordsman and scholar. How much more would he know if he had gone into the nightmare with the intention to not only survive, but also learn? Sonny glanced at the dark seed. It had grown in the tower that had once belonged to one of the 7 demons. What mysteries would such a nightmare reveal? Mordred gave him time to think, then said in an even tone, For that reason, legacy clans, not all of them, but the truly powerful ones, select the nightmares for their members to challenge very carefully. Sonny lingered for a bit, then raised an eyebrow. What crazy clan chose that cursed seed for you to try and find then? The lost prince laughed. Oh no, no one had wished for me to seek it. It was my decision alone. In fact, I suspect that only two people in both the waking world and this one know about its existence. Me and now you. He chuckled again and then added, but that is what makes it so special as well. None of them could have learned of its existence, reached it, and taken its rewards as their own. After that, Mordred suddenly grew silent. He remained that way for a while and then added quietly, well, it's not like I managed to do it too. He sighed, lingered for a few moments, and then added in a wistful tone, can you imagine what secrets that seed hides? What one would learn from that nightmare? A nightmare. A nightmare that was created from the chains with which Hope herself had been bound. Chapter 459. Seed of Nightmare, Hope herself. Sunny stared at the 7 chains, finding new meaning in their cruel visage and the misshapen, torn remnants of the 7 rune-inscribed shackles. So the sun god's ire had not been quelled by just destroying her kingdom. He had gone a step further, binding the demon of hope at the heart of her decimated domain. For how long? And how had she escaped in the end? He tilted his head. So the demon of hope was chained here, Mordred answered with a hint of surprise in his voice. You know of the demons? A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. I do, a bit. Why wouldn't I? Although truth be told, there's not a lot of information about them, even among the Dream Realm researchers. So, the ruler that you had told me about was one of the demons, a lesser deity. Mordred kept silent for a bit, then said dejectedly, yes. I am not sure that those 2 words really go together, though. I also don't know what Hope had done to earn the wrath of the Lord of Light. However, I do know that these 7 chains are what holding is the chained isles from falling into the sky below. Sunny raised his eyebrows. What? The Lost Prince sighed. People think that there are numerous heavenly chains connecting all the island, but in fact there are only 7 and you are looking at their roots. Or rather, there were only 7. Each of them had to be broken for the ivory tower to become untethered, of course. So now the islands are linked by the fragments of the original 7 chains, many of them severed from each other. That is why they are slowly crumbling, one after another. Sunny thought for a bit, trying to correct the way he used to think about the chained isles. The new information was interesting but not very useful. Shaking his head, he turned back to the seed of nightmare. So, what is the category of that thing? I guess it contains a second nightmare since you wanted to challenge it, Mordred answered succinctly. Correct. That's one way I can get out of the dream realm then, but am I suicidal enough to go into the second nightmare alone? Whole cohorts of experienced awakened routinely perish in their attempts to become masters. What would my chances of survival be with no one to cover my back? Just as Master Jet had said, no one survived in the dream realm alone. She probably knew from experience. He scowled. Wait, will this seed create a gate in the real world if it's not destroyed? When Mordred answered, his voice was almost indifferent. Indeed, but not for a long time, maybe in a few years or a decade. It has not matured enough to be able to bloom yet. Sunny hesitated. But it can be challenged, right? The Lost Prince did not answer for a while, but then finally said, yes. A seed can be challenged before it blooms as well as after. If the seed is not found in time and a gate opens, challengers can fight their way through and enter the nightmare directly. The gate also disrupts the anchors of those near it, so masters and saints that enter the dream realm will appear in the vicinity of the blooming seed. After that, they can lead awakened to it. He paused, then added, in fact, most of the seeds are not found in time because the dream realm is vast and only partially explored. That's why the nightmare creatures are entering our world so often. Challenging a seed before it blooms is much better. In this case, however, I would advise against it. Sunny turned away from the mass of shimmering darkness, then asked in an even tone, yeah, why? Mordred let out a heavy sigh. Conquering a second nightmare alone is not impossible, but attempting it is tantamount to gambling your life away. The chances of returning alive are very slim. That is why Awakened challenge them as members of cohesive, experienced cohorts. Even then, many don't survive, most even. But this nightmare is actually far worse. Entering it is a guaranteed death sentence, regardless of how many challengers there are. Unless, Sonny kept his ears open, suddenly very attentive. Unless what? The lost prince remained silent for a short moment, then said, "There is a black altar in the place you call Night Temple. On it lies an ivory knife. Only those who have shed blood on the altar and received the memory of the knife have a chance to survive the trial that hides within this seed." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, that sounds very familiar," he thought for a few seconds, then asked, "Would the obsidian knife from the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis work?" Mordred laughed. "Sure. Having both would be even better, incredibly so. However, I don't know the method to receive the memory of the obsidian knife. The ritual seems to be different from the one required for the altar in the Night Temple, and I have never figured it out." "You didn't, but I might have." The image of the covetous coffer appeared in Sonny's mind, full of golden coins. There were almost 1,500 of them inside. Would that be enough to allow him to lift the obsidian knife off the altar? He had a feeling that it would. What do these knives actually do, though? And how the hell do you know all this? However, there was no response. Mordred was once again gone. Sonny was left alone in the beautiful hall of the ivory pagoda, staring at its white walls and the darkness that had taken root between them. The seed of nightmare was calling to him, demanding to be challenged and destroyed, or maybe simply to be fed a delicious human soul. Crazy. This is crazy. Challenging a second nightmare alone was very similar to throwing his life away. And that was even without the particular piece of information that Mordred had given him, that no one would be able to survive this very special nightmare without a memory of one of the two altar knives, or better yet, in possession of both. The question was, what was worse? Challenging the nightmare, or attempting to survive the crushing? Chapter 460. Fight or Flight. Sonny remained in the Hall of Chains for a while, looking at the seed of nightmare and the shimmering darkness that suffused it. Then he walked outside. Full of thought, Sonny passed between the jaws of the dead dragon and slowly headed toward the lake. There, he sat on the stone bench and stared at the water with a dark expression on his face. The wind lightly caressed his face and his pale skin, soothing the few remaining burns that he had received in the sky below. Saint stood silently by his side, her graceful onyx figure reflecting in the clear waters of the lake. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "I am almost home." More than a month ago, he had ventured on an expedition to explore the shipwreck island and search for clues about the whereabouts of the treasure left behind by mysterious Noctis. He had only planned to be gone for a week. He had found the treasure, but also fought and defeated two devils, one fallen and one ascended, receiving two powerful memories in the process. After that, he gazed at the tapestry of fate through the eyes of a divine mask and plunged into an endless abyss. He spent several weeks plummeting through a sea of nothingness, only to be met by an ocean of flames in its depths. On the other side of the fire was a black tower built by an ancient demon, and in it was a severed hand of a deity, consumed by a terrible rot. There, Sonny swallowed a phalanx bone of Weaver and received the second part of their lineage. After that, he used divine flames to open a portal between the dark void and the sunlit heavens, and found the 7 chains that a god had once used to bind Desire, the demon of hope. And somewhere along the way, he met a lost soul who called himself Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, a disembodied voice that came out of nowhere and helped him along the way. Now, Sonny just had to do one last thing, either plunge into a deadly nightmare, or off the edge of the ivory island, to be met with the obliterating fury of the crushing. With a heavy sigh, he turned around and stared at the white bones of the great beast that had wrapped its mighty body around the base of Hope's beautiful tower once, thousands of years ago, before succumbing to death. Let's get this show on the road, I guess. Sometime later, Sonny was leaning on the wall of the ivory tower. He was in a tight spot between the tail of the dead dragon and the white surface of the great pagoda, with Saint standing near him, her weapons dismissed. With a crooked smile, Sonny wrapped the two shadows around his body and circulated shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent, preparing for what was about to come. Then he looked at the taciturn stone demon and raised his eyebrows. "What are you waiting for? Push." Saint gave him an indifferent look, then took a step forward, placed her hand on the surface of the massive bone in front of her, and pushed with all her demonic strength. Her feet sunk into the soil by a few centimeters, but the ancient bone did not move. Until Sonny joined his shadow, that was. Pressing his shoulder against the adamantine white surface, he poured shadow essence into his muscles and pushed too. Although it felt as though the strain was going to kill him, the bone finally gave. One of the massive vertebrae comprising the dead dragon's tail rolled over, separating from the rest. "Come on, keep at it." Of course, Sonny was not going to challenge a second nightmare alone. What was he, crazy? Well, maybe he was a little, but being suicidal was not a part of his very mild, borderline charming craziness. Instead, he was going to throw a piece of the dead dragon's tail off the edge of the ivory island and ride it all the way down to the ground, hoping that it would survive the onslaught of the crushing. If a dragon couldn't, then what could? Put your back into it. Saint didn't really need his encouragement or advice, so Sonny was mostly shouting for his own benefit, since producing loud noises seemed to help him cope with the strain of trying to push the ancient bone for some reason. Luckily, now that it had been dislodged, the process became easier. Together, they slowly moved the massive vertebra past the gazebo containing the inactive portal, then past the grove of ancient trees, and finally to the very edge of the island. There, Sonny stopped for a moment and tried to catch his breath. Then he cautiously looked down. That was a mistake. If before the colorful mosaic of the flying islands far below was simply a breathtaking sight, now that he had to actually jump down, it made Sonny dizzy and frightened out of his wits. But it was too late to change his mind, wasn't it? Gritting his teeth, Sonny tried not to think about the inconceivable height and climbed inside the vertebra, which of course was hollow at the center. There was just enough space there to fit his body, and that was the reason why he had chosen this particular one in the first place. He lingered for a long time trying to gather his courage. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe I should just enter the seed. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a second nightmare. But no, there was no way back. He simply had to do it. Inhaling deeply, Sonny held his breath for a moment and then screamed in a small voice, "Saint, push it over." Outside the massive vertebra, the taciturn demon stared at the surface of the ancient bone for a moment, and then gave it a devastating kick. As the tail bone of the dragon plunged off the edge of the ivory island, giving Sonny a serious rattle, he yelped, dismissed Saint, and dissolved into the shadow that dwelt in the hollow space inside the vertebra. Of course, he wasn't going to try and survive the crushing in his physical form. He just needed a large enough shadow to hide in. As long as the dragon bone endured, the shadow would too, and he would be safe. If it endured. For a couple of seconds, everything seemed fine, but then the vertebra left the bubble of safety surrounding the heavenly island, and suddenly, an inconceivable pressure struck it from all sides like a hammer of a wrathful god, making the porcelain bone produce terrifying cracking noises. Once again, Sonny was plummeting with terrible speed through the sky. Only this time, the vehicle he had chosen to transport him was even stranger, as well as spinning like crazy, with the wind roaring deafeningly all around. Luckily, he couldn't get sick as a shadow otherwise. His already empty stomach would have become emptier. Curses! Don't break, you damn bone! The vertebra of the dead dragon was cracking and slowly breaking apart, but miraculously still holding together. At this height, the crushing was deadly enough to pulverize the flesh of a saint, a bona fide demigod, into a bloody paste, maybe even a big red cloud. But the adamantine dragon bone was only now beginning to slowly crumble apart. Once the process started, though, it became unstoppable. Sonny panicked as he watched Wide's crack appear on the white surface all around him. Then, a piece of the bone flew away, letting in a chaotic flood of light. Cursing, he shifted away from the breach, but seconds later another appeared, and then another. The size of the shadow he could hide in was growing smaller and smaller. Crap! Soon, there were more holes and cracks in the bone than he could count. And then, it crumbled completely. At the last second, Sonny slid onto the biggest remaining slab of the ancient vertebra, and then went into a crazy dance, shifting from one side of it to another as the fragment spun and exposed different parts of it to the sunlight. Small pieces broke off from it, and then the fragment itself cracked too. Arg! Finally, the piece of the adamantine vertebrae disintegrated into a rain of splinters that were too small to fit Sonny into their shadows. With nowhere else to hide, he was thrown out into the physical world, his body instantly becoming the victim of the bone-breaking force of the crushing. Luckily, his bones were now much more robust than before, and the crushing was already not as irrevocably obliterating as it had been higher up. As a loud scream escaped from Sonny's mouth, he continued to fall, feeling his body go through a cruel meat grinder. But with the help of two shadows and a generous outpour of shadow essence, it wasn't enough to kill him, or even seriously wound him. It was simply painful, damaging, and unpleasant. The tailbone of the dead dragon had carried him down for long enough to go through the worst layers of the crushing. Now, all he had to do was stick the landing. With a suppressed groan, Sonny struggled to control his fall and finally managed to stabilize his body, preventing it from spinning madly. The chained aisles were now much, much closer than they had been before. In fact, he could even recognize a few nearest ones. "Don't you dare miss, you pale bastard." He really didn't want to repeat the whole damned process again. Summoning the dark wing, Sonny waited for a second for the dragonfly cloak to activate its enchantment, and then slowly started to turn his fall into a glide. A single thought rang in his mind. I made it. I actually made it. Crap, I really did. Sometime later, a figure of a young man fell from the skies and nimbly landed on the index finger of the giant iron hand that lay in the center of a peaceful, quiet island. The young man looked a bit strange. He was naked above the waist, with several half-healed burns covering his pale skin, and a menacing, intricate tattoo of a coiling black serpent covering his arms, as well as a large part of his torso. His black hair was wild and disheveled, and his dark eyes seemed a little crazy. Sonny swayed a little, caught his balance, and turned to a group of awakened who were sitting around a dancing campfire, staring at him with their mouths wide open. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Ah, good day to you, fellow humans." Say, as mad intensity appeared in his eyes, Sonny licked his lips and asked hoarsely, "Is that food I see roasting over your fire?" Chapter 461. Welcome home. The heavy lid of the metal sarcophagus opened, letting out bluish light and wisps of cold mist. Soon, a pale hand emerged from inside. Jumping out of the sleeping pod, Sonny landed on the floor, felt the ceramic texture of the armored plates beneath his bare feet, and let out a low, satisfied sigh. I'm back, finally. It was so nice to return to the real world. After meeting the cohort of the sanctuary awakened on the Iron Hand Island, he traveled back to the Citadel with them. Some were curious about where he had been for more than a month, but most weren't even aware that Sonny had gone missing. He used the full scope of his formidable ability to bend the truth ever which way, and left them with the impression that his recent expedition had been long, but not very exciting. They did continue to give him strange looks the whole way back, though. For some reason, But Sonny wasn't too bothered by that. After entering the sanctuary, he went straight for the altar. Since it was the middle of the day and the moon was hidden behind the horizon, he couldn't use the coins immediately. So instead, he simply touched the altar and left the dream realm. Home. I'm finally home. Even though Sonny had not spent a lot of time in his new house, the feeling of safety both its walls and the real world gave him was extremely comforting. Miraculously, even though he had been gone for many weeks, his body felt completely fine. It was as though he had only slept for a night. That's the magic of technology. Glancing at the extravagantly expensive sleeping pod, Sonny decided that he had spent his money well and headed for the exit out of the basement while whistling a cheerful tune. Then, however, he froze. What the hell? Something was not right. First of all, he had never used the lighting in the underground dojo. But now it was turned on, drowning everything with bright light. Secondly, the armored doors of the lift leading up were violently torn open. It was as though a massive nightmare creature had broken through the defense systems of the house and ripped them apart, bending the adamantine alloy like it was wax. Crap! Sonny jumped back and summoned the cruel sight. What could have come here? Did a gate open nearby? Full of tension and grim determination, he used the stairwell to climb to the ground floor and cautiously entered his living room. The first thing he saw there were dirty dishes. Lots and lots of dirty dishes. The second thing he saw were two hazel eyes staring at him with scathing accusation. Have I gone really crazy? Somehow, Effie was in his living room, sitting in her wheelchair with a bowl of steaming cup noodles in one hand and chopsticks in the other. There was a very disgruntled expression on her face. What the hell is she doing here? What's going on? Staring at Sonny, Effie swallowed a mouthful of noodles and then said in a dark tone, "You're back. Way to make your friends worry, asshole," as it turned, back when Sonny had been falling into the sky below and thinking about how no one would miss him. He was very wrong. In fact, the opposite had happened. About 2 weeks after he stopped answering their messages, both Effie and Kai got worried. Effie went to the academy to check on him, and that was when they learned that Sonny moved out of the dormitory. "Bastard, you could have told us that you bought yourself a house, you know. You owe me a housewarming party," Sonny blinked. "A what party? Is there really such a thing, or is she pulling my finger?" Not knowing where to find him, Kai used his connections to learn Sonny's new address. Since he was limited in where he could go without drawing the attention of the press, Effie went instead. And when she found the basement locked, "Well, my armored doors, it was you broke them," she sneered. "What are you crying about? Those armored doors of yours were pathetically easy to break anyway. Buy yourself better ones. Anyway, I thought that I was going to find your corpse in the sleeping pod. Do you even know how that made me feel?" A heavy expression appeared on her face. "That would have been a real tragedy," Sonny sighed. "Well, at least she cares. I mean, just think about it, all those amazing memories you hoard gone just like that. If you're going to die, at least give them to me before you do." Spoke too soon. After making sure that his life signs were stable inside the sleeping pod, Effie stayed to keep a watch on him, while both she and Kai tried to find out where Sonny was. Apparently, they went as far as contacting the representatives of the White Feather clan. "You didn't." Sonny grabbed his head, realizing that he had a lot of explaining to do once he was back in the sanctuary. A cohort of random awakened was one thing, but if Saint Tyrus herself was aware of his disappearance, things were going to get much harder for him. Effie snorted. "Of course we did. We also contacted Cassie and her fire keepers, since they have a cohort in that remote hellhole you are anchored at. But even she didn't know where the hell you have disappeared to." "Curses." "They even brought Cassie into it," Sonny groaned. "But why would you do all this?" Effie gave him a long look, then shook her head dejectedly. "Doofus, can you stop being such a doofus?" He stared at her in bewilderment. "What is that supposed to mean?" She shook her head again and activated her communicator. "Ponder on it, and while you're at it, be quiet for a few minutes. I need to call Kai and tell him that you have turned up. Poor guy must have flown halfway to the chained aisles by now. Sunny's eyes grew wide. Flown what? Effie gave him a pitying look. Then she said, "What part of Be Quiet did you not understand?" Chapter 462. An epic quest. After Effie gave Kai a call and let him know that Sunny was alive and back in the real world, they spent a minute in awkward silence. Sunny looked around, taking in the sight of his once pristine and orderly living room. Now there were dirty dishes everywhere, as well as empty packets of takeout food. At least he thought that that was what they were, since he had never actually bought one before. Effie was such a slob. There were even several pieces of clothing thrown into a corner. Speaking of clothing, crap. By the way, Sunny, when did you get this badass tattoo? A big, long snake, no less. Makes a girl wonder. He sighed heavily, cursing the fact that he had not adjusted the puppeteer's shroud after summoning it back in the basement. There were no burns on his skin now, after all. It's not really a tattoo. It's a magical serpent that helps me control and regenerate essence faster. Don't ask why it manifests as a tattoo, because I have no idea, really. He hesitated for a bit, then asked, "So you've been just living here for these past few weeks?" Effie shrugged. "Sure. Someone had to monitor your vital signs. Plus, my family, well, they deserved a break after taking care of my comatose body for 4 years and everything before that. So I bought a very nice place for us and then sort of moved out." Then an animated expression appeared on her face. "Don't worry though, the stuff you keep in your bedroom remained a secret. I can't even go up the stairs, remember?" Sunny stared at her in outrage. "What stuff? There's no stuff. I don't even use the bedroom. I can't really sleep, can I?" Effie laughed. "Right, makes sense. That you are not doing it on the bed kind of guy. Oh yeah, what happened to your fridge?" He glared, then looked away in embarrassment. That, I sort of broke it, by accident." Then a sudden smile appeared on his face. "Wanna go buy a new one?" Since Kai wanted to meet, Sunny and Effie decided to visit an elite shopping center in the center of the city and then wait for him in a posh restaurant nearby. The former huntress also told Sunny that she would hold off on asking questions about his unexpected adventure until all three of them were together, so that he didn't have to repeat everything twice. Which suited him fine, since he needed time to decide what he wanted to tell his friends, and what would be better kept to himself. There was so much he needed to think about and do. The journey into the sky below had not only disrupted his plans in the real world, but also added new things to his agenda. From training to wield a spear better to setting up a shop to sell the soul shards he had brought back with the help of the covetous coffer, there were just too many opportunities in front of him. He also had to decide what to do about Rain, and continue practicing shadow dance in the dreamscape. Everyone had forgotten about Mongrel by now, surely. No doubt about it. Adult life is hard. They reached the shopping center with the help of a passenger PTV, which seemed a bit too luxurious to Sunny, but was a necessity, considering that it would have been hard for Effie to move around in public transport. Not only because of her disability, but also because she was somewhat of a celebrity. He had noticed at least 3 propaganda posters depicting her the way she looked in the dream realm, to be exact, on buildings as the PTV drove toward the heart of the city. Even he had to agree that Effie looked impressive, like a beautiful goddess of war that knew no fear or would never surrender to anything, not even the hopeless darkness of the forgotten shore. Triumph and perseverance, that was what people needed to see, considering how hard and dire life in the real world could seem sometimes. Even if it was just a sweet, benevolent lie, it gave them hope at least. A hope gave them strength. Noticing his gaze, Effie grinned. "Looking good, am I?" He had no choice but to tell the truth. "Yeah," she giggled. "Do you remember how Scar and Park came up with a story to make me seem like some kind of a folk hero in the outer settlement, back when Gunlog's people were searching for me? Well, the government ran wild with it, as you can see. Plus the fact that I was in charge of the first line during the siege. They made me into a poster girl for the young generation of the awakened, right after Nephi's, of course. Her face suddenly grew dark and solemn. After a long pause, Effie added, "It's a shame that neither of them lived long enough to see their stupid story become a worldwide hit. Park would have been so full of himself now if he did. I can just about hear him boast." And that was the bitter truth that people didn't get to see. The terrible price of the triumph they celebrated was known only to those who had gone through it, and somehow emerged alive on the other side. The two of them spent some relaxing time in the shopping center, Effie resting in her wheelchair, Sonny pushing it from behind. From time to time, someone recognized her as the famous Raised by Wolves and politely expressed their respect and admiration. He, on the other hand, seemed almost invisible. Sonny didn't mind. It was better that way, really. Being invisible suited a shadow very well. More importantly, the act of buying a stupid refrigerator filled him with pure delight. He had been fantasizing about it for so long in the sky below, after all. In a sense, this whole thing had just been a giant obstacle on his epic quest to buy a fridge. And now, after overcoming countless dangers and hardships, that deadly quest was over. Sonny worked out the details about the delivery, and soon it was time to meet up with Kai. He had never been to a posh restaurant before, but it seemed as though his outer appearance was decent enough to not look out of place. The mundane clothes he wore had been chosen with the help of the charming fashion icon himself, after all. Or maybe it was Effie's presence that made everyone there extra polite and a little bit reverent. They entered a tastefully decorated space and saw a tall individual in a black cap and an ordinary face mask standing nearby. The weirdo was wearing sunglasses inside. Before Sonny could understand what was happening, the masked individual quickly approached and gave him a big hug. Does he really think that his disguise is fooling anyone? And why is he always trying to hug me? Of course, it was Kai. No amount of masks and sunglasses could hide the glamorous aura of the enchanting nightingale. It only made him stand out even more. Sonny sighed. That dashing bastard. Chapter 463, the three of them sat down and were presented with old-fashioned paper menus to make their choice from. Sonny stared at the word steak for a bit, then shuddered and shifted his gaze to the salad section. A few minutes later, a waiter approached to take their order. Effie spoke. "I guess 3 portions of bibimbap, 3 portions of samgyeopsal, 3 bowls of jjajangmyeon, and 3 portions of tteokbokki." Then she turned to them, smiled innocently, and asked, "Oh, and what about you guys? What are you going to order?" Sonny almost choked on the water he was drinking from a beautiful crystal glass. The waiter, though, somehow managed to keep a straight face. What a professional! Since they were seated in a private booth, Kai finally took off his cap and sunglasses, then smiled brilliantly. His voice sounded so sincere that it irked Sonny a little. "It's so nice to see you, Sonny." Effie and I were really worried. Sonny cleared his throat. "That's thanks, I guess. I sort of assumed that you wouldn't notice that I was gone," Effie sighed. "I am starting to wish that I didn't, you idiot. Anyway, what the hell happened? Why were you gone for an entire month?" He hesitated, then said, "Do you want to hear the long version or the short version?" Kai gave him a curious look. "Let's start with the short version, I think." Sonny scratched the back of his head. "All right. Well, in that case." It basically just wanted to find clues about a hidden treasure, but ended up almost being eaten by a treasure chest, falling into a bottomless abyss on top of a devil's corpse, and being burned by divine flames. Luckily, there is this voice I can hear in my head sometimes, and it helped me to only get burned a little. Effie tilted her head and gave him a strange look. Kai's smile paled a little. Sonny took a sip of water and continued in a carefree tone. "Anyway, deep in the void, I found a black tower. There were some broken dolls and a rotting severed arm inside, which I ate, sort of. From the black tower in the abyss, I went to a white tower in the skies and then rode back to the ground on a dragon's tail. That's basically it. Oh, and before all that, I kind of killed myself, I guess. Got a very nice memory out of it, too." The two of them stared at him for a few moments and then sighed almost simultaneously. Kai shook his head. "I take it back. Let's hear the long version." Sonny explained the sequence of events that led to him being gone for more than a month, keeping a few things to himself like the true number of the miraculous coins he had collected, everything having to do with Weaver, and the real reason for why he was so desperate to grow stronger as fast as possible. When he was done, Effie giggled. "Well, that faded attribute of yours has really been in overdrive lately, hasn't it?" A sour expression appeared on Sonny's face. "I guess. I had solid 3 months of nothing too bad or too good happening before that, though. But that's the thing, when it does finally happen, one thing usually leads to another. It's not all terrible, though. I had to work really hard to survive, but other than that, this expedition was a windfall for me." Kai took a sip of tea and then said thoughtfully, "And what about this voice, Mordred? Do you trust him?" Sonny hesitated, then shrugged. "After I made sure that he is not just a figment of my imagination, I came to believe that Mordred is indeed one of the lost, and most likely an awakened just like we are. Most likely, he can communicate with me over a large distance because of the mirror shard I picked up after putting down that strange artificial echo of his. Other than that, though, I don't know. He is very mysterious, to say the least." He thought for a bit and then added, "Every piece of information he had given me turned out to be true so far and very helpful. I might have not been alive right now if not for him. So it's hard to say, really." Kai smiled. "Well, in that case, he is all right in my book." Sonny paused as the waiter approached to bring the dirty dishes away and refill their glasses. After they were alone once again, he remained silent for a bit, then turned to Effie. "But anyway, I do believe that what he said about the seed is true. I think I can get the obsidian knife, which is supposed to make the nightmare easier. So, I wanted to ask, Effie, I know that you can snap your fingers and have a dozen of the most powerful awakened cohorts in the world accompany you to conquer the second nightmare. But would you consider challenging one with me?" He expected her to tease him a little before giving an answer, but Effie remained quiet for a bit, an uncharacteristically serious expression on her face. After a while, she said, "Challenge a nightmare, now barely 4 months after we had become awakened. Are you crazy, Sonny?" He smiled. "No, I don't mean now. Both of us need time to grow stronger and prepare, of course." After saying that, Sonny looked away. "In 7 months, after the winter solstice. That's when I plan to return to the ivory tower and go into that seed. Will you come with me?" Effie looked at him for a long time, then smiled too. "Sure, why not? I wouldn't have it any other way even, but Sonny, I have one condition." He raised an eyebrow. "Really? What is it?" Effie glanced at Kai, then said calmly, "You need to convince Cassie to join us too. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but it doesn't matter. Members of a cohort don't need to be friends. They just need to work well together, and our cohort worked perfectly, back on the Forgotten Shore. Castor is dead, and Nephi's is gone, but Cassie is still here, and we both know how invaluable her aspect is." As Sonny's face darkened, she added, "Plus, isn't she anchored at the Night Temple? She can help you get the ivory knife as well. That princeling said that having both would be much better. A nightmare is a nightmare and will be absolutely deadly, no matter how prepared you are. Letting go of any advantage is stupid. Convince Cassie." A wave of anger and protest rose from the depths of Sonny's heart. Even though he had time to recover from what had happened in the Crimson Spire and understood the reason why Cassie had done what she had, he was still full of resentment. He was still hurt. He was still unwilling to even think about forgiving her. But Effie was right. No matter how he felt about Cassie, she was a boon for any cohort. Especially now, since she had grown much more confident in her powers after becoming an awakened. She also had other survivors of the Forgotten Shore following her as they waited for Nephi's to return. and the connection to the clan Valor emissaries in the Night Temple. He didn't have to forgive her to fight side by side with her. He just had to trust that she won't betray him again, which he reluctantly did. Even though Sonny didn't want to give Cassie the benefit of the doubt, he knew that she had learned a bitter lesson. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. What should I do? It was at that moment that Kai, who had remained silent during their conversation, suddenly spoke. If you don't mind, count me in too. I want to challenge the second nightmare with the three of you guys as well. In fact, even if you do mind, I insist. Chapter 464. Passion blossoms hotter in Theckled Heart of Despair. Both Sonny and Effie stared at him in surprise. After a while, the former huntress asked, "Challenge the nightmare with us. Don't you have a great position in Bastion, safe behind its walls? Have Sonny infected you with his madness?" Kai frowned, then looked away. After a while, he said, "Yes, I do. But do you guys remember Aiko? She had a gambling den in the Bright Castle." Well, anyway, Aiko has a real talent for managing various things, so the agency hired her as my manager. One evening, we ended up talking about the Dark City. A sad smile appeared on his face. Both of you only lived in the outer settlement, which had its own share of challenges, of course, much more dire than what we who paid tribute faced in the castle. But life wasn't that bright there, too. He remained silent for a bit, then continued. Aiko had it way worse than I, though. Especially after one of the Pathfinders made a point of making her life a living hell, Andal, whose head Lady Nephi's eventually took off his shoulders. We all knew it, but no one really helped. A heavy sigh escaped from Kai's lips. Because what could any one of us really do against one of the Pathfinders? But there was a lot of these compromises, of little lies we told ourselves as we closed our eyes to every dark, dirty thing that went on around us. He looked at Effie and said, "People were starving in the outer settlement while we had our bellies full. Well, it wasn't our fault because the castle couldn't feed everyone. Surely, if there was more food, we would have shared. The guards decided to harass someone. Well, that wasn't our fault either because Tessai was too powerful and we were too weak to resist him. And so on endlessly. Everyone went as far as they needed to keep thinking of themselves as one of the good guys." Kai grew silent, then said quietly, "But you see, it actually was our fault. All of us have committed the same crime. We were all weak. When I spoke to Aiko, I finally realized that in this world being weak is a sin too, at least for us the awakened. So, yes, I want to challenge the second nightmare despite being safe and sound behind the walls of the Bastion, because I never want to close my eyes to anything ever again." He looked at them, then smiled. 7 months. That's more than enough time for me to prepare. Plus, don't you need someone who can fly? Or are you going to simply jump into that weird undersky again and just hope to miss all those flames? Sonny coughed. Kai had a point. Well, if you put it like this. After Kai's unexpected and poignant confession, they spent some time simply relaxing, laughing, enjoying their food, and chatting about this and that. Kai shared his experience of winning 12 consecutive weeks of the Avatar Singer, and having to lose on purpose in the end, and the furor his face revealed, and the subsequent announcement of Night and Gale's upcoming comeback album caused in the music industry and among the fans. He also complained about having to hire a second publicist because of a strange scandal he had gotten somehow involved in on the network, causing Sonny to look away in shame and keep his mouth tightly shut. Effie mostly talked about all the fried chicken wings she had eaten and all the sorts of beer she had drunk, as well as what types of nightmare creatures she had hunted and fried and ate. She also joked about all the propaganda events the government wanted her to participate in, and the various ways with which she had managed to dodge most of them. Sonny shared his experience of buying a house and how it made him feel. He almost got sentimental thinking about his beautiful armored doors that Effie had smashed through, and about his new, expensive, shiny refrigerator. Finally, Kai had to return to his schedule. Before they parted, though, he hesitated, then took out two colorful pieces of synthetic paper from his pocket with a very embarrassed expression on his face. Without saying anything, he handed the brochures to Sunny and Effie. Sunny took one and stared at it with a confused expression. It appeared to be an invitation of some sort. On it was an image of two people standing back to back with swords in their hands, both of them extremely beautiful, in a professional kind of way. The guy was dark-skinned and handsome, with broad shoulders and an incredibly masculine face. The girl was thin and languid, with a slim figure that bordered on being gaunter than Sunny had been in his outskirts days. She had a doll's face with big, glistening eyes and full, slightly parted lips. She was also wearing a very strange and impractical armor, a regal cloak, and a very expensive silver wig. "What the hell is this?" the title at the top of the brochure read. "A Song of Light and Darkness," and right below it, in a smaller font, "Light shines brighter in the darkest of nights. Passion blossoms hotter in the cold heart of despair." Sunny stared at the piece of paper in his hand with wide eyes. "Kai, my friend, what did you just hand me?" Effie laughed. "No way, they finished filming it." Kai coughed. Yeah, the premiere is in a week actually. My agency arranged for me to attend and give a short speech, so will you two come please?" Sunny shook his head. "No, wait, no, actually, what is this thing?" Effie looked at him with pity. "Haven't you heard they made a movie about us? I mean, about what happened on the Forgotten Shore, sort of. Have you not heard about all the casting news?" He slowly shook his head. "No," then Sunny frowned. All right, I get it. But why would I ever want to go and watch this? I would rather eat another mordant mimic. Sorry, Kai, but I am not going." Effie looked at him with mischief and grinned. "Oh, hey, Sunny, do you remember how I said that I only had one condition to join you in the nightmare? Well, scratch that. Actually, I have two." Chapter 465. Subjective value. After a while, Sunny and Effie returned to his home just in time to receive the delivery of the refrigerator. Two tall and broad-shouldered store workers unloaded it from the cargo hold of their delivery vehicle and placed the big box down with a bit of strain. After that, one of them smiled and asked, "Good day, where should we put it?" Sunny waved a hand. "Ah, no need, I'll do it myself." The loaders looked at him doubtfully, then simply shrugged and left after getting his signature. After the vehicle drove off, Sunny looked around, then easily lifted the heavy box and carried it inside the house without any effort whatsoever. Soon, the refrigerator was standing in the place where his old one used to be, the synthwood panels covering its doors blending in with the minimalist design of the kitchen. Effie and Sunny stared at it for a while, satisfied. Then he said, "I like it a lot." Effie smiled. "Yeah, really ties the whole room together, doesn't it? Well, in any case, I hope you won't break it again." After that, she yawned and said in a tired voice, I'm beat. Time to retire to the dream realm. What about you?" Sunny thought for a few moments. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face. "I have an errand to run, but after that I am going in too." "Oh, wait, we're going to sleep," Effie shrugged. "Your guest room, where else?" He blinked. "Don't you need a sleeping pod?" the former huntress giggled. "I have one in your guest room." "What? Why are you staring at me like that? Was I supposed to shuffle between the academy and your comatose body every day?" Sunny lingered for a bit, then sighed. "Makes sense. I guess I should have put one there to begin with. What are the chances of me having mundane humans as guests?" Then he waved Effie goodbye and headed for the door as she turned her wheelchair around and rolled toward the guest bedroom. He was very excited about what he was going to do. Sometime later, Sunny was in a beautifully lit store, pushing a shopping cart forward and slowly filling it to the brim with all kinds of food, as well as some other things. He was quietly whistling a cheerful tune, imagining all this stuff going into his new fridge. The contents of the cart would have cost more than he could ever dream to make, back when he had been living in the outskirts. But now he could not only afford it, but even do so without having to count his money or feel apprehensive about the cost. He could just buy as much he wanted, of any quality that he wanted, and bring it back home. His own home. Life had changed so much. After a while he felt as though he got enough. Now that he had the covetous coffer, he could not only bring soul shards out of the dream realm, but also bring stuff from the real world to the chained isles. That meant so much. An unlimited amount of spices, all kinds of snacks to make the long days of exploring less dreadful, various little things to make himself more comfortable. Hell, if he wanted to, he could even bring a tent and sleep in it like a king. Incredible. Oh, this is simply incredible. Of course, not all of these things could be bought in a general store, but he could visit other places or simply order stuff on the network. As he was heading for the registers, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. "Mom, can we get ice cream?" Sonny froze for a moment, then slowly turned his head and looked to his left, down a long aisle he was passing. There, a pale girl of around 14 years was standing near a tall, graceful woman in her 40s. An 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and a bright smile was pushing a tub of ice cream into her hands. Sonny watched Rain and her family for a few moments, then turned away and continued on his way, leaving them behind. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. At least she's doing fine. Well, of course she is. I've only been gone for a month. Why would anything happen simply because I wasn't here? He reached the register, then hesitated for a bit and turned back. When he returned, there were several tubs of delicious ice cream added to his cart. As the light of dawn shined on the chained isles, Sonny appeared on the altar island of the sanctuary of Noctis. He stared at the sky, grimaced at the absence of the moon, and headed toward his room. Some time later, though, he emerged from there with a peculiar wooden box following him with the help of 8 small iron legs. With the covetous coffer in tow, Sonny walked into the garden, found a familiar rock, lifted the toothy box, and carefully placed it near himself. Then he took out a single soul shard and put it where everyone could see. Soon, one of the awakened noticed him and approached. "Ah, Sonny, you're back, looking to sell some shards again," Sonny smiled. "Oh yes, sure, but hey, that's not all. Brilliant Emporium has some new merchandise." The awakened looked at him with doubt, then asked, "Really? Like what?" Sonny's grin grew wider. "How lucky that you happened to ask. Let's see." He put his hand inside the coffer, which then somehow disappeared into the comparatively small box up to the shoulder. Then Sonny began taking out various items, speaking as he did so. "What do I have in store? Take a look for yourself. Toothpaste, soft, clean underwear, salt, pepper, and all kinds of spices, personal hygiene products. Are you a woman? No. Have a female friend then? What really? Well, with the stuff I have here, that can be fixed. Oh, what is this? Would you look at that?" As more and more people gathered and stared at the absolutely mundane, but precious items that almost none of them had access to in the dream realm, with something resembling lust in their eyes, Sonny's own gleamed with greed. By the way, Brilliant Emporium is also proud to announce the opening of a conveyance service. Want our dedicated staff to bring something specific from the real world? No problem. Want to send something to the real world instead? That's not a problem either. For just a small commission, I am going to get rich. So rich. Yes, soul shards were a rare commodity in the real world, but a good pair of underpants in the dream realm was, perhaps, even more valuable. Chapter 466. A gracious invitation. Sonny spent a very pleasant morning selling all the stuff he had brought to the dream realm to a crowd of awakened, each of them ravenous for the small comforts the real world could provide. Very few had a close enough relationship with a master or a saint to be able to get these things here, in a place as remote as the chained isles. Things were slightly different in large citadels like Bastion or Ravenheart, but on the frontier, most people simply had to figure out ways to get by with makeshift replacements. Still, nothing could compare to the real deal. All in all, the brilliant emporium was performing splendidly. Of course, Sonny did not charge too much for the small necessities he sold, but it added up. He wouldn't charge a whole soul shard, even if it was from a dormant creature, for a tube of toothpaste. But a few tubes, plus a toothbrush, plus some soap and a box of tea leaves, and a promise to bring some sugar with him the next time. That could work. Unlike before, he wanted soul shards instead of memories. He was going to take these shards to the waking world, where their value was much higher. Out there, soul shards came from only two sources. Some were brought back by ascended and transcendent from their journeys into the dream realm, and some were scavenged from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that had invaded reality through a gate. They were always in short supply, because anyone in possession of a shard was more likely to use it themselves than to sell it for credits. Saturating their soul core meant much more to an awakened than worldly currency. After all, dead men could not spend their riches. The demand, on the other hand, was extremely high, not only because all awakened strive to become stronger, but also because young sleepers, especially, were able to use these shards to increase their chances of returning from their first venture into the dream realm alive. That was the reason why even Castor, a scion of a prestigious legacy clan, had not entered the Forgotten Shore with his core already fully saturated. And that was the reason why Sonny was going to profit a lot from being in possession of his new favorite memory, the magnificent covetous coffer. After all, he for better or worse had no use for the soul shards whatsoever. He could not consume them, so there was no choice to be made between growing stronger himself or earning credits from others. He was going to sell the shards, buy memories, and feed them to Saint. This simple system was almost unfairly lucrative for Sonny, because memories, unlike shards, had no additional value in the real world. Every sleeper and every awakened could bring back memories from the dream realm and freely exchange them there. Which did not mean that memories were cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive. But the correlation between the number of soul shards he would have to sell and the number of memories he would be able to buy was very much in his favor. And of course, Sonny also didn't even need good memories. The worse, the better. The usefulness of a memory dictated its price but did not affect the amount of shadow fragments Saint received from consuming them at all. His smile was growing wider and wider. 2 months, 3 max. That's how long it's going to take me to bring Saint to 200/200. And what happens next? Oh my, I can hardly wait to find out. His pleasant thoughts, however, were eventually interrupted by a shadow falling over him. Another customer. Sonny looked up and tensed a little, recognizing the person in front of him. It was a young woman wearing a simple white garment, the same one that had escorted him to meet Master Roan before his journey to the shipwreck island. The representative of the White Feather clan. He suppressed a heavy sigh. What can I do for you?" The young woman bowed slightly, then said in a neutral tone, "Saint Tyrus invites you to share a meal with her, awakened sunless." Curses, that is what I have been afraid of. Sonny shivered slightly. What were the chances of him keeping all his secrets to himself during a conversation with the fearsome demigod in charge of the Chained Isles? Saints were creatures of another breed. It wasn't a coincidence that there were only a few dozen of them across all of humanity. They were not only the most powerful, but also the most skilled, strong-willed, brilliant, and deviously cunning members of the human race. Each was a force to be reckoned with. Nothing less would suffice if one wanted to survive the harrowing trial of the third nightmare. He wasn't sure of his ability to fool such a person. Sonny forced out a weak smile. "It would be my pleasure." The young woman nodded, then turned around, obviously expecting him to follow. Sonny sighed, then dismissed the covetous cover and stood up from the rock. It was time to face Sky Tide again. The graceful stone chateau perched on top of the tall menhirs of the sanctuary was just as Sonny had remembered it. The open pavilion at the very edge of the ancient monolith had not changed as well. It was bathed in sunlight and exposed to winds, opening to a breathtaking view of the chained aisles. The ivory tower floated far above, shrouded in white clouds. This time there was a simple meal served for 3 people on the round table in the center of the pavilion, and both Master Roan and Saint Tyrus were preparing to eat. The young woman led Sunny to them, gestured to a free chair, and then moved to stand silently by Sky Tide's side. Sunny lingered for a bit, then said awkwardly, Greetings, Lady Tyrus, Master Roan. It's an honor to be invited to join you for dinner." Lunch. Yeah, to join you for lunch." Saint Tyrus simply nodded and didn't say anything, but Master Roan looked at him and grinned. Then he gestured to the food on the table. "What are you waiting for, Sunless? Dig in. Food's growing cold." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled. If there was one rule he tried to follow faithfully in his life, it was to never refuse free food. Master Roan didn't have to ask him twice. Chapter 467. Dinner with a Saint. It seemed that the conversation was not going to happen until after the meal, which suited Sunny fine. Not only did he get to enjoy a simple but delicious food provided by the White Feather clan, but he also received a bit more time to think about what he was going to say and how. Sunny focused his attention on the plate in front of him, and after a few moments, a delighted smile found its way onto his face. "That's really good." Noticing it, Master Roan chuckled. "You like it? Well, I am not going to say that I cooked it myself because that would be a lie, but I did hunt the beast with my own 2 hands. I also watched and gave very wise advice when Tyrus was planting the vegetables." Sunny choked. "Tyrus planted what?" "Sky Tide grew these vegetables herself." The image of the stern saint doing gardening did not fit into his mind at all. He threw a furtive glance at the unnaturally beautiful woman and swallowed. "Yeah. Can't imagine it." Saint Tyrus was calmly eating, not a single emotion appearing on her face. At the mention of her name, she looked at her husband for a second, and then returned to her meal without reacting in any way. Sunny didn't know if she was simply like that around strangers or always aloof. In any case, it was hard to picture Sky Tide doing mundane things like gardening. Not knowing what to think of it, he lingered for a few moments, then said awkwardly, "Yes. Thank you, it's very tasty." It was too good, in fact. The food was disappearing from his plate at a concerning speed, which meant that he had to sort out his thoughts fast. Basically, there were 3 things about his recent adventure that were better kept secret. The first one was the miraculous coins and their connection to the sanctuary of Noctis. The second was Mordred. Despite the fact that Effie and Kai had easily believed him, telling total strangers that there were voices in his head was not the best of decisions. Besides that, Sunny got the feeling that the Lost Prince might have been in not-so-friendly relationship with the emissaries of the Valor clan that resided on the Chained Isle. Sky Tide did not serve Valor directly, but her clan was still allied to the rulers of Bastion, to the point that one might have gone so far as to call them a vassal clan. And lastly, there was the whole thing about the ebony and ivory towers, the connection between them and the Seed of Nightmare. If it threatened to create a gate at any moment, he would have felt obligated to inform the White Feather clan so that someone else could destroy it before that happened. But since the seed was far from blooming, he wanted it all for himself. However, Sunny suspected that he will have to sacrifice one of these secrets to keep the others intact. The question was, which one? Finally, the food was gone from their plates, and the young woman in white poured beautiful ember tea into their cups. Sunny blew on his and glanced at Master Roan. "So, not to appear impolite, sir, but to what do I owe the pleasure?" "Here it comes." He hesitated, then added, "Is it about my friends making a ruckus after I have gone on an unusually long expedition? You weren't too inconvenienced by having to look for me, were you?" He was expecting a confirmation, but instead, a surprised expression appeared on the strapping master's face. "Look for you." Why would we look for you?" Noticing that Sonny was confused, he remained silent for a moment and then smiled. There must have been a misunderstanding. Nightingale and Raised by Wolves did indeed bring your disappearance to the attention of our clan. I was going to explore the places where you had been seen last to investigate, but luckily Lady Kasia arrived at the sanctuary just in time. She informed us that you would return in a few weeks, so we didn't have to worry." A tense smile froze on Sonny's face. "She did? Well, I'm glad your time wasn't wasted then." "Damn it, damned Cassie and her damned visions. How much does she know?" He took a sip of tea to hide his expression behind the cup for a second. That changed things. On purpose or not, Cassie had helped him avoid the scrutiny of having to explain his absence to the White Feather clan. That, however, posed another problem. And that problem was Song of the Fallen herself. The timing of her visit to the sanctuary of Noctis and this strange action of hers were probably not a coincidence. What was she playing at? Or was he being too paranoid, looking for a meaning where there was none? Cassie was not some Machiavellian mastermind after all. Unlike Sonny and Nephi's both, at least she had not been. Putting down the cup, Sonny cleared his throat. "But then, why did you invite me?" Master Roan smiled and produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "Oh, it was just to hand you this. Lady Kasia left you a message before leaving on an expedition with her cohort." Sonny tried to seem calm and nonchalant as he took the piece of paper and unfolded it. Inside, 2 words were written in awkward handwriting. Desecrated Grove they were, without a doubt, left by Cassie. After becoming blind, writing was hard for her. That's why the penmanship seemed so crude. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Desecrated Grove. Sonny had heard of that place. It lay west of the sanctuary, separated from it by a stretch of long chains. The grove itself was not the most deadly of territories, but there were several corrupted creatures nesting on islands in close vicinity to it. Had Cassie known that he would want to speak to her and left him a direction to where to find her? Why would she lead her cohort to that remote place, which was situated as far from the hollow mountains as one could get on the chained isles? Strange. Sonny folded the note, put it under the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, and smiled. "Thank you." Things like that weren't too strange. Since he had gone on a long expedition and missed Cassie, who was planning to remain in the dream realm for a while herself, it was logical to communicate through messages. She could have just sent one to his communicator, although if he was honest with himself, there was a big chance that he would ignore the message if she had. Sonny finished his tea and then asked cautiously, "So, I can go?" Master Roan shrugged. "Sure. It was nice to see you again, Sunless." "I hear your emporium is doing well." Sonny couldn't believe his luck. Expressing his gratitude, he rose to leave. Just as he did, though, St. Tyrus spoke for the first time. Piercing him with a penetrating gaze, she said evenly, "Have you been to the Reckoning Island?" He froze. Under the stare of Sky Tide, twisting the truth didn't seem that wise anymore. Sonny hesitated, then said simply, "Yes." St. Tyrus looked at him for a few moments, then turned away. "Next time someone asks, say no." Taken aback, Sonny stared at the stunningly beautiful woman for a bit, gathered his courage, and then quietly asked, "May I know why?" Sky Tide kept her gaze at the breathtaking vista of the chained isles below them. Then in a calm voice she answered, "You may not." Chapter 468. Desecrated Grove. Sonny descended from the White Feather's eyrie in a complicated mood. If he ever had doubts that the lost prince was harboring dire secrets, now there were none. Why else would St. Tyrus caution him to not speak about the mirror beast, who had seemingly been the only trace left of Mordred's existence? Mordred had conquered the first nightmare when he was only 12. Such an individual, surely, would have been as famous as Nephi's back in the real world. And yet, Sonny had never heard of him, or of anyone who had accomplished the same feat. It was almost as if someone very powerful had purposefully erased any mention of the mysterious prince from history. How had he lost his physical body to begin with? And where was his spirit body in the dream realm? Did he even have one? He must have had it once at least. The pack Sonny had found on the reckoning contained a detailed map of the Chained Isles, with the word Hope written on it next to a question mark. Back then, he thought that the owner of the pack had been killed by the mirror beast. Now, however, he suspected that it had belonged to Mordred himself. So the lost prince had at least visited the Chained Isles before disappearing. Was the great clan Valor complicit in his disappearance? Sonny had no real reason to come to that conclusion, other than the fact that the Chained Isles were in their sphere of influence, and that St. Tyrus hinted at her knowledge of the nature of the mirror beast. But why hadn't she killed it herself? I am going to have to ask Mordred a lot of questions when he appears. Which wasn't going to happen for many days, sadly. Until then, Sonny had other matters to attend to. He glanced at the sun and judged that it had barely reached its zenith. The moon wasn't going to appear for a while, so, even though the desire to place his precious coins on the altar gnawed on him, he decided to address the most pressing problem first. Cassie. No matter how reluctant Sonny was to face his former friend, he had to speak to her. He couldn't make plans for the future without knowing who would be by his side as he challenged the second nightmare. And he absolutely needed to challenge it. Collecting essence was fine, but becoming a master would change the power dynamic between him and Nephi's much more. And even though creating future cores would be harder after he achieved a higher rank, being an ascended also meant that there would be much fewer things out there that could squash him like a bug. Not only among the nightmare creatures, but also among the humans. The more crumbs of information about the sovereign Sonny learned, the more disturbed he became. He was distrustful by nature, so he didn't believe that these hidden overlords would not try to exert their influence on him or try to destroy him one day, simply by virtue of being able to do so. And even without this threat, there were hundreds of master in the world, which meant that there were hundreds of people who could kill him without breaking a sweat. But if he became a master himself, well, then there would only be a few dozen individuals he would have to be really wary of, like St. Tyrus. Not to mention that, as an ascended, he would be free to come and go from the dream realm as he wished. He would even be able to abandon it forever and never come back. Wouldn't that be a nice choice to have? So, the desecrated grove it is. Sonny frowned, then returned to his room, took out his map from the covetous coffer, and spent some time adding all the details he remembered from Mordred's map onto it. Soon, he was in possession of an intricately detailed depiction of most of the Chained Isles on his hands, complete with descriptions of what dangers he was likely to meet, and where. With its help, traveling to his destinations was going to be much safer. Sonny studied the route to the desecrated grove and sighed. Shouldn't be too hard. I can probably reach it by morning and return to the sanctuary the next day at night, when the moon is high in the sky. And finally get to use the coins he had bled so much to earn. He dismissed the covetous coffer, stretches his limbs, and headed toward the exit from the sanctuary. The journey to the remote island that Cassie named in her note indeed turned out to be uneventful. Sonny rode the heavenly chains in the form of the shadow and traversed the islands on foot, avoiding any nightmare creature that crossed his path. The southern part of the Chained Isles was relatively safe, or at least safer than the northern part. Well, no surprise it was bordering regions of the dream realm that had been tamed by humans more than a decade ago, while to the north there was nothing except for the dreadful Hollow Mountains. The desecrated grove itself was somewhat near the main route from one of the great chains which connected all of the Chained Isles to the rest of the dream realm, to the sanctuary of Noctis. People who were either coming to or leaving the region used that route to travel between the Great Chain and the Citadel, so it was often patrolled by the White Feather forces. Sonny traveled along the established route, then left it to go deeper into the dangerous wilderness of the flying islands. He carefully avoided all the places where corrupted nightmare creatures were known to dwell, and kept his eyes open for any sign of danger. However, nothing that couldn't be avoided happened. None of the islands Sonny wanted to cross were rising, so he even managed to escape having to endure the crushing. The sun rolled down over the horizon and disappeared, and the moon followed its example. As the first light of dawn ignited in the east, Sonny flew through the shadows and then soared high into the air, cresting the edge of a large island and softly landing on its soil. The desecrated grove he had arrived. Sonny let out a heavy sigh. He had almost hoped that some terrible monstrosity would attack him on the way, making it so he wouldn't have to meet Cassie. The searing mess of emotions he felt toward her was much scarier than any nightmare creature could ever hope to be. At the end of the day, humans were much harder to deal with than monsters. Chapter 469. Fire Keepers. The desecrated grove was a large island, its surface overtaken almost entirely by a forest of twisted, charred, dead trees. The ground was covered by a thick layer of ash, which was often thrown into the air by the strong winds. Gray flakes rained down from the sky. There were many nightmare creatures nesting in the dark forest, and although most of them were only of the awakened rank, one had to be careful to not get ambushed, surrounded, or stumble upon an especially ferocious abomination. Sonny couldn't even begin to guess why Cassie would choose such a place to establish a camp. However, he could already see the signs of human presence. There were 4 chains connecting the desecrated grove to other islands, but the one he himself had used was the most convenient. Any sane leader would have chosen the same route, and even though the crushing was capable of making anyone's path unpredictable, the other 3 were just too much of a risk. That's why Sonny wasn't surprised to see human footprints leading toward the menacing wall of blackened dead trees, already mostly covered by a new layer of ash. There were also signs of a battle, with several misshapen carcasses laying on the ground and showing clear signs of their soul shards being removed. Judging by the fact that they were only partially devoured by the scavenging nightmare creatures, Cassie's cohort must have passed through no more than a week ago. Sighing, Sonny tied a piece of cloth around his mouth and nose, summoned the cruel sight, and started following the footprints. Soon, he entered the ashen veil of the twisted forest. His ability to see through any shadow proved to be invaluable once again. If not for that gift, he would have been scared witless, expecting a sudden attack to come from the surrounding darkness at any moment. With his sight, the shadow sense, and the ability to see all around himself with the help of one of the shadows, Sonny felt confident that nothing would be able to get close to him unnoticed, at least not on this comparatively tame island. But that was the thing about the dream realm. Even creatures that were supposed to be easy to deal with could kill you in a second if you weren't careful enough. Tame or not, everywhere in this god-forsaken world was a potential death trap. As Sonny went deeper into the forest, he discovered more signs of Cassie's cohort passing through. There were marks left behind by violent skirmishes, as well as several abandoned campsites. It seemed as though the fire keepers had been taking their time, slowly exploring the path ahead and moving their camp further and further into the depth of the desecrated grove after clearing a long stretch of it. Why travel here all the way from the Night Temple? She had to cross the entire region, getting away from the Hollow Mountains, only to get stuck on an unexceptional island. I just don't get it. Sonny was clearly missing something. With a slight frown, he turned into a shadow and glided through the darkness, covering much more distance with every minute than he had been on foot. He still preferred to be cautious, though, sending one of the shadows ahead and moving slow enough to be able to react in time if something unexpected happened. After an hour or so, he finally found them. Cassie and her cohort were camped at a secluded clearing that was around halfway to the heart of the island, dangerously far removed from the edge. If the desecrated grove entered the ascent phase, the time window for them to get back to the chain before the crushing became deadly would be extremely narrow. Since it was early morning, most of the members were asleep, with only two lookouts standing watch with torches in their hands. Sonny observed them for a few seconds from the shadows, and then sent his own forward. He recognized both of the watchmen, since they had spent a lot of time together during the struggle for the throne of the Bright Castle, as fellow members of Neff's faction. The Fire Keepers were comprised of about 40 survivors of the Forgotten Shore, those who had decided against pledging their allegiance to the legacy clans that wanted to recruit them, as well as the government, and had not become fully independent like Effie and Sonny had. Although Cassie was their nominal leader, she didn't command the whole host herself. Instead, Neff's followers were divided into several cohorts, each operating in different regions of the Dream Realm. Fire Keepers were not a formal organization, but more of a loose alliance of people who shared similar beliefs and principles, the main being the hope that Changing Star was going to return alive one day. Sonny's shadow entered the circle of light created by one of the torches, glared at the lookout, and then waved at him. The young man stared at it with wide eyes. "What the hell?" The other swiftly turned, summoning her weapon. "What is it?" The first one remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Ah, crap." He massaged his temple as if experiencing a headache. "I think it's Sonny." There were 8 people in Cassie's cohort, every one of them a familiar face. Well, Sonny more or less knew all of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, had fought with them back to back, so that wasn't surprising. What did surprise him, though, was how warm they welcomed him. Even if some were clearly displeased with having to wake up a bit early and wary of his entrepreneurial ambitions, which they had been amply subjected to during the war for the Bright Castle, they were still clearly happy to see Sonny. Soon, his shoulder began to hurt a little from all the friendly slaps it received. "Would you look at that? 4 months on these damned islands, and this is the first time we actually cross paths. How have you been, Sonny?" "Oh, I was so sad that we missed you in the sanctuary. Glad you decided to visit." Sonny smiled weakly and responded to their greetings, feeling both strangely warm inside and extremely uncomfortable with all the attention. Truth be told, he was glad to meet them again, too. He still couldn't quite believe that anyone had escaped the Forgotten Shore, let alone a whole 100 of young men and women, some of whom were in front of him right now. After the greetings were done, he looked around and raised an eyebrow. "Us sure, guys, likewise, but where's Cassie?" The Fire Keepers glanced at each other, then one of them smiled. "Oh, right, you must be dying to see her." "Not exactly." The girl who spoke shook her head and turned toward a path leading somewhere away from the camp. "Let's go, I'll take you." Not too far from the camp, a deep hole was dug near the roots of one of the dead trees. Beside it, with her back to him, stood a delicate girl with pale blonde hair and an elegant rapier hanging in a scabbard on her belt. Hearing their footsteps, Cassie turned around. A small smile appeared on her face. "Sonny, you've made it." Chapter 470. Come winter, Cassie had changed since the last time they met. Her hair was longer, and there was a strange silver half-mask covering her eyes, its surface blind and intricately engraved. It matched the polished steel of the armor she was wearing on top of a midnight blue coat, comprised of a short cuirass, vambraces, greaves, and a segmented pauldron. The quiet dancer hung on her belt, but there was also a long dagger opposite it, its guard twisting upward. What changed most of all, however, was her demeanor. The blind girl seemed much older somehow. Firmer, poised, but also weary, as if pressed down upon by the weight of years. What years? She's younger than me." Sonny struggled a little, then pretended to smile too for the benefit of the young Fire Keeper, who no doubt expected a warm reunion. No one knew what had happened between them after all. Yeah, I received your note, cryptic as it was, and here I am, in the flesh. The girl who had led him to Cassie glanced at them, then made an excuse and went back to the camp, tactfully deciding to remove herself from what she thought was going to be an emotional meeting of two old friends. Former friends, really. Sonny hesitated a little, then asked, "So, how have you been?" Cassie sighed, then turned back to the excavated roots of the charred tree. After a while she spoke, "Not so good, actually." Her voice sounded distant. We We have tried to venture into the Hollow Mountains, as you must know, but it was hopeless. That place is pure death for anyone who dares set foot into the mist. We hope to find a way back to the Forgotten Shore. In the end, however, we were lucky to simply escape alive. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then asked, "What about you?" Sonny grinned. "Me? Oh, I've never been better." With that, he summoned the covetous coffer, fished out some fresh, fragrant fruit from it, and sat down on a nearby stump. Taking a big bite out of a juicy peach, he chewed it with gusto and then glanced at the blind girl. "Oh, sorry, I only brought enough for one." Yes, Sonny knew that he was being ridiculously petty, but so what? Pettiness was his middle name, figuratively speaking. "So you failed to return to the Forgotten Shore, and now, what are you doing exactly? Why are you digging up trees in this vile forest?" Cassie smiled a little, then answered evenly, "I am looking for something." Then she turned away from the hole and faced him. "Yes, I told the White Feather clan that you will return alive. No, I did not see a vision of where you were and what you did in the past month." Sonny stared at her with a dark expression. "What is this? She can read minds now." "And no, I can't read minds. If you must know, my second ability allows me to sense what will happen in the next few seconds. That's why I can walk around without a cane and knew what you were going to say." He grimaced. "That's going to be very annoying, I think." Sonny looked at Cassie, reevaluating her armor and weapons. With an ability like that, she might have become a very formidable fighter, or not. He didn't really understand how it worked, to tell the truth. So he asked curiously, "Does that mean that you can see now?" Cassie shook her head. "No, not exactly. But if I want to take a step forward and sense falling into a ravine, I can walk around it instead. If I sense being pierced by a sword, I can try to deflect it. And if I sense being asked a question, I can answer it." He thought for a bit, then said, "So, what is my next question?" The blind girl simply shook her head. "I don't need to waste soul essence to guess. You want to know how I knew that you will come back to the sanctuary in one piece?" Sonny finished his fruit, threw the pit into the hole, then smiled. "Indeed. If you did not spy on my recent adventures, then how did you know that I wasn't going to die?" Cassie lingered for a bit, then turned away. After a while she said, "It's still spring." He scowled. "What does that have to do with anything? You knew that I would be fine because it's spring." Cassie smiled. "Yes, I knew that you wouldn't die, because, you see," she paused for a moment and then said calmly, "I already saw you die in winter. Both of us, actually." After Cassie dropped that bomb, Sonny simply stared at her for a whole minute, his eyes wide and the words refusing to come out of his mouth. Finally, he gritted his teeth and hissed, "What the hell? You saw us die?" Cassie sighed, then gave him a simple nod. "Yes," Sonny growled. "Elaborate." The blind girl hesitated for a little while, then asked evenly, "Are you sure you want to know? You've seen what happened the last time I shared my vision with someone and tried to challenge fate." A dark, resentful expression appeared on Sonny's face. With his voice full of anger, he spat, "Who cares? Tell me what you saw this instant." Cassie sighed and turned to face him. "All right, but remember what happened to the three of us before. How we tried to deceive fate but were played by fate instead." She grew quiet for a moment and then said, "This is what I saw. There was a crumbling island falling into the sky below, and the two of us bloodied, mangled, and weak, falling down with it. It was snowing. Above us a giant bird flew, wreathed in thunderclouds. It was fighting a terrifying black wyvern, their blood falling down like rain. Then the darkness swallowed us and we were gone." Cassie looked down, then added solemnly, "That was how we died." Chapter 471, Quid Pro Quo. When Cassie was done speaking, Sonny remained silent for a bit. Then he said, "Anything else? More details?" The blind girl shook her head. Because of the blizzard, it was hard to see what surrounded the crumbling island, and it was already too damaged to recognize it. So no more details. You were wearing a metal armor, I think, not the puppeteer's shroud." Sonny massaged his temples with a bleak expression on his face. "Well, it's not as bad as I expected." Cassie tilted her head a little. "It's not." A dark smile appeared on his lips. "We already know that your visions are easy to misinterpret. You haven't seen us die, really. Right, the light go out of our eyes, our bodies being torn apart, and so on. You just saw us badly injured and falling into the darkness. So what? I have already fallen into the sky below once, and here I am good as new." The blind girl hesitated. "You fell into the sky below," Sonny waved a hand dismissively. "Yes, but that doesn't matter. Wait, no, actually it does matter. It's the reason I came to see you. I have almost forgotten because of this charming revelation of yours." After that he grew silent, thinking about Cassie's vision of their death. Despite Sonny's bravado inside, he wasn't as nonchalant about it as he wanted to appear. Yes, her visions had been misleading in the past, but not all of them. Some were as straightforward as possible. And yes, although he had already gone through the endless void below the chained aisles once, there was no guarantee that he would survive it second time, not unless he had chosen to do so himself. After the twisted rock was destroyed by the crushing, Sonny managed to survive due to 3 reasons. One of them was Mordred, one was that he had already been near the tier, and the other was the "Where is my eye?" enchantment that he had used in a moment of desperation. That enchantment had almost killed him itself, and only failed to do so because his already exhausted shadow essence ran out just at the right time. If his reserves had not been depleted, and he was forced to endure staring into the eternity of fate for a few seconds more, his mind would have been destroyed completely. If he was thrown into the sky below once more, away from the tier, there would be a very slim chance of him finding the rift in the ocean of divine flame again, especially if he was as badly wounded as Cassie implied, and there were giant birds fighting wyverns in the sky above. So, what he had to do now was... Well, what the hell was he supposed to do? The vision did not provide any actionable information. The only thing Sonny could think of was to work really hard to get himself a flight-capable memory or echo before winter, and maybe make a will, he sighed. "So, what have you been doing to prevent the 2 of us from dying? How can you calmly dig around in the mud, knowing what is going to happen?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then smiled. "In fact, I am digging around in the mud for that very reason." Sonny snorted. "What are you hoping to find there? A pair of wings?" She shook her head. "No, I am just hoping to find a preserved root." "A root? What can a root do to save us from dying?" He kept quiet for a bit, then said, "All right, suit yourself. Anyway, I wanted to talk with you about something." Cassie looked into the depths of the forest, then nodded. "About what?" Sonny gathered his thoughts, then explained. "I have found a nightmare seed. A very special one that contains a very special second nightmare. And I want to challenge it after the winter solstice. Actually, scratch that. I want to challenge it by the end of the autumn." His initial plan was to give himself and his companions 7 months to prepare, but considering what Cassie saw happening in winter, these plans had to change. Whatever it was that she predicted, facing it as a master would be much more desirable than facing it as an awakened. Unless her vision took place inside the nightmare, of course. Regardless now, he decided to return to the ivory tower before the autumn was over. 6 months was a tight amount of time to get ready, but now so different from his initial plan. He could make it work, provided that other people whom he wanted to take with him would, too. That seed is also located in a very special place. In fact, it's right above our heads in the ivory tower. I found a way to get there without being killed by the crushing. Although that other path is arguably just as dangerous. Sunny pointed down. It's in the sky below. Effie and Kai are coming to the chain's aisles to join me. We hope that you will challenge the nightmare with us too. Oh, and we'll need your help getting into the night temple. There's an item we need to retrieve there. Cassie faced him and remained silent for a while. With her eyes being hidden by a mask and her face unmoving, it was hard to tell what she was feeling or thinking about. Finally she said, "You want me to join after what I have done to you?" Unseen to her, a cold expression appeared on Sunny's face. He looked at the blind girl for a long time, then shrugged. "Why not? We don't have to be friends to go into a nightmare together. We don't even need to like each other. We can just be temporary allies. Wasn't that what I was to you anyway? If you can handle that, so can I. I don't mind being used as long as I get to use you in return. Pretty simple." Cassie turned away and didn't say anything for a few moments. Then she answered, "All right, I will go to the night temple with you and help you conquer the second nightmare, but I want your help with something in return." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "My help? With what?" The blind girl hesitated for a second and then said, "You have been to the shipwreck island, haven't you? The creature that dwells there in a few months, I want you to help me kill it." Chapter 472. Worthy Reward. Sunny stared at the blind girl with surprise clearly written on his face. Allowing this surprise to seep into his voice, he asked, "The vine creature, you want to kill that thing? Why would she want to attempt to do something that dangerous?" Cassie nodded. "Yes." He shook his head. "That bastard sprawls through the entire island, its vines buried underground. It is corrupted, which means that our weapons will barely be able to cut it. And if that was not bad enough, the vines produce clouds of deadly poison. Are you sure that you want to attack it?" The blind girl lingered for a few moments, then answered calmly, "It is a corrupted monster indeed. It is terrifying and lethal, yes, but I am sure that we can destroy it with enough preparation. Everyone has weaknesses after all. That creature is susceptible to fire, for example. There must be other things we might be able to exploit too." Sunny thought for a while, then shrugged. "Fine. I will help your cohort fight the monstrosity on the shipwreck island. I will not promise that we will succeed, though," Cassie sighed. "Then we have a deal. My cohort and I will remain in the desecrated growth until our business here is done. I expect it to take a month at least, maybe more. After, we will return to the sanctuary, recuperate, and proceed to the shipwreck island." She paused for a moment and then added, "And then I will help you challenge the second nightmare." Sunny smiled. "If we don't die before that, you mean?" The blind girl turned back to the roots of the dead tree. "Yes, if we don't die before that." On his way back to the sanctuary, Sunny had a lot to think about. Firstly, there was the fact that he would have to cooperate with Cassie again, which made him feel all sorts of complicated emotions. The manner of their relationship, at least, was set clear. It was purely an alliance of convenience and nothing else. He could put away his resentment for the sake of mutual benefit. After all, Sunny could be a very pragmatic person when he needed to be. Secondly, there was the perspective of returning to the wreck of the ancient ship, this time to do battle with the vine monster that ruled over the island. Sunny knew very well how dangerous that thing was, so he had a lot of preparations to do if he wanted to come out of that fight in one piece. The divine flame augmentation of the cruel sight, however, was going to come in very handy. And lastly, there was the ominous prediction that Cassie had made about both of them dying sometime in winter, or falling into the sky below at least. That, he didn't even know what to think about that. However, Sunny was not going to let this vision affect his decisions. The last time he had tried to act on the knowledge received through Cassie's prophetic gift did not end well for him, or anyone for that matter. The best thing to do was to keep it in his mind, but continue to act as if nothing had changed. At least he thought that this was the best course. Tired and mentally exhausted from the long journey to and back from the desecrated grove, Sunny approached the sanctuary of Noctis in the middle of the night. His shadow essence reserves were almost depleted, and his head buzzed from all the thoughts swarming inside of it. Landing on the soft grass and hearing the familiar sound of water falling over the edge of the island, Sunny gritted his teeth. Forget about it for now. First things first. The moon was high in the sky, which meant that he was finally going to get his sweet, enchanting reward. His desire to find the source of the miraculous coins the dead chain worm had brought with it to the Iron Hand Island started this whole ordeal, and now the coins would be its end. His prize was waiting for him up ahead. Entering the sanctuary, Sunny walked through the empty garden and approached the clear pond in its center. Stopping for a couple of moments to make sure that no one was watching him, he then crossed the stone path leading to the small island in its center. There, a white altar stood in the shade of an ancient tree, and an obsidian knife lay on its surface. The moment of truth. Sunny summoned the covetous coffer, took out one of the gold coins out of it, and placed it on the altar. The coin shimmered, reflecting the moonlight, and then disappeared. Your shadow grows stronger. A big smile appeared on Sunny's face. Summoning the runes, he read, Shadow Fragments, 224/2000. It works. Initially, Sunny thought of going about using the coins in a slow and deliberate manner, throwing a dozen or so on the altar each time he had to return to the real world to minimize the chances of being noticed as well as arising suspicion. But now that the reward was in his sight, he decided against it. No, he wanted all of it right now. He deserved it. Putting the wooden box on the altar, he turned it to the side and then put his hand inside. A moment later, a stream of golden coins flowed onto the white surface. Then they all started to disappear. Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger. In the end, Sunny ended up sacrificing all 1,400 or so coins to the altar. Frightened to believe that it actually happened, he summoned the runes again, then rubbed his eyes, and read the line describing his shadow fragments 3 times in a row just to make sure that his eyes weren't deceiving to him. Luckily, they weren't. The runes now showed shadow fragments, 1,657/2000. I did it, I did it. In the first 2 months on the Chained Isles, Sunny worked really hard to hunt down nightmare creatures and slay them. And yet he had only been able to collect 200 fragments. His last journey, harrowing as it had been, though, gave him so much more. A wide grin appeared on Sunny's face. Who said that greed is a sin? It's a virtue. A goddamn virtue, I say. Chapter 473. Mobius loop. Because of the sudden influx of so many shards, Sunny got disoriented and swayed. His body was subtly rebuilding itself, growing stronger, more powerful. The difference was stark enough for him to feel it with every fiber of his being. As awakened absorbed soul shards or shadow fragments, in his case the capacity of their cores grew, and their physical capability was slightly enhanced. Usually, it happened at such small increments that the difference was hard to judge. But this time, Sunny had done something pretty preposterous and consumed 1,400 shadow fragments all at once. He wondered if anyone else in history had accomplished the same feat. Not likely. Grabbing the edge of the altar to support himself, he endured the strange and euphoric sensation as best as he could. How could anyone do such a thing, if as far as Sunny knew everyone except Nephi's and him were limited to having only one core? They wouldn't even be able to absorb this much. Arg! Back on the forgotten shore, Sunny had gone from having almost no shadow fragments to fully saturating his core at 1,000. In the process, he went from being no different from a mundane human to the pinnacle of humanly possible, to breaking past those limits. Becoming an awakened had elevated him even further above what was considered normal. He was much stronger and faster than any mundane human could ever hope to be, and capable of enhancing his prowess even more with essence, achieving truly superhuman might. And now he went through a transformation that was similar in scale to his rise on the forgotten shore, becoming so much more powerful. In fact, he was now probably the strongest awakened both in the waking world and in the dream realm, with the exception of those whose aspects directly enhanced their physique. And even then, he could still double, even triple his physical ability with the help of the shadows. Insane. Sonny drew in a deep breath, then silently flexed his muscles, feeling a new strength course through his veins. He felt incredible, incredibly strong, incredibly fast, incredibly resilient. But that wasn't all. The capacity of both of his shadow cores was also dramatically enhanced, almost doubling in a matter of seconds. Therefore, his reserves of shadow essence were now also much deeper. That meant that he could fight at his peak form for longer, use the active enhancements of his memories more, remain in the form of a shadow for a bigger amount of time, control his shadows at a larger distance, and travel further when using shadow step. In short, Sonny had just become even more of a menace. Slowly getting accustomed to his new and improved physique, he couldn't help but smile. Now that he had finally made use of the miraculous coins, his previous disaster of an expedition came into perspective. Despite how much he had suffered and how close he had brushed with death, it all felt worth it somehow. His goal was to grow stronger, and Sonny had just made a big step toward that goal. It felt good. While Sonny was consumed with triumphant thoughts, his gaze fell on the obsidian knife that lay on the altar. He lingered for a while, then cautiously reached with his hand and touched the cold stone handle. Will it work? That knife remained on the altar of the sanctuary for as long as humans lived there. Pretty much every awakened that had ever set foot into the citadel tried to raise it off the white surface at least once, including Sonny. But none of them succeeded. The knife seemed to weigh more than the entire island itself, as if it was glued to the altar. No matter how much people tried, no one had ever managed to move it even by a millimeter. However, when Sonny used the miraculous coins for the first time, he seemed to have noticed that the obsidian knife moved a little. Therefore, he had made a conclusion that if he were to place enough coins on the altar, the knife might become detached from it and fall into his hands. Holding his breath, Sonny wrapped his fingers around the handle. Here goes nothing. Putting all of his strength into the pull, he tried to lift the obsidian blade of the altar. The knife, however, offered no resistance at all. It behaved like any knife would, easily sliding off the white stone, which then caused Sonny to lose his balance and tumble to the ground in a graceless roll. Sitting up, he stared at the knife in his hand with wild eyes. Then he shuddered. Crap! Sonny half expected for the entire sanctuary to suddenly plunge into the sky below, or for the gateway to stop functioning. That's why he wanted to just lift the knife a little, and then place it back down if something had gone awry. Instead, he was now a few steps away from the altar with no way of getting back to it immediately. Luckily, none of his fears came true. Despite the fact that the obsidian knife had left its usual spot on the altar, the island seemed fine. Everything was just as it had been a few seconds ago. He exhaled with visible relief. Well, good. I wouldn't want to mess things up too bad for everyone here on the chained isles. Rising to his feet, Sonny looked at the obsidian knife. It seemed to have been cut from a single piece of black stone, with its blade sharpened and polished. There wasn't anything special in how the knife looked. In fact, it seemed a little bit crude, almost primitive. There was also one little problem. The knife did not turn into a memory. Huh. Sonny had expected it to disintegrate into a rain of sparks and enter his core, just like Weaver's mask had done, or like shard memories behaved when raised by a new wielder. Mordred had mentioned something to that effect when speaking about the ivory knife in the Night Temple. He told Sonny that one had to spill blood on the black altar to receive a memory of the blade that rested on its surface. But the obsidian knife did no such thing. It just remained in his hand, as material and palpable as one could imagine. What was even stranger, though, was that the knife didn't appear to have a spell weave. It was, without a doubt, a magical item. Sonny could feel that it was, even if he didn't know what properties that entailed. However, when he looked beneath the surface of the knife, he didn't see the familiar pattern of ethereal strings weaving themselves around anchoring lights. What he saw instead was just brilliant radiance, as though the knife was filled to the brim with soul essence. And in that radiance was just a single string. It wasn't the same type of ethereal string, though. It was a sunny frown, a string of fate. A single string of fate was somehow placed inside the obsidian knife, folding on itself endlessly, with its two ends connected to create a perfect, never-ending circle. Sonny stared at the strange string for a while and then furrowed his brow. Now, what is that all about? Chapter 474. Truth be told, Sonny studied the obsidian knife for a while and concluded that he had no idea what this thing was supposed to be capable of. It wasn't a memory, and it didn't have a weave, so neither the spell nor his own ability to perceive and somewhat understand such things could help him. The only thing Sonny knew for certain was that someone had plucked a string from the tapestry of fate and placed it inside the knife, making a circle out of it for some mysterious purpose. Everything else was going to have to wait until the next time he heard from Mordred. The lost prince was bound to know more about the obsidian knife, since he seemed to know a lot about the chained isles and their past in general. Now, however, Sonny had to deal with another problem. He had to explain the disappearance of the knife to the White Feather clan somehow. Come morning, or at any moment really, if someone decided to leave the dream realm or entered it in the middle of the night, people would become aware that the knife that no one had been able to lift or move was now gone. Sonny had no doubt that it was not going to take a long time for them to figure out that it was him who had taken it. And after that, what to do? What to do? In the end, he came up with a really crazy idea, something that he would have never even considered in normal circumstances, something that went against his very nature. He went and told Master Roan the truth. Well, the part that had to do with the miraculous coins, to be precise. Visiting the White Feather compound in the middle of the night was a bit strange, but luckily for him, the older man turned out to be up. He was preparing to leave on a patrol, and so rose early to make the necessary preparations. After Sonny was done talking, the mighty griffin rider stared at him for a while with a perplexed expression. Then, he asked to take a look at the knife. Sonny reluctantly handed the obsidian blade over and watched nervously as Master Roan inspected it. He was really hoping that the White Feather clan would not decide to keep it. There were very few things Sonny could do if they did. Finally, the strapping master returned the obsidian knife to him and asked curiously, "So you managed to lift it by using Nocti's coins on the altar?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah, wait, you know about the coins?" Master Roan nodded. "A few have been found here and there on the Isles over the years. It seems that this was the preferred currency people who lived here thousands of years ago used. No one had ever discovered a literal treasure trove of them, though, as you did." He thought for a bit, and then smiled. "Actually, I think I have one stashed somewhere. Wait here for a bit, all right." With that, Roan disappeared into the stone chateau and then returned 10 or so minutes later holding a familiar golden coin in his hand. "Found it. I used to carry it with me a lot before as a lucky charm. Let's go." Together, they returned to the altar island. The first thing Master Roan did was glance at the moon and then place the coin on the altar. Once again it gleamed and disappeared, leaving a bewildered expression on the handsome man's face. "I'll be damned, I just received a bit of soul essence. You were right." He shook his head in astonishment. "To think that these coins had such a use all this time and no one was the wiser. Good job, Sunless." Then Master Roan hesitated for a few moments and asked, "Can you place the knife back on the altar?" Sonny did as he was asked, and then watched as the mighty griffin rider used all of his formidable power in a vain attempt to lift the obsidian blade off the white surface. When he was done with that futile attempt and stepped back to catch his breath, Sonny simply took hold of the handle and retrieved the knife without any problem. Interesting. Then came the moment of truth. Sonny tensed as he waited for the older man's decision. After thinking about it for a while, Master Roan said, "Well, I don't know if you know this, Sunless, but there is a sacred rule among us awakened in the dream realm. The sanctity of this rule is unassailable and beyond reproach, and that rule is finders keepers." Sonny blinked. "What?" The strapping master grinned. "So you don't have to worry about either me or Tyrus taking that knife from you." Then, however, his smile dimmed. "Other people, though, might not be as reasonable. Even if no one knows what power this thing has, or if there even is anything special about it, someone might get too excited and act in a regrettable manner. So I'd advise you to put the knife back on the altar until the time you feel like using it." Sonny considered his words and had to admit that this, indeed, would be the best decision for now. Master Roan helped him confirm that no one else would be able to take the knife, and carrying it around before venturing into the nightmare had no benefit. Summoning the memory of how exactly the obsidian blade had been placed on the altar, he put it in its previous spot and took a step back. Master Roan nodded. "Good choice. Please, do tell us if you find out anything about its purpose, at least if it has anything to do with the well-being of the sanctuary. If need be, we'll compensate you fairly to either take the knife off your hands or lend it for a bit, if that's what you prefer." Sonny agreed to this condition, since it sounded reasonable. With that out of the way, the strapping griffin rider looked at him with sparks dancing in his eyes. "So, what are you going to do now?" Sonny frowned. "What a weird question. Go home, take a shower, deal with some real-world business. Why, what are you going to do?" Master Roan laughed. "What do you mean, what I am going to do? I am going to go on my patrol, and then I'll go coin hunting, of course. I suspect that everyone in the sanctuary is going to be searching for Nocti's coins like madmen for quite some time after that discovery of yours. People are going to get really busy." Sonny remained silent for a bit, and then said in a very serious tone, "Good luck, then. Oh, and one thing. If you find a big chest full of them, make your griffin stomp on it a few times before coming closer. Better yet, do that to every chest you encounter in the future. Never trust a chest not to eat you is what I am trying to say. I sure won't." With that, he said goodbye to the handsome master, placed his hand on the altar, and returned to the real world. There was a lot he had to do there. Chapter 475. A few things to do sometime later. Sonny was in his kitchen, eating the breakfast he had just prepared. He was thinking of all the things on his to-do list. They were, in no particular order: selling the soul shards he had brought with him from the dream realm, and setting up a stable method to sell more in the future; returning to the dreamscape to participate in duels on the professional arenas to practice shadow dance and feed the mantle of the underworld with victories; observing Rain and thinking of a way to deal with that whole situation; learning how to properly fight with a spear; visiting Neff; writing a report about the Nocti's coins for teacher Julius. There were probably more things he had to do but was forgetting, but he already had enough on his plate. Finishing the breakfast and staring toward the door of the guest bedroom, where Effie still slept while her spirit wandered the dream realm, he shook his head and went out to sit on the porch as he drank some delicious tea. It was early morning. Sonny enjoyed the pleasant view of the terrace district, watched as Rain walked to the public transport hub on her way to school, and then activated his communicator. He was going to start with the simplest of tasks. Navigating to the market section of the network, he habitually imputed his identification number to access the awakened section of it. Sonny had browsed the wares there before, even if back then he barely had enough money to buy anything. Today, however, things were different. Today, he was approaching the network as a seller, not as a buyer. Sonny entered soul shards as the keywords and stared at the listings, appreciating the number of zeros in their prices. It seemed as though the value of shards was not uniform, of course. The higher-ranked shards cost much more. But people, strangely, also seemed to care about what nightmare creature the crystal came from and how it had been defeated. What the hell? Apparently, there were collectors among the wealthy, mundane humans who were very interested in this sort of thing. Some superstitious awakened also believed, for some reason, that absorbing bad shards would be detrimental to the purity of their souls. Weirdos. Sonny didn't know a lot of things, but one thing he did know was that there was not a single awakened out there with a pure soul. Even the best of them were murderers by nature, and their hearts were painted black by the nightmares they had experienced. Not to mention that there were no bad or good soul shards. They were all pretty much the same, coming from terrible monsters and earned through bloodshed. Anyway, that was something he was going to consider when creating his own listing. After getting the gist of the pricing, Sonny opened the form to create his own digital shop. Without thinking too much, he named it Brilliant Emporium and went on to fill out the entire form. Then, it came the time to put his soul shards into the auction. Sonny wrote simply, 4 soul shards coming from a fallen devil mordant mimic. The creature was killed and eaten by the proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium himself. Before that, the mordant mimic had been pretending to be a treasure chest and devouring those lured by the promise of treasure. In the end, it bit off more than it could chew. Satisfied with that, he finalized the listing and stared at it for a bit, as if expecting someone to bid instantly. However, nothing of the sort happened. With a sigh, Sonny deactivated the communicator and went back inside. Soon, I will be rich soon. It took several days for all 4 of his soul shard to sell. After that, Sonny had to arrange secure delivery, which was somewhat of a headache on its own. Overall, the process took too much time from his already packed schedule. He also felt that he was missing some crucial knowledge on how to make his business really boom. Even though the product he was trying to sell was first class, there was not a lot of fallen rank soul shard out there. Compared to dormant and awakened ones, the bidding had not really taken off. He did make a sizable amount of money, but not as sizable as it could have been. Still, it was enough to purchase a couple of cheap lower-rank memories. Sonny simply looked for the most useless ones, which no one else would ever want to buy, and made the minimum offer. Whoever it was selling them must have been happy beyond belief to finally be rid of these things. Sonny was going to feed the memories to Saint immediately after receiving them, but before that, he spent a lot of time training with the cruel sight in his underground dojo. He had a solid understanding of how to use a short sword, but a spear was an alien beast to him. Even though Sonny knew the basic rules of combat technique and could perform somewhat effectively while wielding any weapon, he was far, far away from mastering them. How fortunate it was, then, that he had a renowned spear master raised by wolves herself crashing in his guest bedroom. Granted, she couldn't really spar with him due to her condition, but he had Saint for that. In the end, the 3 of them spent a lot of time in his basement. Effie was observing and explaining to him what to do, how to do it, and most importantly, what not to do. Saint served as his opponent and the mighty enemy to polish his nascent skill against. And Sonny found himself once again in the role of a willing punching bag. It was just like in that week they had spent in the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral in the Dark City. Sonny even got nostalgic, remembering how cozy and nice things had been back then. Now, however, things were much better. Not only was there an unlimited amount of delicious food they could eat during the breaks in his training, there were even medicine and ice baths to ease the pain in his bruised and beaten body. Training with Saint was really effective, but she really didn't know how to pull her punches. Just like that, a few days passed, and then Something that Sunny had been dreading for a while finally, and inevitably, happened. It was time to accompany Kai to the premiere of the Song of Light and Darkness. Chapter 476. A Song of Light and Darkness. Some time later, Sunny was pondering his life choices while sitting in the back row of a crowded theater. The lights were already off, which obviously meant nothing to him. People seemed to be really excited to see the movie, though especially Effie, who was to his side, munching on something called popcorn and staring at the screen. In the darkness, somber music started to play, reverberating through the entire space and making the audience shiver. Effie suddenly jabbed her elbow into his ribs. "Do you know who is the composer for this thing? It's Griffin. I don't know how they managed to get him, but he scored the entire movie. Such an honor, can you believe it?" Sunny had no idea who this Griffin guy was, but judging by Effie's reaction, he was someone famous. Massaging his ribs with a grimace, Sunny offered a stifled answer. "I can." On the screen, the interior of a spacious and beautifully lit room appeared. A small girl with silver hair was playing on a carpet, while a handsome man with dark circles under his eyes was shown studying a map. What the hell? Was that supposed to be Nephi's? If so, her hair should have been black. It only turned silver after her first nightmare. Effie giggled. "So cute." The girl, meanwhile, approached the table and reached to touch the strange sword that lay on it. The blade of the sword was short and misshapen, as though shattered a long time ago. Before the girl could cut herself, though, the man lifted the sword and brought it out of her reach. "This is not a toy, Nephi's." Sunny palmed his face and grimaced. "But Daddy, why is your sword broken?" The man smiled. "So what if it is broken? It is still sharp." Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked at her with a very serious expression. "One day you will wield a sword too, darling. When you do, remember one thing: we awaken only raise arms to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. Just like this sword, humanity is more resilient than it seems." Sunny tilted his head. "Wait, this doesn't even make sense." The scene, however, was already over. The screen turned black for a few moments, and the movie transitioned into the future. Nephi's, now a languid jade beauty with a slim waist, generous figure, long eyelashes, and mesmerizing gray eyes, was entering the academy. What followed was a long training montage showing her defeating every other sleeper there with a training sword, all the while offering words of wisdom, like "never give up hope," or "remember your duty," or "we are humans." The propaganda was so tacky and laid so thick Sunny could help but cringe. The only person the Jade Beauty couldn't defeat was a handsome young man with masculine features, broad shoulders, and a noble bearing, Hanley Castor. Oh no. Oh no. Sunny should have guessed by the invitation Kai had given him, but the director of the movie was obviously hinting at the nascent romantic feelings between the two. Their conversations in the academy seemed to be about swordsmanship, but were also somehow deeply flirtatious. The actors had mad chemistry together. He wanted to vomit, but the audience was clearly enthralled by the two leads. Sunny didn't dwell on this preposterous thing for long, though, because right about then his own character was introduced. What he spell is this? The actor hired to play him was a literal child. It was a teenage boy of about 13 years of age, with a mischievous grin and a face that, for lack of better words, simply begged to be punched. Worse than that, he was shown as extremely uneducated, clumsy, and naive. In short, Sunny was the comic relief. He turned to Effie in outrage, only to see her laughing silently. "Oh man. Who's the casting director for this movie? I need to send them flowers." Even his shadows were laughing. Both of them. Sunny gritted his teeth, promised to exact revenge on Kai and Effie for making him endure this, and turned back to the screen. Finally, Nephi's entered the dream realm and found herself on the forgotten shore. The coral labyrinth and the dark sea were recreated with such detail that he couldn't help but shiver. Well, they did their research at least. The audience was holding their breaths during Neff's journey to the Dark City. The terrifying nature of the dark tides and the deadly battles with awakened nightmare creatures populating the labyrinth created a truly tense, suffocating atmosphere. Of course, everyone knew that the main character was not going to die in the first half of the movie. But that's where Sonny as well as Cassie came into play. Just as he had expected, the movie showed them as a burden that had to be carried by Nephi's on her heroic journey. But since very few people knew who Sonny was, his fate was uncertain. Nephi's was bound to survive, but what about her friends? And thanks to his character, there were also moments of pleasant levity amidst all the tension. A few times, the whole audience exploded with laughter after Sonny on the screen did something especially stupid or said something really outrageous. He had also slowly developed a catchphrase. It was, "Are you crazy?" That not only allowed the audience to chuckle, but also gave Nephi's the opportunity to educate her worthless follower, thus naturally delivering a lot of necessary exposition. The real Sonny wasn't amused, though, because they weren't laughing with him, they were laughing at him. Idiots! What do you even know? They didn't know anything. Since no one really knew what the three of them had gone through on their way to the Dark City, the writer simply came up with some dire dangers for Nephi's to overcome. Eventually, though, they made it to the ancient city and met Effie. Effie was played by a very tall, athletic, and attractive actress. The way she played her, though, was a sight to behold. Basically, the actress went out of her way to portray the Huntress as a charismatic but not very bright savage who was all brawn and no brain. All she knew how to do was fight, eat, and break things. Sonny turned to Effie and grinned, full of malice and gloating. This was the first time he had ever seen the boisterous young woman. Completely mortified. Casting director, you say? I think I'll send them flowers, too. Chapter 477. Standing ovation after Nephi's reached the Dark City and the Huntress was introduced. Both Sonny and Effie watched the rest of the movie with bleak expressions. The second act took place in the outer settlement and was dedicated to Neff's heroic attempts to protect and inspire the young men and women trapped there. There were a lot of impassioned speeches, blood-chilling expeditions into the Dark City, and tense altercations with Gunlog's forces. There were also a lot of shenanigans from young Sonny to the delight of the audience. At some point, people started to scream, "Are you crazy?" along with him. And a bit later, there was a sort of comical moment of growth for the character when he asked, "Am I crazy?" instead and went along with Nephi's without offering his usual critique, which was met with cheers. Most of this part of the movie, though, was dedicated to the genuine respect and camaraderie that blossomed between Nephi's and Castor in this dire time. With the handsome male lead as her right hand, Changing Star successfully united the people of the outer settlement, reminded them what it meant to be humans, and challenged Gunlog to save boisterous Effie from unjust imprisonment. The duel itself was choreographed somewhat well, even if it had nothing to do with the real thing. The moves both the radiant heroine and the cruel tyrant used were flashy and dramatic, and expressed the mood well, but anyone trying to actually fight like that would probably risk having their enemy die of laughter. The third act showed the siege of the Crimson Spire, the heroic stand of the warriors of the first line in Effie, Kai's battle in the skies with the Spire messengers, and Neff and Castor fighting back to back, slaying dozens and dozens of nightmare creatures together. The audience seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and even Sonny had to admit that the battle scene was filmed especially well, showcasing the chaos, horror, and terrible toll of human lives that such a massacre was bound to reap. Many side characters that people had already grown to love died heroically, and he even heard a few sobs coming from the darkness. Enhanced by the beautiful music, the atmosphere was not tragic, though. On the contrary, it was triumphant and exalted, as if to die in this way was the highest honor a human could receive. A bit uncomfortable, Sonny shifted in his seat. That Griffin guy really knows how to make a tune. When the situation was the most desperate, with the dark water rising and threatening to drown all the surviving warriors, a sudden change happened. The sea suddenly retreated, and the monsters started to fall to the ground. Castor, covered in blood and wounds, looked at Nephi's and whispered, "My lady, the sun." Indeed, the sun had suddenly turned menacingly red, its light eradicating the remaining nightmare creatures and assaulting the humans. For the first time in the entire movie, an uncertain and desperate expression appeared on Changing Star's face. Salvation came from someone who the audience would have never expected to see do something so profound. A clear ringing of the bell resounded in the air, and the small figure of clumsy, useless Sonny could be seen near the tower, waving his hand in the air. The survivors rushed toward the crimson spire and entered inside. There, Nephi's looked up, and then turned to Sonny. "Someone has to stall the terror so that everyone could escape. I will do battle with that nightmare, but there's an important task you must complete. Lead all these people to the gateway." Sonny on the screen looked at Changing Star with fear. "Lady Nephi's, are you crazy? I am just a clumsy kid from the outskirts. How can you entrust something so important to someone like me?" Sonny in the real world suppressed an infuriated groan. People in the audience, though, were rather emotional. "You can do it, Sonny. You got this, kid. You're a great scout, don't sell yourself short." On the screen, the beautiful actress playing Nephi's looked down on the comical, slightly pathetic boy in front of her and put her hand on his shoulder. "We, awakened, must rise to the occasion to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. I believe in you, Sonny. You are capable of much more than you think." With that, she left the survivors and went off to fight the terror, while Sonny guided everyone to the gateway. And somewhere in the process, Castor left the group to aid Changing Star in battle. The last scenes of the movie cut between the 100 survivors fighting their way to the gateway and the tragic duo battling the terrifying creature at the top of the spire. Many people in the audience were crying, knowing full well that neither of them was going to return to the real world. In the end, Castor heroically sacrificed himself to protect Nephi's, breaking the hearts of so many viewers. The survivors found the gateway and escaped seconds before it was destroyed. The last shot showed bloodied Neph walking out of the tower, holding a broken sword in her hand. As she gazed at the forgotten shore, a lone tear rolled down her cheek. "As long as we don't give up, there is hope." The screen turned black, and in the next moment, the audience exploded with applause. Sonny stared at all those people, many of them applauding with tears in their eyes, with a strange expression on his face. Did they actually like that crap? He turned to Effie, lingered for a moment, and asked, Did you like it?" The former huntress gave him a long look. Then she said, "What, I am an idiot, of course I didn't like it. It's such a piece of crap." Sonny exhaled with relief. At least there was one other sane person in this theater. Chapter 478. Credit where credit is due. After the movie was over, Kai appeared to deafening applause and gave a short speech, congratulating the director and the crew of the movie, and then inviting them on the stage for a short Q&A. Sonny stared at the director of this travesty, seriously considering silently assassinating him for a few moments. Then he glanced at Effie, who, judging by her face, was thinking the same. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, "What do you want to do?" The young woman inhaled deeply, turned to him, and smiled. "I am hungry. Let's go eat." Together, they snuck out of the screening hall and went to find the theater's restaurant. There were a lot of people there who, just like them, had decided to skip the PR portion of the event and were now enjoying food and drinks, discussing the movie with lively expressions. Sonny and Effie got themselves something to eat and sat at an empty table, then grew quiet for a while. Each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Now that Sonny had a little time to digest the movie, his anger subsided a bit. In fact, he was even happy. Sure, the way he was portrayed in the story was as far from the truth as it could have been, and more than a little bit humiliating. But, in a way, this was exactly what he needed. Now that Nephi's had become his master, he didn't have to hide his strength and true name that much. But he still preferred to remain in the shadows, not only because there was a possibility of becoming masterless again, but also because it was the best way to be in the world so full of hidden dangers and powerful enemies. Being renowned would make a lot of things difficult for him, and make every battle he fought after that harder. After all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. From that point of view, the ridiculous way in which he was portrayed in the movie was a blessing. It made the possibility of anyone thinking highly of him that much lower. Of course, not everyone was going to watch that travesty, but many would, and their opinion was going to spread. Who would believe that a changing star's bumbling sidekick was, in fact, one of the most dangerous awakened alive, and thus consider him as a serious threat? Pretty much no one. So, in fact, the director of the Song of Light and Darkness unintentionally made him a favor. Satisfied with that conclusion, Sonny looked around. He saw several people looking at Effie with stunned expressions, clearly gathering their courage to come and introduce themselves. But no one had yet. He could hear their whispers, though. "Look, it's her, raised by wolves. Oh my. I heard about her situation, but to actually see, she is so brave." Effie herself was strangely quiet. She ignored the whispers, then looked at him and asked, "Hey, Sonny, can I ask you something?" Sensing that this was not going to be a simple question, he tensed a little and then said, "Sure, what is it?" Effie hesitated for a few moments, then lowered her voice so that no one would be able to overhear. "Did Castor really leave to help Nephi's?" Sonny stared at his friend for a bit, then shook his head. "No, he left to make sure that she dies." Effie inhaled deeply. "I see." She didn't continue that conversation, as though his answer confirmed something that she had already suspected. Well, despite her often boorish demeanor and the way she was portrayed in the movie, Effie was anything but stupid. In fact, she was extremely intelligent, cool-headed, and cunning otherwise. She would have never survived for 3 long years alone on the streets of the Dark City. It was only natural for her to have suspicions, considering how much she knew. Luckily, Effie did not ask anything else. Mostly because of a strange man who entered the restaurant, looked around, noticed their table, and walked over with gleaming eyes. Oh no, another fan of Raised by Wolves. The man stopped in front of them, glanced at Effie, and then turned to Sonny with an odd expression. Are you awakened sunless?" Sonny blinked. "What? Yes." A bright smile appeared on the man's face. "Oh my, oh goodness, it is such an honor. I am such a huge fan of yours." "What is happening?" Sonny stared at the beaming man, trying to comprehend what he was saying. Misjudging his expression, the man hurriedly said, "Oh, sorry, I was so nervous that I forgot to introduce myself. I am a writer. In fact, it was I who wrote the screenplay for A Song of Light and Darkness. And it's all thanks to you." Effie stared at Sonny with an expression that didn't promise him anything good and asked in a sweet voice, "Oh, all thanks to him, really? How come?" "I'm in trouble." The man's smile grew even wider. "Exploration report on the Forgotten Shore. It is such a brilliant piece of academic work. I based most of my research on your profound work, Awakened Sunless. Everyone on the crew and everyone in the cast read it at least once. I even insisted on giving you the co-writer credit, but sadly it was impossible, due to you not being a member of the Screenwriters Guild. But fret not. I'll let everyone know that if it weren't for you, this movie wouldn't exist." Sonny stared at the man with wide eyes and then said in a weak voice, "Please don't." But it was of no use. You are so humble, so modest." "Well, of course, what else would I expect from a researcher as talented as you? But it wouldn't be right for me to receive all the praise. No, people must know." He looked at the restaurant and proclaimed, not even trying to keep his voice down, That it is you, awakened sunless, who they must thank for being able to enjoy our wonderful film. Sunny looked at the floor. I guess I am going to have to kill Kai, or wait, no. Actually, that probably makes us even after the whole mongrel disaster. Chapter 479. Delegation. Luckily for Sunny, Kai was finished with his business soon, and they were able to leave the theater for a more private space. Otherwise, there might have been civilian casualties at the premiere of the Song of Light of Darkness. After that, damn writer had announced Sunny's identity to everyone in the restaurant. The amount of people asking him to say, "Are you crazy?" to their faces almost pushed him to the brink. In any case, soon he found himself in a sophisticated lounge in the company of Effie, Kai, and Aiko. The petite girl looked very sharp in a fashionable business suit and radiated a sense of cold professionalism that made people think twice before approaching laid-back and friendly Kai, which Sunny supposed was a big part of being an idol's manager. When they were seated, the idol in question gave them a guilty look. "Well, it wasn't that bad, was it?" Effie smiled at him and said sweetly, "Sure, sure. But also the only reason you're still alive is that it would be a chore to clean the blood of my wheelchair." Kai chuckled nervously and glanced at Sunny. "What about you?" Sunny shrugged. "I don't mind. Actually, I am happy to be portrayed as a bumbling fool." The charming Archer blinked. "Really?" Sunny gave him a serious nod. "Of course, it's easier to fool people who think that you're the fool, so I don't mind." Kai looked away in embarrassment. "Anyway, you don't have to worry too much, really. These types of films are usually made to boost public morale. No one is really going to take them seriously. Even mundane people understand the difference between reality and fiction when it comes to the awakened." Sunny laughed. "Sure. When they want to." He was a mundane person for most of his life too, after all. And even though he grew up in the outskirts, he used to consume cheap entertainment just like everyone else in the waking world. Yes, he knew how to recognize propaganda and what to not take seriously, but at the same time, many things that had nothing to do with the truth found their way into his mind and silently became beliefs. That was how well-engineered falsehoods worked. They spent some time chatting and joking about especially ridiculous moments in the movie, and at the right moment, Sunny said, "By the way, I talked to Cassie. She's in. But we'll need to do it before winter, so -1 month for preparations." Effie smiled. "Good news, I'll start packing then. I am south of Bastion right now, so it will take me 2-3 months to get to the Chained Isles, unless one of you knows a friendly local saint." Sunny thought about Saint Tyrus and remained silent. No, that woman frightened him too much to ask for a favor. He wondered how Master Jet had managed to convince her in the first place. Kai nodded. "We can meet in Bastion and travel north together. It will be safer." Aiko, meanwhile, was looking at them with a confused expression on her delicate face. "Travel north. Do it before winter. What are you talking about?" A guilty expression suddenly appeared on the charming Archer's face. I haven't mentioned it before, but basically I am going to join Sunny, Effie, and Cassie to challenge the second nightmare." Aiko stared at him with a shocked expression. "Not to steal from Sunny, but are you crazy? Have you told the agency?" Kai smiled weakly. "No. I was hoping that you will tell them actually. They'll listen to you. Isn't it a good thing, really, for public relations? Plus, as a master, I won't have to visit the dream realm every day." The petite girl scoffed. "If you survive." Then she glanced at Sunny and Effie and shook her head. Who am I kidding? I guess I'll be jobless again soon. You guys have fun for a bit. I'll go get a drink." With that, she rose and went toward the bar. Sunny thought for a bit, then rose too. "I'll go keep her company." Kai gave him a thankful smile. "I appreciate it." "What does he think I am going to do?" Sunny gave his friend a confused look, then followed Aiko. Of course, he wasn't doing it out of consideration. In fact, he wanted to talk to her about something in private. When he approached the bar and stood near the petite girl, she gave him a dirty look. "Whatever it is, no, hell no," Sunny blinked. "What do you mean?" Aiko smiled crookedly. "I know that look of yours." The last time you looked at me like that, Stev and I almost ended up as the Blood Lord bait. What do you want me to join your suicide crusade? He shook his head. No, number nothing of the sort. In fact, it's about your job. The petite girl raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sonny nodded. Well, since there's a possibility of you losing a part of your income, and Kai tells me that you are really good at managing stuff, how would you like to help me manage a blossoming new business? Aiko looked at him with a dubious expression. Are you opening an assassination agency? He almost choked. What made you think that? No, I just found a way to move items between the real world and the dream realm. My dream, if you need to know, is to become the proprietor of an elite memory store. The petite girl stared at him with wide eyes. Really? Sonny frowned. Yes, really. Why can't I have a dream? Just imagine sitting safely in a fashionably decorated store without having to risk my skin in the dream realm, and have tons of money simply flow into my hands. That's the stuff dreams are made of, is it not? Aiko shook her head with a bewildered expression on her face. I guess, Sonny smiled. You understand. The others might think that it's silly, but I know you wouldn't as a former business owner yourself. Anyway, I won't have a large enough arsenal of memories for a while, but I can start creating a reputation for the store already. A brand name, or whatever it's called. So I just sold 4 fallen soul shards on the network from a devil I killed and ate. But for some reason that bastard's shards did not fetch a really good price. Aiko looked at him with a frown. Well, what category of the vendor license did you apply for? Who's your appraiser? What's your feature strategy? CEO approach. Pool of endorsements. He remained silent for a bit, then said, You see, you said a lot of words and most of them even sound familiar, but I have no idea what you mean. What the hell was she talking about? What's a CEO? Are there different licenses? Wait, do I even need a license? Don't tell me that I need to pay taxes too. The petite girl closed her eyes for a moment. None. You did none of these things, Sonny nodded. It's a miracle that you even managed to sell those shards. He smiled. That's why I need someone smart and resourceful like you to help me. For 5% commission of every sale. Just think about it. How many awakened out there can bring soul shards to the real world and bring spices to the dream realm? We'll be rich in no time. Aiko sighed and remained silent for a bit. Then she said, That is a high-risk business venture that wholly depends on 2 unpredictable factors: you staying alive and you continuously hunting down nightmare creatures, which are usually in contradiction to each other. So in normal circumstances, I would have said no. But it is you, I guess. Plus, you have a good relationship with all 3 of the newest named Awakened, as well as a lot of prestige as a member of Changing Stars cohort, and now even some pop culture fame. Aiko shrugged, thought for a long while, and then said categorically, 10%. Sonny grinned and offered her his hand for a handshake. Perfect. Welcome aboard Sonny's brilliant emporium. The petite girl stared at him in shock. Wait, you actually named the store Brilliant Emporium. Can the naming be changed? He shook his head. No, it's non-negotiable. But what's wrong with that name? It's a great name. I think that it's, Brilliant. Chapter 480. Busy schedule after that night. Sonny became really busy. Delegating, that's the secret of success. That was his thought after Aiko joined the Brilliant Emporium as a manager. With her help, he went through all the necessary paperwork to make his improvised network store seem legit. Sonny noticed the difference right after listing the soul shards he had gathered from the inhabitants of the sanctuary for sale. Not only did they got purchased much faster, but the price was also pleasantly higher than expected. He also didn't need to spend a lot of his severely lacking time on managing sales, delivery, and purchases. Aiko streamlined the process and created a simple and efficient system where he handed her the inventory and the updated information on what items the Awakened wanted to receive from him in the dream realm, and she did the rest. While its volume of sales was not overwhelming, the brilliant emporium started functioning as a real business with a constant level of activity and a slowly growing client base. Sonny just had to collect the money and spend it on low-tier memories to feed to Saint. Well, and remain alive while getting the soul shards, of course. Sadly, despite how appreciative of the concept of delegating he became, this was the only part of his busy life that he could entrust to someone else. All the other things he had to do were either too personal or too secretive to recruit anyone to help. No one was going to do his research for him, so Sonny had to spend time writing reports, bringing them to teacher Julius, and working with the old man to make them worthy of being rewarded with contribution points. Nothing had brought him quite as much as the Forgotten Shore report had, but the points were slowly accumulating. Similarly, now that Cassie was gone on a long expedition, he was the only one of Neff's friends, of which there were only two, really, who could visit her. That was not a burden, but took away some of his time nevertheless. He also kept an eye on the runes describing her status, and saw the number of soul fragments in her possession increase at a frightening speed almost every day. Sonny didn't know where Nephi's was and what she was doing, what kinds of enemies she was fighting, but they must have been as powerful as they were ample in numbers. He had to keep up. Now that he had received a vast boost to his power through sacrificing the miraculous coins to the white altar in the sanctuary of Noctis, less than 400 fragments stood between him and being able to create a third core. That meant that he had to continue venturing into the wilderness of the Chained Isles to hunt down nightmare creatures. Armed with the cruel sight and the ability to infuse its blade with either invisible soul damage or radiant divine flame, he was now able to go further than he had before and challenge creatures that previously he chose to avoid. Their deaths rewarded him with shadow fragments, while their bodies gifted him soul shards that were then sold and converted into memories, and through those, into shadow fragments as well, this time for Saint to consume. It was a virtuous but exhausting and wildly dangerous cycle, and as if the pressure of having to keep up with changing star wasn't enough, he also had to continue training, both with the spear with the help of Effie and his taciturn demon, and without it, to practice shadow dance. That second task, however, had turned out to be much harder than Sonny expected. Before plunging back into the dreamscape, he decided to be careful and check what the situation with Mongrel was. A quick search on the network could tell him if everyone had forgotten about the masked swordsman or not, and as it turned out, they did not. To Sonny's dismay, he found out that in the month of his absence, the people infatuated with Mongrel had not only persisted in their excitement, but also brought it to a whole new, truly ridiculous level. All of them were flooding the network with theories and discussions, and countless individuals, even those who missed out on the initial sensation, were waiting with bated breaths for one glorious moment: the return of Lord Mongrel. With each day that passed, their anticipation only grew stronger. No matter how discreet Sonny could be, once he appeared in the dreamscape, it was going to create too much noise and attract too much attention. Damn it all, what a disaster! He was on verge of pulling his hair out in despair. It was worth remembering that the persona of Mongrel O'Irony had been created to help him stay anonymous, potentially in order to safely glean secrets about the sovereigns in the future. What a joke it was that the faceless phantom he created ended up being much more famous and recognizable than its creator. In any case, the situation was seriously messing up Sonny's plans. He simply couldn't use Dreamscape, which caused his progress with Shadow Dance and the Mantle of the Underworld to stall. And if that wasn't enough, there was another unexpected problem he encountered. That one wasn't as inconvenient and pernicious, but made him worry a lot for whatever reason. It was that Sunny had not heard from Mordred again after returning from the ivory tower. Despite the fact that several weeks had passed, the lost prince remained gone. Sunny's head, once again, had only one voice resounding in it, his own. Usually, that would have been a good sign, but Mordred's absence made Sunny tense and full of vaguely bad premonitions. What could have happened to his mysterious helper? Was he simply unable to establish contact outside of the sky below and the ivory island, or had something happened to him? There was no answer. Sunny even took out the mirror shard from the covetous coffer and smeared a few drops of blood on it, to no result whatsoever. The piece of mirror remained the same, absolutely dark and refusing to reflect anything. It was after one of these fruitless attempts that Sunny left Effie to enjoy the dinner he had cooked for them by herself and went out to sit on the porch in a dark mood. It was early evening, and shadows were slowly growing longer and deeper. Maybe because of his exhaustion, or maybe because of how used he was to being safe in his home, but Sunny got consumed by thoughts and lost track of his surroundings. Something that rarely happened. That was why he was so shocked to hear someone's voice just a few meters away. "What are you staring at?" Sunny blinked a few times, then focused his sight on the person who had addressed him. In front of him, at a bit of distance, just between the sidewalk and the path leading to his porch, stood a 14-year-old girl in a school uniform with black hair and dark eyes and a very unamused expression on her pale face. Sunny's chest grew cold. Crap! It was Rain. Looking right at Sunny, she sighed and repeated, "I said, what are you staring at? Brat." Chapter 481. First meeting. What is she doing here? Why is she talking to me? Although Sunny was panicking on the inside, none of the emotions reflected on his face. Armed with the extensive experience of deceit, manipulation, and facing terrifying nightmare creatures in melee, he kept a straight face, threw a dark look at Rain, and calmly said, "I am not staring at anything." "And who are you calling a brat, you brat? Respect your elders," the girl scoffed. "What elders? You're obviously younger than me." Sunny opened his eyes wide in outrage. Ouch! He knew that he looked younger than his age, but to be mistaken for a middle schooler, that was just too much. It was getting dark, so maybe that was the reason for her mistake. Rain, meanwhile, was not done speaking. "And you were definitely staring at me with a very nasty expression. I almost tripped." "Didn't your parents teach you not to stare?" Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it again, then opened it once more. "First of all, I am 18. Second, I was just zoning out and thinking about stuff, adult stuff that a youngster like you would not even understand. And lastly, my parents taught me all they needed to teach me, but what do they have to do with any of this? They're not here." Rain mockingly raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, you live in this big house all alone." Sunny furrowed his brow. "Not only do I live in this house alone, I also own it." But right at that moment, Effie suddenly shouted from inside, "Sunny, come eat, dinner is getting cold." He froze, then felt the tips of his ears growing hot. "Damn it, Effie. That's a guest of mine. She's staying over for reasons." Rain stared at him for a few moments with a funny expression on her face, then asked, "Your name is Sunny?" Sunny shrugged, trying to appear as indifferent as possible. "Sure. Why?" She suddenly laughed. "What's so funny?" No, it's just my mom calls me Rainy." "What a coincidence," he relaxed. "Oh, for a moment I was afraid that she remembers me, but it doesn't seem that way." "Good, that is good." Was he a little bit disappointed? Sunny took out his communicator, pressed a button on it, and threw an etched chip that slid from the slick device to Rain. She was in process of asking another question. "Oh, and by the way, I often see you meandering on the porch and skipping school. Are you a delinquent or WH?" Then she caught the chip and stared at it in confusion. "Oh, what's this?" Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth. "Can't you see? That's a government-issued citizenship chip. Now how would I have one if I wasn't of legal age?" Rain looked at the chip, then grew even paler than usual. You really are 18." She was so mortified that she even used the proper honorifics. Sunny laughed. Of course I am. As a respectable adult, I never lie. I am the most honest person in the world, really. The girl seemed like she was currently wishing to sink into the earth. Oh, I am so sorry then. I didn't think. As a child that grew up in a good family, she was most likely taught to be very polite to elders, so this situation was more or less a nightmare. Sonny himself had never associated with types of people who were particular about etiquette, but from what he had seen in Rain's school, among her ilk, social hierarchy and proper rituals were all the rage. Luckily, Effie decided to appear at that very moment to put an end to the awkward situation. Opening the door, she rolled her wheelchair onto the porch while saying angrily, "Listen, doofus, are you going to eat or not? Because if not, I'll eat your portion too, you know." Then she stopped and stared at Rain, then at Sonny. After a few moments she asked, "Who's your friend?" Sonny rubbed his face. "Eat as much as you want, and this girl lives in the neighborhood. She was just passing by." Rain nodded. "Nice to meet you, ma'am. I am very sorry. I was just on my way home from school and made a mistake. You see what has happened." Effie grinned, then gestured for her to stop talking. "Let me guess. This one right here was zoning out with a nasty expression on his face and then looked at you and said something wildly inappropriate." Rain blinked a couple of times, then said, "Yes. I mean, no, he didn't say anything. It was me. I said something inappropriate." The former huntress shook her head. "Then you're lucky. Sonny here is a bit special, one of a kind. The things that sometimes come out of his mouth." Sonny stared at her in outrage and hissed, "The things that come out of my mouth." "You're the one to talk," she sighed, then looked at Rain with a hurt expression on her face. "You see how he bullies me. Ah, that's no way to treat a guest, Sonny. So ungracious. What will this nice neighborhood kid even think?" Rain energetically shook her head. "No, no, I won't think anything. I have to go home, actually. It's been nice meeting you." With that, she hurriedly turned around and made a step to walk away. Effie raised her voice a little. "Bye. Nice meeting you, too. If you feel guilty about the misunderstanding, you can stop by any time. With food, all will be forgiven." Sonny stared at her with wide eyes, not quite believing what he was hearing. Finally, when Rain's figure disappeared behind the green fence, Effie turned to him and smiled. "It's almost like there's a factory somewhere in the city releasing whole batches of tiny, pale, bony teenagers. That girl is almost as pale as you, Sonny. I can't believe it." With that, she shook her head, turned her wheelchair, and went back inside to continue her dinner, leaving Sonny alone, flabbergasted and trying to determine if he was currently awake. What was that? What just happened? Of all the countless scenarios he had in his head of how his first meeting with Rain would go, this was definitely not one of them. Chapter 482. Peace offering. Sonny was too shaken by what had just happened to do anything else today. So he just went down to the basement, entered the dream realm, and remained in his small room in the sanctuary instead of going out to fight nightmare creatures. There, he just slept peacefully for the entire night. This was a very strange way to act for Sonny, but many awakened did just that every day. Unless their citadel was under attack, which happened frequently in most parts of the dream realm, or they were assigned a certain duty, people just remained in their quarters, slept, and returned to the real world without throwing themselves into any kind of danger. Others performed various tasks to earn a livelihood in the citadel, all the while staying safe behind its walls. Few frequently ventured outside and challenged the wilderness of the dream realm. And who could blame them? Most people were made awakened against their will, after all. It was the spell that wanted humans to risk their lives, go through deadly trials and endure terrible suffering, not people themselves. So there was nothing wrong with a person who wanted to stay as safe as possible, for as long as possible. If anything, it was Sonny who behaved abnormally. In any case, he felt refreshed and more balanced when he returned to the real world in the morning. A good night of sleep helped him put his unexpected encounter with Rain in perspective. Yes, It was an unfortunate mistake on his part, and yes, the fact that she now knew his face and name was less than ideal. But truly nothing too bad had happened. Rain just thought of him as a neighbor, not even an acquaintance, just a stranger, which was just as Sonny wanted it. To be on the safe side, he could avoid leaving the house for a while altogether. And yet, in the evening, he found himself sitting on the porch again, enjoying the view and a cup of tea, as he had already grown used to. After yesterday, I doubt that she'll ever want to approach this house again, so I should be all right. But as it turned out, he was not. Sonny noticed Rain walking from the public transport terminal long before she came anywhere near his home, because one of his shadows was stationed further down the street to keep a lookout. He sighed, then lowered his eyes and pretended to study the synthwood surface of the porch, hoping to avoid making eye contact with the teenage girl. This time, he was not going to give her a reason to come closer and talk to him. However, it was all for naught. When Rain approached the path leading to his door, she slowed down a bit, hesitated, then turned and walked directly to him. "What the hell?" Sonny raised his head and stared at her with a bit of surprise. Hi, it's you again." She nodded, then took off her backpack and produced a big food container out of it, seemingly full of something delicious. Then Rain handed it to Sonny. "Here, my mom made it. Your friend said to bring food, right? Oh, and I'm really sorry, for yesterday." Sonny blinked a couple of times, then took the container from her hands and stared at it for a bit. Damn Effie, who told her to ask for food? I cook great food for the both of us myself. Then he pretended to smile and said, "Yeah, she did, and no problem, say thanks to your mom." Sonny thought that the conversation would be over after that, but Rain lingered. There was a sort of curious expression on her face. "It's nothing much, just some pasta with mushrooms and cream sauce. My favorite. Sonny, right? I'm Rain, by the way." He looked at the food container again, reevaluating his stance on its existence. Nothing special, huh? He was willing to bet that the ingredients she listed were all natural, too. A far cry from synth-paced people like him, usually consumed to keep their bellies full in the outskirts. Sonny knew a few guys who would kill to eat something like this. His smile became more genuine. "Yup, I'm Sonny. Nice to meet you, Rain." She smiled slightly, hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, "So you're really 18 and live alone in your own house? I mean, with that nice friend of yours?" Sonny shrugged. "Sure. She's just staying over until she finds a place of her own, though." "Why?" The girl looked at him with wide eyes. "I mean, aren't you a bit young to live on your own? Aren't your parents worried?" He stared at her for a couple of seconds, then tilted his head a little. "I think that I'm of a perfect age to live on my own, and no, my parents aren't worried about me one bit." Rain smiled, as though hearing the most fascinating thing ever. "But like, who cooks your food? No, wait, who buys your wood? You get an allowance? Or do you have a stipend from your university? Wait, do you even go to a university? I have so many questions." Sonny mentally groaned. "Questions, I hate questions." Outwardly, though, he remained calm. "What kind of questions are those? Obviously, I buy and cook my food myself. And who needs a university, a stipend? I am a wildly successful young entrepreneur, if you must know. Basically, I do whatever I want." Rain stared at him. "And your parent just let you? They're not lecturing you every day about the future, the importance of having a productive career, and how you must be always ready in case you get infected by the spell?" Sonny furrowed his brow. "No, none of those." Rain looked at him with envy and sighed. "You're lucky, my mom and dad are like hawks." "What the hell is a hawk? Something bad, I presume." He remained silent for a while, a complicated expression appearing on his face. Finally, Sonny said, "Don't be hard on your mom and dad. You're the lucky one, really. I sort of twisted the truth a little. My parents don't care about where I am and what I do because I don't have parents. So I would rather be in your situation than mine, great as it is. Yours is a bit greater." Rain stopped smiling and looked at him with a hard-to-read, sad expression on her pale face. Then she said quietly, "Oh, I see, sorry, I didn't know." She smiled a little and waved. "Well, I'll be going then. Enjoy the pasta, Sonny." The young girl put her backpack back on, turned around, and left. Sonny remained on the porch for a while, staring at the tray of food. Slowly, a dark expression settled on his face. "I can't continue doing nothing anymore. I need to make a decision and proceed. I wasted too much time as it is already." He avoided doing anything about getting Rain ready for the possibility of becoming infected by the spell, because he didn't know what to do and how. But this inaction had to stop. He had to come up with something. Chapter 483. 200 seconds. The problem was, he just didn't know enough to make a good decision. And even then, was he even qualified to make it? Sonny had a lot of experience dealing with various situations, possessed a quick wit, and was street smart, as well as having a real talent for killing things and remaining alive. Without wasting time on false modesty, he could admit that he excelled at many things. But were the things he excelled at even applicable to training a young girl for the nightmare spell? After all, what he wanted to give her were not combat skills or survival tactics. Those she was being taught already, in an elite school that someone like him would have never been able to attend. What he wanted to give her was a mindset that would allow her to survive in the unforgiving hell of the dream realm. And mind was a delicate thing. If he went about it in the wrong way, he could bring more harm than good. Not to mention that everyone was different, and what worked for him was not guaranteed to work for someone else. Take his own friends, for example. All of them had wildly diverging mindsets, but each had been able to thrive even in a place as dire and harrowing as the Forgotten Shore. "So, what the hell do I do?" Sonny massaged his temples, then sighed. First, he had to observe more and understand more. Whatever he wanted to decide, it was stupid to try and base that decision on observing Rain for a single day as she went about her classes. Maybe I'll get inspired, or my intuition will give me a hint. With that thought, he frowned, finished his tea, and went inside. The next morning, Sonny left his house early and used the transit system to reach the district where Rain's school was located. Now that he knew the place, he didn't need to follow his sister around. Instead, he went ahead, returned to the cafe he had hidden in the last time, and sent one of his shadows to keep watch on the entrance of the school as it waited for the young girl to appear. Half an hour later, he noticed her figure and silently ordered the shadow to follow Rain inside. "I am going to have to keep studying her demeanor for a while, a few weeks, at least. By then, it is going to be clear if my initial impression was right, or if I need to reconsider my evaluation. I'll also understand her strengths and weaknesses much better." Sonny had to stop himself from groaning. A few weeks, that was going to really eat into his time. Both the hunt for shadow fragments and his training with Effie and Saint were going to suffer, which was such a shame. Recently, he was starting to feel a hint of confidence when handling the cruel sight in its spear form. Previously, Sonny had mistakenly considered the spear to be a rather static weapon, one mostly capable of only straightforward thrusting attacks. And on the surface, it was more than that. This was actually one of its best features. Anyone could use a spear with a decent level of effectiveness. That was why it ruled the battlefield for thousands of years. Unlike the sword, a person didn't need endless hours of practice to become a proficient amateur with it. But in the hands of a master, the spear was a completely different beast. It was swift, deadly, and unpredictable, capable of a vast variety of attacks at a wide array of ranges. It was a truly versatile weapon capable of dealing devastating damage to anyone who would dare to approach its wielder. What Sonny liked the most, though, was how deceiving a spear could be. Cruel Sight, in particular, was especially flexible due to its long blade, which could both piece and slash. Not to mention the fact that the length of its shaft could be changed at will. Sonny was still much more comfortable with swords, though, especially familiar ones, like the Midnight Shard of the great Odachi form of the Soul Serpent. He was growing rather fond of the ability to keep his enemies further away from his body that the cruel sight gave him, nevertheless. So it was a real shame that he was going to have to reduce the amount of time he trained by a lot. That was not even the main reason why he felt malcontent about the prospect of spending weeks observing Rain at school, though. The main reason was teenagers. Sonny clearly remembered the mental trauma he had experienced after being forced to watch the young elites attending the prestigious school, making life difficult for both themselves and the teachers. Even after having to fall into an endless abyss while eating the rotten meat of a devil and burning in the ocean of divine flames, he would rather repeat the whole thing than experience school life again. Well, almost. Not really. With a sigh, Sonny concentrated on the pastry in front of him and prepared for a long and arduous day. That pastry alone made his mood better, simply because of the fact that it didn't come from a mimic. The young elites were the same, venomous, incredibly misguided and infuriating. Luckily, Rain was also the same. She studied quietly and avoided all the drama, which basically made her a pariah. Good girl, Rain, that's right. Disregard all the nonsense and learn as much as you can. Knowledge is a privilege. These classmates of yours are too stupid to value it, but you're not. Well, it wasn't as though they were some delinquents either. Academic achievement was the cornerstone of the social hierarchy in this elite school, so the competition among the students was fierce. It was just that most saw learning as a tool to earn status, as opposed to the goal. Not that their priorities were any of Sonny's business. Hour went after hour, and at some point, he decided to leave the cafe and take a walk to chase away the boredom. But before he could, however, something happened. His communicator suddenly let out a grating, echoing, ringing sound. A second later, the sound repeated. And it wasn't only just him. Every person in the cafe, from the clients to the members of the staff, was receiving the same notification. Sonny's chest grew cold. He knew that sound, of course. Everyone in the world knew and dreaded it. Looking down, he saw the familiar text appear on the screen of his communicator. No. The notification read, Emergency alert, gate activity detected in your proximity Ada. 201 seconds, evacuate immediately. Chapter 484. The gate, a gate, there is a gate. Before Sonny even comprehended these words, he was trembling, cold fear rising from the depths of his heart to swallow him whole. This was not a conscious response, but an instinctual reaction, something that his body had learned to do in the past, the terror that all modern humans came to bear in their very bones. The grating, echoing ringing meant only one thing: run. Run if you wish to live, if you don't want to die in a manner so harrowing that words could not describe it. But Sonny wasn't a mundane human anymore. Strangling the instinctual fear, he threw it aside and stared at the screen of the communicator with a dark expression on his face. The notification was similar to the ones he had seen several times in the past. Previously, when he lived in the outskirts, he had learned of the devastation an opening gate could bring firsthand. Wherever you lived, you were bound to hear that sound once every few years. Granted, the infrastructure in the outskirts was way less developed than in the proper parts of the city, and there wasn't a lot of awakened around, so the results were often more disastrous. He was in a very respectable district right now. But ironically, things were much worse. Sonny wasn't very versed in the technology the government used to detect the appearing gates in advance, but he knew that it failed this time. Usually, people would receive a notification at least 10 minutes, half an hour, sometimes even days before the dreaded event. This gave most of them time to evacuate out of the impact zone, and also allowed the government forces to arrive before the flood of nightmare creatures broke free of the opening gate and cut through the ranks of the nearby awakened who tried to stall it. 200 seconds. That was nothing. Less than nothing. It was not nearly enough time for people to run, and not nearly enough for help to arrive. Such a small time window meant only one thing, that unless something happened, there was going to be a massacre. He was safe, though. He could just shadow step away at any moment. As people jumped to their feet and ran to the exit with panicked expressions, Sonny sighed and pressed on the notification. Immediately, a map opened up, showing him the location of where the gate was going to appear, as well as optimal evacuation routes. Too close. There was no way that Rain's school was going to be able to evacuate thousands of students in time. If their hazard protocols were well established, they were not even going to try. They would just gather the children in the most protected part of the school, activate their defense systems, and try to hold until help arrived. The school was in the direct vicinity of the opening gate, though. Sonny wasn't sure how well its defenses would do, no matter how formidable they were. Even if there were several awakened staffed as security personnel or instructors for this exact eventuality, they wouldn't be able to do much. The true elites would not take such positions, after all. What to do? This time, the notification interface was different from how Sonny had seen it in the past. There was an additional, urgently blinking symbol on the map. It was very similar to the insignia Master Jet wore on her sleeve, only this one had 2 stars on it instead of 3. This symbol was there because the communicator knew that Sonny was an awakened. There were 192 seconds remaining until the gate opened. Out in the classroom, where one of his shadows was currently hiding, the children and the teacher were still staring at the notification with stunned expressions, not yet comprehending what it meant exactly, or simply refusing to, not paying a lot of attention to the chaos happening around him. Sonny pressed on the symbol, and additional information appeared on the screen. Attention, all awakened request immediate action. Attention, all awakened request immediate. Below that, several lines of text shimmered. Gate category, 2, 89% probability, 3, 10% probability, higher undefined. Strike force Ada, 16 min, 14 sec. 13 minutes. A corner of Sonny's twitched, a resentful grimace appearing on his face. The earliest any government force would be able to arrive to the gate was in 13 minutes after it had opened. 13 minutes, that might as well have been an eternity. Too long. And now, Sonny had to make a decision. He had to either run away or respond to the call to arms to stand in front of the nightmare gate, hoping to survive in the flood of monsters for 13 entire minutes. Well, it wasn't that hard of a decision, really. Sonny knew that he was going to stay not out of any sort of moral obligation, but simply because he wanted to. He was equally as reluctant to turn tail and allow the spell to invade his world with impunity as he was to see countless nice, mundane humans die in the maws of nightmare creatures, like the polite waitress who served him the delicious pastries, or the baker who had made them. This was his world, his city, and his fellow humans. Before, Sonny was always weak and had no choice but to run, hide, and tremble in fear. He was done living his life in fear a long time ago, though. He was also done allowing anyone or anything to take what was his without a bloody fight. He was done being weak, but even that wasn't the real reason. Perhaps Sonny would have considered the approaching disaster too much of a risk and retreated, but Rain was there, very near to the center of the map displaying the gate's impact zone. So really, running away wasn't even an option. 180 seconds remained. Now left alone in the empty cafe, Sonny stood up and stretched. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. This is going to be a wild, wild ride. Chapter 485. Lesser evil. Now that he knew that he was insanity, going to act, Sonny had to decide how exactly and do it very fast. Sadly, the question was not as easy as it seemed. His life was too complicated for anything to be easy. Not only was the answer to the question not too obvious, But what's worse, he had mere seconds to make a decision, which was not nearly enough to think things through with any sort of clarity. But what choice did he have? None at all, Sonny grimaced. Let's speedrun our options. The safest and most cowardly option was to shadow step into the classroom through the shadow, spying on Rain, grab the girl and bring her away. At least it seemed safe on the surface. In reality, though, such an action would cause all types of terrible consequences both for him and for his sister. Not only was he going to have a lot of explaining to do, revealing all the things he wanted to keep hidden, he would also leave countless witnesses, as well as digital evidence, connecting Rain to him and vice versa. In the future, whenever he was going to end up having really dangerous enemies, which Sonny had no doubt would happen one day, soon that evidence was going to come to light and lead them to her, which was not something he was willing to accept. So, he was going to leave that option as the last resort, and act on it only if the school's defenses were breached and Rain was in imminent danger. With that out of the way, there was only one path left: doing his civil duty and going directly to the gate, in hopes of stalling the tide of nightmare creatures long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Awakened who didn't work for the government were expected and encouraged, but not technically obligated to respond to a call like that. Many, maybe even most, did not and chose to run instead. And who could blame them? Not everyone with an aspect was a combatant, and even those who had not become one voluntarily. Forcing these already traumatized people to go to their potential deaths under the threat of retribution if they refused was not something the government was eager to do. Or maybe it simply couldn't. Forcing Awakened to do anything was a dangerous idea, since they could potentially topple the government if pushed too much. So, the government preferred to use a carrot instead of a stick when dealing with them. It was a delicate balance. Sonny wasn't sure that he was even going to see that carrot, though, because he was facing a dilemma. Yes, he had decided to fight in front of the gate, but this could also be done in several ways. Two ways, really. Sonny could go into battle as himself, or as Mongrel, protecting his identity from the prying eyes and himself from any attention. Using Weaver's mask was not without risk, as every time he did so without proper preparations could potentially leave behind context clues that would allow smart people to narrow down the list of suspects. But the alternative, right now, with not a lot of time to weigh all the pros and cons, Sonny felt that the alternative was worse. If he wanted to have a hope of surviving for 13 minutes, he was going to have to go all out, showcasing the full scope of his true powers. That meant that all his efforts to create an image of a talented, but not too dangerous or noteworthy young Awakened were going to be destroyed. He was going to become really, really famous, and draw the eyes of entities he wanted to remain blind to his existence for as long as possible. Perhaps even worse, he was going to create one too many coincidences for Rain to continue not noticing his secret attention. It was one thing to have a quirky neighbor. If he suddenly showed up near your school in your moment of need, and turned out to be one of the most deadly Awakened of his generation, though that would most likely be enough to make her start asking questions that Sonny wasn't ready to answer. So, Awakened Sunless was going to have to cowardly run away from the gate, while Mongrel was going to have to stand and fight. What a messed up situation. 170 seconds remained. Sonny sighed, knowing full well that this decision was not ideal. At the minimum, Mongrel's persona prevented him from using some of his most powerful tools, anything that people knew and associated with Sonny, no less. Like the cruel sight, very few people had seen him use Saint, however. In fact, outside of Neff's cohort, Mordred was pretty much the only person who had. There were also the people he had fought the Lord of the Dead with, but all of them were gone now, with one notable exception. Saishin was still alive and out there somewhere in the embrace of one of the three great clans, so summoning Saint was not ideal too. even though someone else could have received a similar echo. Revealing her was really risky. He could only do it if things got really desperate. Maybe I should reconsider. But there was no time to consider things anymore. There were less than 3 minutes left before the gate opened. He would just have to manage somehow. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, then checked where the cameras monitoring the cafe were located and walked into their blind zone. There, he summoned the covetous coffer, placed his communicator on its lid, and sent the box scurrying in the direction opposite of where he himself was headed. After that, Sonny took a deep breath and dissipated into the shadows. A few seconds later, and hundreds of meters away, an armored figure wearing a fearsome black mask walked out of the darkness, the blade of the great Odachi resting on its shoulder. Mongrel had arrived to the Nightmare Gate. Chapter 486, Call of a Nightmare. The road ahead of Sonny was almost empty. Only several people could still be seen, running away from the vertical line where the air was rippling strangely, 100 or so meters behind their backs. When they saw his menacing figure, the stragglers recoiled. Someone let out a frightened yelp. Not paying them any attention, Sonny calmly walked forward. The soul serpent rested on his shoulder. Strange. I have never seen an opening gate up close before. The deserted street in front of him did indeed look very eerie. Not only because it was almost entirely empty, both of pedestrians and of rushing PTVS, but also because light and shadows were behaving very strangely, the hue of the light slightly wrong, the movement of the shadows slightly erratic. The sound was strange, too. It was deadly quiet, but at the same time, Sonny couldn't get rid of the feeling that there were barely audible noises coming from all directions, assaulting his ears like an inaudible cacophony of muffled, distant, demented screams. There was a strange pressure rising in the air, getting stronger the closer he got to the nascent Nightmare Gate. The gate itself was easy to recognize. It looked like a tall vertical depression in the fabric of the world, a place where light refracted in unnatural ways and the inaudible screams were the loudest. Not a rift in reality yet, but a hint of one. In front of the gate, half a dozen people stood, staring at it in tense silence. The awakened who, just like Sonny, decided to answer the call. Only 6 of them. While that fact didn't promise him anything good, it was to be expected. 200 seconds was just not enough for a lot of willing defenders to arrive. Even those who were ready to risk their lives in an attempt to protect the civilians needed time to get to the gate. After all, this bunch were those who had already been in the immediate impact zone when the alert was sent to their communicators, just like Sonny. Maybe they were overly confident in their abilities, or maybe, just like he, they had people they cared about in the surrounding area, perhaps even in the very same school where Rain was, a few hundred meters behind their backs. In any case, he couldn't help but feel a bit of respect toward these people. Coming to a gate already required a lot of courage. Remaining even after it became clear that there were going to be less than 10 awakened fighting side by side to stall the tide of monsters was beyond that. These people were ready to die to fulfill their duty. Fools, brave, brave fools. What about Sonny himself then? I am a fool too, but a cowardly one. Sonny had no plans of dying today. He knew what he was doing and had ways to escape if things got too dire. Without slowing down even a little, he calmly walked past the 6 awakened and stopped with his back to them, closer to the gate than anyone else. Unwittingly, Sonny found himself standing at the head of the small group of defenders. Unlike them, he showed no sign of fear. The others were staring at the gate with pale faces, their bodies tense, their eyes full of unease and dark resentment. Sonny's pose, however, was confident, indifferent, almost relaxed, and in the eyes of the fearsome mask there was nothing but darkness. The others reacted to his arrival with excitement. One more awakened to fight with them was already a good thing, but this one in particular looked especially imposing. His onyx armor and fearsome blade were obviously a cut above the memories they themselves had in their possession, and his calm demeanor suggested either an experienced fighter or a madman. And then someone recognized him. "Wait, isn't that M. Mongrel?" The others looked at the girl who spoke with confusion. "Who?" She stared at them with wide eyes. That's Lord Mongrel. Haven't you heard of him?" A hint of recognition appeared in the eyes of the awakened gathered in front of the opening gate. One of them glanced at Sonny, lingered for a moment, and asked, "I am sorry, friend. This young woman seems to have heard of you. If I may ask, are you an awakened of some renown?" Sonny didn't move a muscle and lied almost on autopilot. "I am not an awakened. I have no renown." The man raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, not an awakened? Then who are you?" Sonny cursed inwardly. "My damned tongue." He gritted his teeth, remained silent for a second, and then answered in a calm tone, "I am just a human." Then he sighed and turned his head slightly, staring at the six awakened. From the look of their memories and how they held themselves, they weren't elites. Several seemed to know how to hold a sword, but that was all. They were going to get eaten alive once the gate opened. Disheartened, he asked, "Combat aspects?" The defenders looked at each other, and then the girl who had recognized him answered, "I have an awakened aspect that enhances my agility and allows me to strike with deadly precision. Two guys have dormant aspects centered around endurance and strength, and the other two can perform ranged elemental attacks. So, three weak combat aspects, two supporting fighters, and no one capable of proper support or healing." He lowered his head for a moment. There were only 30 seconds left before the gate opened. Slight tremors were running through the ground beneath his feet, and bits of dust and small pieces of gravel were slowly rising into the air, levitating on the invisible currents of energy coursing through the air. "How I am going to do this?" Sonny gripped the hilt of the soul serpent tighter, then said hoarsely, "Stay back, kill anything that gets past me." He paused for a moment and then added, "Make them bleed." The girl stared at him with wide eyes. Stay back. But sir, you can't do it alone. There will be a horde of them. Even if there were 100 of you, that wouldn't be enough to kill them all." Sonny turned away and looked at the slowly opening rift in front of him. How could he get these people to stay out of his way? The best place for them to be was at the back, finishing off anything that Sonny failed to kill and preventing the nightmare creatures from escaping into the city. Escaping toward Rain's school. Failing to come up with a better lie, he opened his mouth and said coldly, "One of me is enough to kill them all." With that, Sonny left the girl standing there with an open mouth and walked forward. "What's the big deal anyway? It's just a nightmare gate." His legs, however, were trembling a little. Just at that moment, an especially strong tremor ran through the ground. The shadows exploded in a mad dance, the sunlight growing dim and ghostly. The wind howled through the empty street, as if the air was being sucked into the widening rift. And then, an invisible shockwave spread out of it, making the windows in the surrounding building shatter. Sonny resisted the push and suddenly felt the familiar feeling permeate his soul. The call of a nightmare. The gate had opened. Chapter 487. First wave. Sonny took a step forward and brandished the soul serpent, feeling the indomitable nature of Saint's grounded battle style permeate his bones. The gloomy shadow wrapped itself around the blade of the Odachi, causing it to shine with dark radiance. Just like the taciturn demon, this serpent shared a kinship with the shadow, and as such, the augmentation it received was even more powerful than Sonny himself could enjoy. Even though the Odachi was only of the dormant rank, for now, this alone made it equal to an awakened blade in terms of sharpness, durability, and lethality. He activated the living stone and feather of truth, enchantments of the onyx armor to make it light as a feather, and able to heal the damage it was bound to receive. Then, Sonny summoned the blood blossom charm and willed the armor to integrate it, activating the underworld armament enchantment. This way, The enhancing effect the crimson flower had on his memories and shadows was going to be inherited by the mantle itself, and then strengthened even further. He had not told the other awakened to make the nightmare creatures bleed just to seem cool. He literally needed there to be as much blood flowing to the pavement as possible, so that his armor and sword became as powerful as possible. The gate was open now, revealing a dark rift in the fabric of reality, as wide as the street itself and as tall as the buildings. It seemed to devour all light around it and call to him, call for him to enter. Sonny wasn't too preoccupied with the gate itself, though. His gaze was locked on the unclear silhouettes moving through the darkness. Soon, the first nightmare creature burst into the daylight, leaving cracks on the asphalt with its black claws. Good. Had he not wanted to accumulate shadow fragments? Had he not wanted to raise the counter of the prince of the underworld enchantment? Well, he should have been careful about what he wished for. There were going to be hundreds of abominations coming through the rift today to satiate his wish. The second category gates were the most frequent to appear in the waking world. As such, everyone was familiar with how they functioned. The first few waves of advancing nightmare creatures were not going to be too terrible, at least for a fighter of Sonny's caliber. They would be comprised mostly of dormant creatures, with some awakened abominations mixed in. Their classes and numbers, too, would be comparatively low. But these first few waves, they were just a hint of the horror to come. Pretty soon, every nightmare creature coming from the gate was going to be of the awakened rank, with more and more fallen ones appearing as well. Their classes were going to rise, until there were as many demons as there were monsters and beasts around. And if Sonny was still alive by the time this second stage was nearing its culmination, well, two things could happen, neither promising him anything good. Either the gate was going to end up really being of the second category, or not. If it continued to grow, reaching the third category, then there would be more and more waves of nightmare creatures, hundreds of fallen abominations lunging into the real world from the dark void between worlds, with corrupted horrors and creatures of higher classes appearing among them. If it didn't, then the guardian of the gate would manifest itself into reality. The guardian was always at least one rank higher than the gate's category, and could be of any high class from a devil to a dreaded titan. In any case, Sonny had to live through the initial waves first to find out what was going to kill him in the end. The first creature to appear from the darkness resembled a terrifying hound with blood-red bone spikes growing from its mottled black fur. It landed on the road and opened its maw, then produced a guttural, hoarse roar, and then abruptly grew silent as shadow serpent's blade slashed across its neck, severing its head entirely. "You have slain a dormant beast." Sonny jumped back, and just as he did, more silhouettes lunged at him from the dark rift, their eyes burning with madness and bloodthirst as they smelled what was waiting for them up ahead, a whole world full of defenseless, untainted souls for them to devour. Not so fast, you filth. Sonny had a very simple plan. He was going to build a barrier in front of the gate. He was going to build a mountain of bleeding corpses right at the border of the darkness, to show the next waves of nightmare creatures how welcoming the real world was to their kind. As soon as more spiked hounds entered into the light, he lunged forward to meet them. Blood sprayed into the air, and as the menacing Odachi reaped another life, Sonny shifted his weight, slammed the pommel of the sword into the face of a lunging creature, then swiftly stepped forward and pierced the third one through the throat. Before the drops of blood even fell to the ground, he tore the blade from the corpse of the abomination, slicing it almost in half, and brought his heel on the skull of the beast he had previously slammed to the ground. In the process, he increased the weight of the mantle of the underworld, so the creature's head simply exploded under his boot. All of it took no more than 2 seconds. And on the third second, a dozen hellish beasts emerged from the rift, some of them running, some of them jumping high into the air to land on him from above. Behind them, a macabre wall of flesh, claws, and fangs was spilling out of the darkness like a rabid tide. Sonny growled, feeling the enchantment of the blood blossom activate and fill his sword with an unquenchable bloodlust. Come, come, you bastards, let this mongrel guide you all to hell. Chapter 488. A beast more terrible no matter how fast Sonny was, how intricate his control of the shadow essence was. He had spent a whole month doing nothing but practicing it. After all, no matter how strong his body could become as the result, he still couldn't be in several places at the same time. Yes, he had two cores brimming with power, and his armor and his weapon were augmented by a combination of an aspect ability and enchantments. Killing one of the infernal hounds without receiving a hit was not that big of a problem, several even, but a dozen. That was too much even for him, so Sonny didn't even try. At this point, Mantle of the Underworld was as close to the pinnacle of the ascended rank as a memory could be, so these dormant beasts had no chance of piercing it with their fangs. He could allow himself to be bitten a few times. He just had to be strategic about it. He had to protect his neck and the back of his head, as well as pay attention to balance and mass. Yes, the abominations couldn't get to his flesh just yet, but an impact was still an impact. If he wasn't careful, the bastards were going to topple him, and once he was on the ground, the game would be over. Luckily, he had Feather of Truth at his disposal and could manipulate the weight of the onyx armor, turning it from incredibly light to as heavy as a mountain. In conjunction with the cautious use of Saint's grounded style, which excelled at solid footwork and indomitability, he could stay upright no matter how many beasts attacked him. Ignoring the creatures that were lunging at him from the ground, Sonny dashed to the side to avoid being landed on by one of the jumping hounds, and received another on the tip of the Odachi, allowing the momentum to impale it on the sword. Before the heavy carcass could weigh the shadow serpent down, Sonny used the long hilt as a lever and slammed the dead creature into the mass of its attacking kin. By that time, one jaw was already closing on his thigh, and another was centimeters away from his forearm. The blood-red fangs scraped against the stone-like metal of the onyx armor, not leaving even a scratch on it. Sonny let go of the hilt of the Odachi with one hand, then hooked its blade under the throat of one of the attacking abominations and made a simple move forward, slicing through tough fur, skin, and vulnerable flesh beneath. His other fist landed on the head of the second beast. Unseen to anyone, the moonlight shard appeared in it at the last moment, its ghostly blade easily piercing the creature's skull and disappearing as fast as it had appeared after destroying its brain. Sonny spun, throwing both corpses aside, caught the hilt of the Odachi with his second hand, made a small thrust to pierce a lunging hound's head right through one of its eyes, and then dashed forward to descend on the group of them entangled in the carcass of the abomination he had caught on the tip of his blade earlier. What happened next could only be described as a morbid, bloody dance. Sonny moved through the mass of nightmare creatures, much faster than any of them were, his great sword flying through them with graceful and fluid logic, sending more and more blood spraying into the air. Somehow, he managed to avoid most of their attacks, and those he did not ended up sliding fruitlessly from his armor. He almost made it look easy. But of course, it wasn't. Any of these beasts, even though they were only dormant, could massacre countless mundane humans, or kill a less skillful awakened in one fell lunge. It was just that today they met a far more terrifying creature, a true awakened fighter, and a monstrous one at that. Sonny cut through the mass of spiked hounds, strategically leaving many of them maimed but alive. They could only bleed as long as they weren't dead after all, and he needed them to bleed a lot to bring the blood blossom to the peak of its strength. There were many of them around him, too many really, but that too could be used to his advantage. He used the corpses of the beasts he had slain, the ones he had left alive, and those who were yet to meet his blade as a barrier to slow down the others. Through superior speed and clever positioning, he was able to not only always remain moving, but also evade being surrounded. Things weren't exactly easy, but he was still managing without too much strain. His main problem right now was to not allow any of the abominations to move past him and escape into the streets. Luckily, the few that did manage to slip by were quickly finished by the 6 awakened staying behind, observing the massacre with grim, tense, and darkly awed expressions. However, Sonny wasn't oblivious to the fact that this successful start was an illusion. The first wave was just an appetizer, after all, simply a hint of the true calamity to come. So his goal for now was to kill as many of the dormant beasts as he could, bring the augmentation of the blood blossom to considerable strength, and throw as many corpses at the stretch of cracked asphalt directly in front of the gate as possible, to make it harder for the stronger abominations to enter into the real at full speed. He felt the dreaded change too soon, though. It came in a form of an eerie, long whistle that suddenly made the hounds lunge at him with renewed fury. And then, a crude arrow suddenly flashed out of the darkness of the rift, almost hitting him in the eye. The arrowhead, fashioned out of a splinter of a red bone, exploded against the wood of Weaver's mask, throwing his head back. What the? He swiftly repositioned and caught his balance, then dashed forward and skewered several beasts on the blade of the shadow serpent. More arrows flew out of the darkness, piercing the flesh of the attacking hounds or sliding off the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. He felt each hit, though. The power behind these arrows was truly monstrous. Awakened creatures are coming, already. As soon as he thought that, the first of the hunters came out of the darkness, following their hounds into the real world. Sonny gritted his teeth. A tall, desiccated humanoid with skin as black as coal and as rough as the bark of an ancient tree, wearing rotten remains of fur armor, raised a mighty bow made out of wood and bone, and looked at him with empty holes where his eyes should have been. Furious, red flames burned in their darkness instead. Crap! Sonny grabbed one of the hounds and hoisted its body up, just in time for the arrow to pierce its body instead of hitting him in the face. Bows, they're using bows. How was that even fair? Feeling the bloodlust of the blossom charm surge in his heart, Sonny threw the dying hound at the bone hunter, gripped his sword, and dashed forward once again. Chapter 489. Second wave. There were several ancient archers aiming at him already, and more of the hunters were appearing from the darkness. Some wielded bows, some spears with jagged flint blades and crude axes. Those were awakened monsters, each and every one equal in rank and class to Carapace Centurion Sonny had fought once, a long time ago, on the Forgotten Shore, and to Sonny himself, technically. A much tougher enemy for him to slaughter. Luckily, unlike the massive Centurions, the hunters weren't covered in adamantine chitin from head to toe. Ducking under the flying arrow, Sonny lunged forward and thrust the tip of the Odachi into the desiccated flesh of one of the bowmen. The black, bark-like skin offered a lot of resistance to the shadow-honed blade, but the force of the blow was terrible enough to rip through flesh and bone, allowing it to pierce the body of the hunter and emerge from his back. Sonny just hoped that these bastards had anatomy similar to humans, and that their hearts were located in the same place. From the look of it, they were, however. The monster did not react to having his heart destroyed as a human would. Instead of dying, he simply grabbed the blade of the shadow serpent and took a step forward, skewering himself deeper onto it, in an attempt to reach Sonny with the other hand. Curses! Sonny twisted the blade, severing the monster's fingers, and then pulled the Odachi upward, slicing through his ribcage, neck, and skull. This finally caused the bowman to die. You have slain an awakened monster, ancient Barrow Wraith. Revenants great, simply great, damn it. So he was fighting corpses that were possessed by some sort of a murderous spirit. As such, the hunters weren't fully sentient. That didn't stop them from remembering some of their craft, though. Not only were they able to wield their stone weapons with deadly skill, they also seemed to coordinate their attacks, herding Sonny like prey. The archers moved apart so that he would have no choice but to show his back to one while attacking another. Those with melee weapons rushed forward, aiming to surround him. The situation was quickly turning desperate. Sonny gritted his teeth, dodged a strike of a stone axe, saw it shatter the asphalt into dust, and lashed out with the shadow serpent. Just a moment after the blade of the great Odachi severed the attacker's legs, another arrow hit him in the shoulder, causing Sonny to stagger and almost lose his balance. He glanced around him, noticing that the enemies had succeeded in positioning themselves in a way that would have doomed a normal enemy. He was surrounded from all sides, with archers hiding behind mighty hunters wielding spears and axes. Damn it! I didn't want to do this, as a dozen arrows streaked through the air to bite at his armor. Sonny suddenly disappeared. A moment later, he appeared behind one of the archers and decapitated him with one terrible strike. Before others even had time to register what had happened, Sonny was inexplicably at the opposite side of their formation, his Odachi piercing the head of another archer. Almost leaving afterimages behind, the figure of the warrior in the menacing onyx armor seemed to blink between half a dozen monsters in the span of a few seconds. Each time it appeared, one of the creatures died, their black bodies crumbling into piles of severed limbs and shattered skulls. The blade of the great Odachi shone with dark radiance, cutting through the ancient hunters like a reaper's scythe. A few moments later, Sonny slid backward on the broken asphalt, leaving a bloody trail behind. A low growl escaped from beneath his mask. Enhanced by the underworld armament, the enchantment of the blood blossom was behaving strangely. It was supposed to augment his memories, echoes, and shadows, but with so much blood flowing to the ground, Sonny found that even his body and mind were being affected by the morbid charm a little. He felt both exhilarated and frustrated, exhilarated by the slaughter he was perpetrating, and frustrated because he needed to kill more, cut more, make them bleed more, so much more, blood, more. Sonny basked in the ecstasy of bloodshed for a split second and then lashed out at himself, making the rabid thirst recede. He needed to be careful. This bloodlust was beneficial but could easily blind him. He had to maintain clarity. That was the only way to control the flow of the battle and survive. Thankfully, he knew how to keep a cool head better than most. Regardless, although using Shadow Step so many times in rapid succession cost him a lot of shadow essence, he had managed to break the enemy formation and eliminate most of the archers. The rest were going to be much easier to deal with now. But of course, the gate was not done with him. It continued to spew more and more enemies, making any progress he had made meaningless. As a new wave of hunters emerged from the darkness, a frenzied mass of hounds rushing between the wraiths, he paled a little. Too many. No matter how superior his armor, weapon, and skill were, he was going to get buried under the tide of nightmare creatures due to their momentum. And even if he managed to cut a hole in the wall of abominations, the rest were going to move past him and descend upon the six awakened, and then, inevitably, escape into the streets of the city, toward Rain's school. Damn, this is going to suck. As the new wave of creatures lunged forward, joining the survivors of the previous one, Sonny shifted his memories around. For a brief second, the broken oath took the place of the blood blossom, its soul-eroding aura being inherited and enhanced by the mantle of the underworld. A wave of nausea washed other Sonny's mind. Arg! A mental scream rang in his head. Luckily, he was prepared for the pain. His armor provided him with a solid defense against soul attacks, too. Even ones coming from the mantle itself. The attacking nightmare creatures, on the other hand, had no resistance to it at all. Sunny had only kept the broken oath active for a second before changing the slotted charm back to the blood blossom, but it was enough to break the momentum of the tide of abominations. The hunters staggered, the hounds stumbled and slowed down. For a brief moment, the whole mass of monsters seemed disoriented. Sunny used this opportunity well. The dark figure wearing a fearsome mask suddenly appeared in the very middle of the enemies, and before the nightmare creatures could regain their bearing, the great blade of the Odachi turned into a whirlwind of darkness, leaving clouds of bloody mist and severed corpses everywhere he went. Sunny had abandoned Saint's grounded style, reduced the weight of the mantle of the underworld to that of a feather, and turned to pure offense, dancing between the enemies like a dark, slaughtering demon. For now he was still at his peak, but exhaustion was already not too far behind. As he fought, his breath was slowly becoming hoarse and labored. How long has it been? He thought back to what had happened until now and felt the first hint of desperation. Just a couple of minutes. The whole battle took slightly more than 2 minutes, and he had to continue for at least 11 more. Chapter 490, break point 6 minutes. That was how long Sunny managed to hold on, until things really went from bad to terrible. By then, the ground in front of the gate was littered with piles of corpses, their blood flowing down the pavement like a crimson stream. He had lost count of how many dormant abominations he had slain, how many ancient hunters he had sliced apart. Despite how strong and fearsome the primeval wraiths were, their assault had broken against the impenetrable barrier of his blade, his aspect, and his will. Sunny paid a price, though. By now, his muscles were burning, and he had to force the air in and out of his struggling lungs. The mantle of the underworld held, but his body beneath the black stone-like metal was beaten and battered. The armor itself was covered in blood and dented slightly in several places. Those dents did not come from the hunters, though. During the third wave, new nightmare creatures emerged from the darkness of the gate. Among them were larger beasts, more terrifying than the hounds Sunny had been slaughtering, and their masters. The demons of the mysterious barrow were similar to the desiccated huntsmen, but much taller, stronger, and better equipped. They wielded masterfully crafted flint weapons and armors made out of rotten leather and bone, their empty eyes burning with hungry red flames. What's worse, they really knew how to use their stone spears and swords. Met with the strange, ferocious, and deviously lethal battle style of the primeval demons, Sunny was sent for a loop. This was like nothing he had ever experienced before. They fought with the straightforward, yet insidious resolve of cunning apex predators, with the evil will to kill through any means necessary, always following the most efficient and barbarously cruel path to dominance. It should not have worked, but it did. The dents on Sunny's armor could attest to it. Well, he shouldn't have been surprised. If these ancient wraiths came from people similar to his own world's prehistoric humans, then they were the most devastating of predators, ruthless killers on a planetary scale. From what little Sunny knew about history, ancient humans had spread across the whole planet like a plague, eviscerating whole types of living creatures, including all other nascent branches of the humankind, in one fell avalanche. With their flint weapons and the knowledge of fire, they became nothing less than the cause and perpetrators of the sixth mass extinction, equal to the likes of massive asteroids and climate shifts despite their puny size and lifespan. He was kind of starting to miss the Carapace Legion. In any case, Sunny somehow managed to kill these terrifying fighters, a few of them, at least 2. More than that, he reached into the very essence of shadow dance and greedily absorbed every nuance of their primeval and ferocious fighting style, and then reflected it back at the waves of nightmare creatures, bringing his already terrifying dance of death to a truly chilling level of brutality. The blood blossom had long ago reached its limit. Minutes passed, and despite the fact that Sunny was battered and growing dangerously tired, his reserves of shadow essence swiftly diminishing, for a few moments, he felt as though he had things under control. That maybe, just maybe, he was going to stand his ground for the whole 13 minutes. And then he realized that he would not. As the 6th minute came to an end, a furious bellow shook the world, and something massive lunged at him from the darkness of the gate. The barrier of corpses he had built in front of it exploded, and a giant beast twice as tall as Sunny, as weighing at least 20 times more, emerged from it in a cloud of blood and bone fragments, 2 empty eye sockets full of ghostly red flame. Sunny stared at it with wide eyes. The creature resembled a giant bison, its black fur mottled and rotten, a ridge of long, scarlet bone spikes piercing the hide along the spine. The head of the monstrosity was crowned with 2 jagged, blood-red horns. A fallen. That thing is fallen. The bison was also different from the hounds and larger beasts he had been fighting against, since it, just like the ancient hunters, was itself a wraith. A corpse reanimated by the malevolent spirit of red flame. Crap! Sunny hurriedly commanded the Feather of Truth to make his armor as heavy as possible and lowered his stance, knowing full well that he couldn't allow that thing to get past him. In the next moment, 2,000 kilograms of rotting flesh and sharp horns crashed into him at full speed. CR. For a split second, everything became dark. Then, Sunny found himself bouncing off the asphalt and then rolling across it at a terrible speed, up until the moment a wall of a building stopped him and exploded, shards of cement flying into the air. Not good. Disoriented, he shook his head, feeling drops of blood seep under Weaver's mask, and then used the shadow serpent to help himself stand up. Then he looked toward the gate through the red mist clouding his sight. The massive wraith was approaching the 6 terrified awakened. Its speed, however, was slow, and its steps staggered. There was a big hole in its forehead where the thick, adamantine bones of the skull were shattered and cracked, bits of bloody pulp spilling out of it and falling to the ground. Just before the impact, Sunny had brought his armored fist down on it, summoning the Moonlight Shard at the last moment. His plan was to pierce the big bastard's brain, but because of the violent force and momentum of their collision, he ended up doing that, and then punching a hole through the creature's forehead with his spiked gauntlet. Sunny's thoughts were slow and astray, but he was already starting to regain his senses. I have a concussion, I think. Failing to breach the last few meters to the 6 awakened, the bison stopped and swayed. Its legs suddenly caved and it toppled over, sending a tremor running through the ground. A flood of abominations was already rushing into the breach it had created, though, into the empty space where Sunny had been. Still disoriented, Sunny staggered, then raised the soul serpent weakly. Bad. This is really, really bad. Chapter 491. Desperate measures. As nightmare creatures rushed forward, the 6 awakened began to act. The 2 with elemental aspects attacked first. Something flashed in the air, and then one of them was suddenly surrounded by a swiftly spinning ring of fire. The fire disk then flew forward and collided against the mass of abominations, immolating one of the hounds and burning several more. The other raised her hand, and a thin blade made of nothing but air whistled as it bit into the flesh of one of the hunters, severing one of his arms at the shoulder. Sunny blinked. You have slain a fallen monster. The fastest of the nightmare creatures were already lunging at the defenders. The girl he had spoken to before took a step forward and attacked with a slender saber, striking at the neck of a spiked hound and opening its artery with a precise cut. 2 more awakened were covering her from the sides, both wielding a shield and a memory weapon of their own, one a short sword, the other a steel pike. The last one did something to repel the arrows that were already flying toward their bodies, but Sunny had no idea what. Your shadow grows stronger. The awakened were performing well. They acted with sufficient coordination and foresight, doing everything in their power to slow down the tide of approaching monsters. Although not elites, each of them was a capable combatant. They were brave and determined. And yet it was not going to be enough. Not nearly enough to survive, let alone prevent the invaders from escaping into the city. You have received a memory. What to do, what to do. Not fully realizing what he was doing, Sonny commanded the shadow to wrap itself around his body, and for the soul serpent to slither back onto his skin. Immediately, he felt much more powerful, his head more clear. His muscles brimmed with raw strength, double what he had just a second ago. His breathing became deeper. Sonny knew that he had to slow the abominations down and then get back into the fight. That was the only way. Making a step forward, he swayed a little, and then grabbed the roof of an abandoned PTV to help himself keep balance. Bending down, he then grabbed the bottom of the heavy alloy vehicle with his other hand. Sending all of his essence rushing through his body, flooding it with as much strength as he could muster, he then growled and dug into the alloy with his fingers. And then, sending cracks through the asphalt, Sonny strained every muscle in his body to perform one devastating, explosive push. The window of the PTV exploded, and as its frame deformed, the whole vehicle suddenly flew into the air. It breached the distance between him and the rushing tide of nightmare creatures and crashed into it from the side like a bizarre cannonball, turning several dormant beasts into bloody pulp, breaking numerous bones and sending most of the front row of abominations tumbling down. The runes shimmered in front of Sonny, and with no time to waste, he threw just one look at them, searching for the description of his new memory. He was only interested in one thing: memory type, weapon. Good enough. Not bothering with reading the rest, Sonny summoned the weapon and used Shadow Step to appear amid the reeling abominations. Some had avoided his improvised ram and were already either attacking the six awakened or escaping into the streets. He couldn't do anything about it now. What he could do, though, as an ancient spear with a head crafted out of a long and sharp piece of black obsidian materialized in his hands, he thrust it into the throat of one of the wraiths, then used its back end to slam another one in the chest. Then, Sonny spun the spear and brought it down on the head of a lunging hound, shattering its skull with one terrifying blow. While he tried to overcome the ringing in his ears and continued to fight, more nightmare creatures got past him. And more still were already emerging from the gate. Die, 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 you damn wretches, die faster. They breached the line of defenders. The voice of the headmaster seemed calm, considering the situation, so the children gathered in the combat training hall of the school didn't panic either. Nevertheless, they could feel that the adults were frightened, and that fear spread like an infection. The children were frightened, too. For many of the younger kids, this was the first time they experienced being near an opening gate. Those who were older knew what to do, in theory, only none of those things could be done. There was just not enough time to evacuate or reach the nearest shelter, and so, the lessons they had learned were useless. Everyone was gathered in the most protected place in the school, the gymnasium, and huddled together. The younger children were placed in the middle, the older ones near the edge, with the teachers standing the furthest from the center. The combat instructors were armed with actual memory weapons, which looked menacing and beautiful, at least to Rain, who had never seen her teacher wield one of his real weapons before. With him, the other instructors, and a couple of bodyguards who happened to be inside the school because of those children whose parents were really important. There were 5 awakened among them, each armed and ready to fight. The other teachers and older students were armed too, albeit with mundane weapons. Rain herself was holding her training sword, realizing for the first time how flimsy and pathetic it was. Before, the sword had always seemed to weigh a ton and be unnecessarily sharp. Now, she wished that it was a real weapon and not just a training one. What is going to happen? Because she happened to be standing near the headmaster, She saw her combat instructor glance at him and say something in a low voice. Rain wasn't supposed to hear it, most likely, but she did. He said, "It's a miracle that they held that long, really. Only 7 of them. I don't know who these people are, but they should have been overwhelmed in the first minute." Overwhelmed. But if 7 awakened were supposed to die in less than a minute, then what about the 5 protecting us? Rain suddenly felt cold and scared. The whole thing didn't seem real. How can something like this happen? This school was so prestigious and expensive, and so many important people sent their children here. Surely the defenses, as if answering her thoughts, muffled sounds of firing penetrated the walls and sent shivers running through everyone's bodies. The automatic turrets had gone online, which meant that there were nightmare creatures approaching. Rain's father worked for the government, handling matters having to do with the logistical support of the awakened, and although he didn't like to talk about work, she knew more about these matters than most kids of her age. Because of that, she understood how ineffective mundane weapons were against the creatures of the spell, especially ones of higher ranks. So she just hoped that something broke with a deafening crash and the whole gymnasium suddenly trembled. "See curses." Rain gripped the hilt of her sword tighter and turned toward where the crash had come from with a pale face. Her eyes widened. Hundreds of meters away, in the mass of nightmare creatures, Sunny sent another abomination to hell, threw its body away, and growled. There were so many of them. Too many. Through the shadow hiding beside Rain, he saw that those monsters that had gotten past him and the other defenders had reached the school. He also saw more and more creatures arriving through the gate, beasts, monsters, and demons, awakened and fallen. There was simply no end to them, and he was dead tired and growing weaker fast. His body was at its limit, his reserves of shadow essence were running dry, and even the mantle of the underworld was showing signs of straining to resist the never-ending rain of blows he was not able to evade anymore. Feeling blood streaming down his face, Sunny briefly glanced toward the distant school, then back at the gate. And then he shivered. Something had changed. Something was coming. In the darkness of the gate, a new silhouette appeared. A moment later, all the beasts that surrounded him froze and then howled triumphantly, as if to welcome the new creature to the waking world. The Gate Guardian had arrived. Chapter 492. Gate Guardian. Sunny stared at the gate, momentarily paralyzed by dread. Then he snapped out of it and fought through exhaustion, rushing to kill as many abominations as he could before the Guardian came out of the gate. He had an inkling that after, there would not be an opportunity to pay them any attention. Is it the Guardian? How many minutes has it been? He had no idea. Somewhere along the way, Sunny had lost count of the time. All he knew was that it had not been long enough. Meanwhile, a hulking figure emerged from the darkness of the gate, and as it did, the red flames burning in the empty eye sockets of the ancient wraiths flashed brighter, their dead mouths opening to produce a litany of menacing howls. See crap. The Guardian was more than 4 meters tall, his desiccated body resembling that of the primeval hunters and demons Sunny had fought, but at the same time much more frightening. He wielded a long spear, its blade cut out of a single slab of obsidian and covered in so many stains of ancient, dried blood that it seemed as if the stone itself had absorbed them and turned dark red. The giant was wearing an intricate leather armor, much more robust and imposing than those of the lesser wraiths, with strips of strange, bluish iron woven onto it. His wrists bore dozens of bracelets made out of iron and bone, and on his shoulders was a cloak fashioned out of the hide of some terrifying monster. The skull of the creature served as his helm, and his face was covered by a disturbing burial mask, its features twisted and bestial. The mask and the skull on his head each had 3 eyes, all 6 emanating intense, malevolent red radiance. Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What is that thing? He didn't know what kind of a creature the ancient chieftain was, but had no doubts that he was a fallen tyrant and a very powerful one at that. Maybe the barrow these wraiths were coming from had been built to entomb this ancient menace to begin with, and his mask had 3 eyes. Anything with 3 eyes made Sonny shudder, for reasons he did not fully understand. After the Forgotten Shore, he knew that this was a sign of something too terrible for him to know. Could he kill a fallen tyrant? Maybe if he had a lot of time to prepare and study his enemy and attack from the shadow. But now, with Sonny exhausted and battered, his shadow essence running out, and hundreds of nightmare creatures surrounding their master in bloodthirsty exaltation, he stood no chance. None at all. Well, maybe a very tiny one. And what else was he going to do other than try and fight, put his tail between his legs and run away? Well, sure. Why the hell not? Sonny was not some kind of a hero, nor had he ever wanted to be one. But he wasn't going to run away just yet. As the nightmare creatures renewed their assault with even more frenzied rage than before, he gritted his teeth and brandished the obsidian spear, feeling the primal battle style of the ancient wraith seep into his very bones. Sonny was not done spilling blood. He had a little bit of fight left in him still. In the gymnasium, silence and fear gave way to mayhem and panic. The walls of the school had been breached, and nightmare creatures crawled inside, madness burning in their terrifying empty eyes. Back! Get back! The children were pushed against one of the walls, teachers standing between them and the terrible monsters with mundane weapons in their trembling hands. The awakened were engaged in a ferocious battle, but just the 5 of them were not nearly enough to stop all the abominations. It was inevitable that sooner or later, some of the abominations were bound to get through. And soon they did. A giant, harrowing beast that resembled an infernal wolf, jagged red spikes growing through its black flesh and drops of saliva falling from its maw, tore free of the battle and lunged at the children. Rain had never seen something so unstoppable. How was anyone supposed to fight such a thing? No human possibly could. The teachers tried, however. Several of them drew their bows, but the arrows simply slid off the mottled black fur of the hellhound. The headmaster tried to stop the creature with a heavy pike, but was simply thrown away, the weapon flying out of his hands. And then there was no one else standing between the monster and the defenseless children. God damn it! Sonny was at the end of his rope. Which in a sense was precisely where he wanted to be. He wasn't trying to stop the flood of nightmare creatures by killing all of them anymore. That was simply impossible with how many there were and how many were coming from the gate every second. He was, however, trying to draw as much attention as he could. All of the attention, really. And to accomplish that, he had to do one simple thing. He had to attack the tyrant. How hard could it be? Let's find out. Sonny wasn't planning to get into a prolonged fight with the damn Barrow chieftain, or whatever that thing was called. He was just going to exchange 1, maybe 2 strikes with the scary bastard, hopefully deal him a tiny wound and shadow step into safety. Enough was enough. He knew his limits. Tearing through the mass of abominations, Sonny cut a bloody path toward the hulking tyrant and finally appeared in front of him. As soon as the burial mask with 3 burning red eyes turned his way, Sonny suddenly felt small and weak. The pain he felt in his battered body surged, and an involuntary groan escaped from his lips. He just wanted to stop and fall to the ground. To kneel. Arg, a mind attack. What, that is all? Bastard, you should have met Gunlog, learned how to really make people cower. And also, his own mask was much scarier than the crude thing covering the tyrant's face. Fighting through the oppressive hex, Sonny lunged forward and raised his bloodied spear. He didn't get a chance to attack, though. Although it didn't seem as if the tyrant of the barrow was moving with haste, his hand shot towards Sonny with such terrifying speed that he barely had time to react. The giant didn't even deem it necessary to use a weapon, intending to crush him with a fist. Making the mantle of the underworld as heavy as he could, Sonny turned the shaft of the spear around and held it with both hands. knowing to deflect the blow instead of blocking it. He should have been able to. The fist of the desiccated giant connected with the ancient spear, and easily shattered it, as though it was a mundane stick, and not a memory of the ascended rank. Before Sonny could even feel the terrible impact reverberate through his bones, 5 massive fingers closed around his torso like a steel bear trap and squeezed. "See, crap, your memory has been destroyed." What a shame. He didn't even get a chance to learn what it was called. The stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld groaned but held. His bones, reinforced by the steadfast temperance of the bone weave, held too. Not that Sonny was having a good time. It felt as though he was being slowly crushed to death, unable to draw in a single breath. It hurt as hell, too, much worse than that, actually. But worse still, while the tyrant had him in his grip, he couldn't use shadow step. He couldn't escape. I think, I messed up. As Sonny struggled in the tyrant's iron grip, the giant tilted his head a little and easily lifted him off the ground, bringing his prey closer to the 3 burning red eyes. Chapter 493. Advent of Death. Sonny gritted his teeth and groaned, feeling his whole body being slowly crushed by the monstrous chieftain of the Barrow Wraiths. One of his arms was pressed against his body, and the other one was, too, but just barely. If only he could free it, but no matter how hard he tried, the tyrant's hold was just too strong. Back in the gymnasium, the terrifying beast was lunging at the defenseless children. Its maw was wide open, the red shine of the ghostly flames burning in its eyes reflecting from the jagged, sharp fangs. It was flying directly at Rain, moments away from closing its jaw on her throat. She felt paralyzed by fear, desperately wishing to run but unable to move. Was this how she was going to die? No, it couldn't be, but it was. Suddenly, a spark of a strange, dark emotion ignited in Rain's heart. Die? No, not like this. I refuse. She was holding a sword, was she not? Even if that thing was going to devour her, Rain was determined to die fighting, just like she had been taught to. She was going to remain human, not a cowering animal only good enough to be the stronger beast's prey. She owed that much to her parents, at least. Knowing full well that her dull training sword was not going to stop a nightmare creature, Rain stubbornly made a motion to raise it. Even though her mind was panicked and her thoughts scattered, the body remembered countless hours of practice. Not that it was going to do her any good. The hound was already so close that she could see every harrowing detail of its hideous snout and frothing maw. There was no escape. Unfair. This is unfair. This childish thought appeared in her mind, as it had undoubtedly appeared in the minds of countless people just before they were killed. And then something strange happened. Suddenly, 2 beautiful magenta lights ignited in the darkness to the side of the lunging creature. A moment later, a dark blade of a strange, stone-like sword flashed out of the shadows and easily sliced through the abomination's neck, separating its head from its torso. A round shield made of something that resembled stone then appeared and swatted the headless body away from Rain, not allowing even a drop of blood to fall on her. As she froze in shock, a graceful woman wearing menacing black armor stepped out of the darkness, 2 ruby flames burning behind the visor of her closed helmet. Rain had never seen someone so terrifying yet so magnificent. The woman glanced at her with indifferent calmness and then turned around to easily pierce another hound with her stone-like sword, then sever one more in half with a swift, vicious strike. It was as though the flesh of the abominations offered her no resistance. 3. She just killed 3 nightmare creatures. And not only that, but she also killed them in the span of a second with a confident, relaxed ease. Who is she? Before Rain knew what she was doing, she heard herself saying in a small voice, "Who are you?" The beautiful knight did not answer and simply stood between the children and the advancing monsters, her back straight and solid like a stone wall. Rain stared at that back, feeling as if nothing was going to get past this frightening, taciturn warrior. A burning desire suddenly appeared in her heart. She didn't know whether the menacing Black Knight was a human, a spirit, or a strange nightmare creature. But she knew one thing. Strong, I want to be strong someday, strong like her. In front of the gate, Sonny was slowly suffocating in the iron grip of the fallen tyrant. He was being brought closer and closer to the three burning red eyes, and as he did, it felt as if life itself was being sucked out of him, his mind balancing on the verge of breaking apart. What the hell? There had to be something that he could do, some trick he could employ to wrestle free. A memory he could summon, an enchantment he could activate. But no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. Sonny's vision was slowly starting to grow dark. Damn it. I need to. He could have summoned the cruel sight if his hands were free, but they were not. He could have turned the mantle of the underworld too heavy for the tyrant to lift, but it was already as heavy as the feather of truth allowed, weighing as much as a small mountain. What else was there in his arsenal? Sonny was almost ready to panic, and then a subtle change suddenly happened to the world. It was easily missed or discarded, more of a feeling than an actual shift. Sonny only noticed it because it felt strangely familiar. It felt as though the whole world suddenly became colder by a couple of degrees. But why would it? Before he could properly consider the meaning of the subtle change, though, something flashed through the air, and suddenly, Sonny could breathe again. He could do so because the hand holding him wasn't connected to the tyrant's body anymore, the arm severed cleanly at the elbow. What? Sonny fell to the ground and rolled away as a fountain of seething blood shot out of the stump that used to be a Wraith chieftain's arm, evaporating and turning into a cloud of scorching red mist. What just happened? Still reeling, he struggled to stand up and saw someone landing on a piece of rubble next to him. It was a beautiful woman who seemed to be in her late 20s. She was wearing a dark blue uniform with silver epaulets and leather boots, her short hair as black as a raven's feather and her skin as white as snow. Her icy blue eyes were colder than the deepest reaches of a frozen hell. In her hand, the woman was holding a somber glaive, drops of boiling blood swiftly turning into ice on its slender blade. She looked like death herself. Master Jet. Indeed, it was Soul Reaper Jet. The cavalry had arrived. Chapter 494. The cavalry. Sonny had never been that happy to see anyone in his entire life. Master Jet arrived just in the nick of time, saving him from having to regret the decision to send Saint to aid Rain. Not to mention that she was really pleasant to look at. More importantly, taking off a fallen tyrant's arm with one strike. Even for an ascended, this was an incredible feat. Tyrants were not creatures one usually dared to challenge alone. Instead, they were dreaded horrors that were capable of decimating whole cohorts of experienced, battle-hardened fighters. Masters rarely worked together, simply for the fact that there were too few of them and too much for each one to do. But facing a tyrant was one of the things that pushed them to band together. And even then, not everyone was guaranteed to return from the fight. Truly, Teacher Julius had not been exaggerating when he said that even saints were wary of Soul Reaper Jet. And yet, although her entrance was spectacular, would she be able to battle the tyrant and survive? Even though the chieftain was seriously wounded, that wound came from a surprise attack. Now that she lost the advantage, things could change really fast. As if answering his thoughts, Master Jet glanced at him. Despite the fact that they were surrounded by piles of corpses, the terrifying giant looming above them like an omen of doom, an unexpected smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. Cool mask. With that, Soul Reaper sprung forward, turning into a blue blur. Her movements were so fast that Sonny had only been able to perceive them because he was an awakened, his senses vastly superior to that of a mundane human. Several things happened at the same time. The somber glaive flew away as it spun fast enough to appear as a blurry circle. It cut a bloody swath in the mass of abominations, eviscerating dozens in a matter of a second as it moved in a wide arc. At the same time, Master Jet streaked across the bloodied, broken asphalt and appeared behind the tyrant, then caught the glaive and immediately lunged forward in a devastating thrust. The chieftain was much faster, though. His spear seemed to almost teleport into the path of the glaive, positioned for an indomitable block. Something weird happened then. Master Jet's weapons suddenly turned ghostly and eerily luminous, and simply passed through the shaft to the spear, then effortlessly pierced. No, phased through the creature's armor, burying itself deep in his chest, right where one of the soul cores should have been. What the things didn't go as she had planned, though. Sunny got that suspicion because of a slight frown that appeared on Jet's face, and the fact that the tyrant did not slow down even one bit. Instead of having its soul damaged or one of his cores destroyed, the bastard simply took a step forward and raised his spear, which suddenly ignited with blinding light and flooded the area directly in front of the gate with menacing red radiance. Sunny sighed. Well, that's my cue to get the hell out of here. This was not a battle he could handle, at least not in his current state. Master Jet seemed to have the situation under control. Even if she ended up as no match for the Barrow chieftain, she would at least be able to stall him until the rest of the government forces arrived. Sunny, on the other hand, would probably just be erased from existence by the destructive fallout their battle was bound to produce. Since Saint was doing fine in the gymnasium of the school, protecting both the children and the teachers, he didn't have to worry about Rain as well. All that was left was to get more shadow fragments and, hopefully, an additional memory or two while Soul Reaper was doing the heavy lifting, of course. It's a good thing she arrived way faster than 13 minutes, though. What an exemplary employee. I am starting to understand why Master Jet always seems sleep-deprived. I hope the government gives her a raise. With that, Sunny picked himself off the ground and used Shadow Step to appear near the 6 awakened, who were on the verge of being overrun by the advancing nightmare creatures. Honestly, it was a miracle that all of them were still alive. Summoning the Odachi once again, Sunny cut down a hunter who had been aiming at the familiar young woman with a bow and gave her a cursory glance. Something exploded behind him, in the direction where Master Jet was fighting the tyrant, painting him with shades of deep red. Lord Mongrel, what should we do? Wasn't that obvious? Run, you idiots! Grimacing behind the fearsome black mask, Sunny opened his mouth and said, his voice full of resentment toward the fact that he had to tell such an obnoxious lie, "Stand and fight." The girl stared at him, a sudden expression of shame clearly written on her face. Of course, that is what an awakened ought to do. Suppressing an infuriated groan, Sunny strained his aching muscle and raised the soul serpent. What a joke. I better not see that quote going viral on the network. In the end, the gate was contained with, miraculously, no civilian casualties. Soon after Master Jet appeared, the government strike force finally arrived. Several swift air carriers descended from the skies in the howling of jet engines, and dozens of awakened jumped down, all clad in high-quality armor and wielding powerful weapons. Almost at the same time, armored vehicles appeared on the road and opened fire on the mass of nightmare creatures, their Spelltech cannons managing to obliterate the weaker abominations and herd the more powerful ones away from the city streets. Operated by mundane humans, these machines were meant to control the battlefield and make it easier for the awakened to eliminate those creatures too tough for human weapons to destroy reliably. More cohorts, machines, and mundane soldiers followed. Master Jet, unbelievably, ended up actually killing the tyrant. The break in their battle came when she suddenly shifted from attacking the chieftain himself to aiming for the three-eyed skull he wore as a helmet. As soon as she managed to crack the skull, the red flames burning in the eyes of the wraiths were extinguished, leaving them disoriented and weakened. Many simply fell to the ground, losing their perverted unlives. The tyrant staggered, and then collapsed in a heap of rotten fur and desiccated flesh, sending a tremor through the bloody battlefield. This time, he was truly and utterly dead. After that, the scales of the battle tilted drastically in the favor of humans. Noticing a dedicated team of Awakened enter the school to secure the students, Sonny dismissed Saint and glanced at the scene of slaughter one last time. His heart was in agony. Not because of the havoc and destruction that seemed to envelop once peaceful streets, but because of all the soul shards and contribution points he was going to miss out on. Such cruelty, such injustice. Well, at least he received a very large number of shadow fragments, several memories, and even learned a new, profound, and deviously deadly battle style. This thought did not console him very much, though. Almost on the verge of crying, Sonny sighed, and dissolved into the shadows. Without saying anything or demanding any credit, Mongrel was gone just as suddenly as he had appeared. All that was left behind were scores of dead nightmare creatures and the memories of those who saw him fight. And some time later, in a dark and empty alley, Awakened Sunless, who avoided the summons to defend the gate, walked toward an especially remote corner and bent down to pick up the covetous coffer, which was furtively looking out from behind a big garbage container. Taking his communicator, Sonny patted the box on the lid and dismissed it, then stared at the screen with a dark expression. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Ah, it's good to be a coward. Chapter 495. Masked Hero. By the time Sonny limped back to his house, the news of the gate opening in a prestigious district of the city was all over the network. Luckily, the school Rain attended was situated really far away from where both of them lived. None of the mayhem had reached the terrace neighborhood, leaving it as quiet and peaceful as ever. It was a bit strange to see that nothing had changed here despite the fact that mere tens of minutes of riding the train away, the bodies of numerous nightmare creatures littered the ground. Life simply went on. Well, it wasn't really that surprising. If people reacted strongly to every instance of a gate appearing, nothing would ever get done, and everyone would live every day of their lives in fear. So, those not affected by the disaster directly did not allow it to disrupt their moods or routines. People could get accustomed to anything, even the constant possibility of terrifying monsters suddenly coming out of an infernal rift in reality on their street. As long as important parts of city infrastructure weren't damaged, no one was going to care that much. And even if they were, citizens knew how to adapt. Public transport would be rerouted, power outages would be dealt with by switching to autonomous generators or simply using candles, and so on. The gate was contained. The impact area was already being cleaned by the government workers. When tomorrow came, the cafe Sonny had visited would be open again, as if nothing happened. Life would return to normal, and those who had experienced the terror of the gate firsthand would go on, silently bearing an invisible scar on their heart. But that was all right too. Collecting scars was something that everyone who lived in this world had to do as they matured. This was the reality of the nightmare spell. Why am I suddenly in a philosophical mood? Sonny shook his head, then scoffed and opened the door of his home. Effie was in the living room taking advantage of the state-of-the-art entertainment system Sonny had bought and paid for. When she saw him, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Gods, what happened to you? Did a piano fall on your head? What a strange question, Sonny sighed, then glanced at her arcly. No, a gate fell on my head, sort of. Damn thing opened right near a cafe I sometimes visit. They sell incredible pastries, so good news is I managed to finish my pastry. Before getting the hell out, Effie gave him a shocked look. Goodness, you were near that mess. I heard that the government barely gave people time to evacuate this time. Sonny shrugged. Near, yes. The young woman stared at him, then grinned. So how many contribution points did you get? Enough to upgrade the entertainment system, maybe? You won't believe the quality of the haptic interfaces these days. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, of course. Just something to consider. He gritted his teeth and let out a frustrated sigh. None. I didn't get anything, okay? Effie blinked a couple of times, then looked at him with a bit of disappointment. Well, no need to get emotional. There's no shame in avoiding such fights. Everyone wants to live, you know. Sonny waved a hand dejectedly, then turned around. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'll go take a bath, have fun. Leaving his guest, well, more like an uninvited housemate. Alone in the living room, Sonny went away and prepared an ice bath for himself. When he lowered his aching body into the cold water and endured the initial shock, a pleasant numbness enveloped him. Sonny glanced at the tapestry of bruises covering his skin and sighed. Can I still be considered pale if I am mostly black and purple? Gee, I always wanted to stop being pasty. But not like this. He closed his eyes and relaxed, enjoying the ice bath. None of his wounds were serious enough to really worry about, so he just had to wait for his body to heal itself. That was going to take a few days, which Sonny was fully intending to spend lazing about and doing nothing. Wasn't that the dream? After a while, he got a bit bored and decided to do something productive. He could either check on how much he had gained in the bloody battle, or see if someone had come close to connecting him to Mongrel. Sonny thought for a few moments, then reached for his communicator. Let's see the extent of the damage first. A few moments later, a low groan escaped from his lips. Oh, for spell's sake. Shocking news. Mysterious online sensation Mongrel returns to single-handedly contain a Category 2 gate. In the shadow of a lord, Mongrel's heroic stand caught on camera. Who is Lord Mongrel, the courageous hero that everyone is talking about? The answer might shock you. We knew it all along. Mongrel is a woman confirmed. Stand and fight, words to live by. Mongrel refuses to give up. Sonny stared at the screen of the communicator with resentment, then suppressed the desire to crush it in his fist. What is wrong with people? Apparently, a bit of his recent performance had been caught on tape. The shockwave of an opening gate was supposed to mess with electronics, but one camera had miraculously survived. The image was really grainy and stuttered every few seconds, but he could make out a dark figure moving through the mass of nightmare creatures, the soul serpent flashing through the bloody mist, its blade surrounded by a halo of black radiance. The battle style of the Barrow Wraiths and his need to spill as much blood as possible added an extra layer of brutality to the recording, making him seem like a demon that had escaped from some lightless hell. Sonny grimaced as if in pain and tentatively looked down on the views counter beneath the video. When he saw it, the communicator slipped from his hand and fell into the water. Good thing it was waterproof. Damnation. Well, you've did it now, fool. Congratulations. You've gone mainstream. Chapter 496. Stand and fight today. A terrible tragedy almost happened in a peaceful and prosperous part of the city. It was a day like any other, until a sudden notification alerted the citizens that a gate was about to open nearby. With no time to evacuate, numerous people were going to die. But then, a courageous awakened placed himself in the way of nightmare creatures, holding off the entire advancing horde by himself and refusing to give ground until the government forces arrived. This hero then disappeared without demanding any reward, not leaving even his name behind, only scores of slaughtered monsters and numerous saved lives. Who is this brave and modest savior? Where did he come from and what is his true identity? Well, some readers might recognize him as the viral dreamscape sensation, Mongrel. Sonny stared at the communicator, which had water dripping from it, with a dark expression on his face. An official newspaper. This is a damn published article, not a random network thread. Previously, Sonny had only gone really viral among the people who were interested in the dreamscape and dueling. Even though the recording of his performance in the Colosseum reached a wider audience, most of the people who had seen it did not pay Mongrel a lot of attention, since they didn't understand the details of his achievements. This one, however, this one was different. Everyone could relate to a gate opening and knew how terrifying and calamitous such an event could be. So, the new video showed Mongrel in a context that revealed just how bizarre and exceptional his deeds were to everyone. Add to that the fact that the combination of the mantle of the underworld, the soul's serpent, and Weaver's mask looked really striking and menacing, and that miraculously no civilian had died despite the late warning by the government, and Sonny found himself in a sea of trouble. Suddenly, he was happy with the fact that he had not been able to augment himself with both of his shadows. At least his physical prowess did not seem too out of the realm of humanly possible, or rather, possible for an awakened. The other good news was that there, thankfully, was no recording of Saint. The cameras in the school had been properly damaged, and for that reason, people only knew of her by verbal description, which caused its own share of problems because of how similar the mantle of the underworld was to her armor. Due to that, and the nature of how rumors distorted the truth the more they were shared, soon, many people were convinced that Mongrel had protected the children in the school personally, and that led some to become convinced that Mongrel was a woman. Sonny tiredly covered his face with a hand. His worst fears had not come true, though. Despite the fact that the recording showed him using Shadow Step, no one learned the true nature of his ability from the grainy image, and no one connected him and Mongrel together. Maybe because of the ridiculous way a song of light and darkness portrayed Sonny, but no one even tried to assume that Changing Star's bumbling sidekick was actually the dark, deadly, demonic swordsman Mongrel. Instead, there were countless discussions like this. Mongrel Seeker. New information on Mongrel's aspect. Previously, we all thought that his ability had to do with physical enhancement or perception, right? But we were all wrong. The new video clearly shows that his aspect is actually spatial sorcery, spirit of the Colosseum. Do you realize what that means? It means that he didn't even use his aspect in the Dreamscape duels. That was all just pure skill. Crazy, anonymous user. You mean her aspect, Mongrel Seeker. Heresy. Lord Mongrel is not a her. Anonymous user. You mean Lady Mongrel, spirit of the Colosseum. I better ping at Mongrel's son. He should know who his dad is. Anonymous user. You mean his mom? Sonny let out an infuriated sigh. Well, at least no one is mentioning me. If you think about it, the more people think that Mongrel is a lady, the better. Yes, this is good. No, seriously, so good, curse them all. And of course, there were a lot of nonsensical threads assigning some deep and profound meaning to every stupid lie he had said. Like, I am just a human, Mongrel reminds us of the only truth. There are no mundanes or awakened, only humans and the nightmare creatures. He knows that everyone is equal before the spell, or make them bleed. Wow, I have no words. So cool. How can anyone be so cool? At the end of the day, that is all that any of us can do. Repay each drop of human blood the nightmare creatures spill with a river of their own. But mostly, it was the damned idiotic advice he had given to one of the 6 awakened near the end. Stand and fight. Am I the only one who got shivers after hearing that? Such simple but all-encompassing adage. Lord Mongrel, he is a true awakened. Everywhere he looked, it was the same 3 words. So many people were repeating, praising, and adding them to their bios that Sonny wanted to vomit. What is happening? As people continued to watch the recording and discuss it, the truth got hazier and hazier. Pretty soon, everyone seemed to have forgotten that Sonny had not actually contained the gate by his lonesome self. No one mentioned Master Jet, who had literally saved his skin and took on the Guardian alone, eventually defeating the fallen tyrant without a cohort of masters supporting her. No one mentioned the 6 awakened who had helped him, and a literal army of government soldiers who had done the really heavy lifting and wiped out the entire horde, which he had only stalled until their arrival. It was all Mongrel and his courageous, selfless, heroic stand against numerous nightmare creatures, as if he was some sort of a fearless, slaughtering demigod. It's almost like no one even cares about the truth. Sonny threw the communicator on the pile of clothes and closed his eyes in frustration. It was a very strange sentiment. The irony was not lost on him one bit. Curses, who knew that I would be lamenting a lack of truth one day? Me, of all people, what is this situation? Indeed, making Sonny care about the truth was not easy. It was no simple trick. Chapter 497. Unexpected turn. Eventually, Sonny climbed out of the bath, dressed himself, and moved to the kitchen to make himself something to eat. After the intense gauntlet of the gate battle, he was hungry like a wolf. Ravenous, really. Cooking calmed him down a little, and the pleasant smell made his mood a bit better. Now that Sonny had some time to think, he saw the whole situation in a new light. Yes, his hope for Mongrel to be forgotten was utterly shattered. But there was a bright side to this fiasco now that he had completely failed to keep a low profile. There was no more reason to, which meant that he could resume practicing shadow dance in the dreamscape and hopefully master its second step before winter came. He just had to rethink how he viewed the persona of Mongrel. Initially, Sonny had planned for it to be unseen and anonymous, merely a camouflage he would put on to accomplish certain things that were inconvenient or too dangerous to be tied to his own name. Well, that ship had sailed. He was pretty sure that from now on, anything having to do with Mongrel was going to be at the center of people's attention. But that wasn't necessarily bad. There were ways to remain unseen even in the spotlight. In fact, sometimes it was easier. All magicians knew that the secret to pulling off a flawless trick was not to become invisible, but to direct the crowd's attention toward something eye-catching and away from the hand performing the switch. Sonny was not a magician, but he did consider himself to be an experienced cheat. The principle was more or less the same. So if he played his cards right, the more attention Mongrel received, the more freedom he would have to move unseen in the shadows, accomplishing his goals under everyone's noses with no one being the wiser. Maybe such a thing was hard to accomplish and hid more risk, but also promised a greater reward. So not all was lost. Plus, he had protected Rain. That was the only thing that really mattered. Everything else paled in comparison. Sonny finished his decadently generous dinner and moved to the porch. Sitting in the shade, he relaxed, grimaced a little due to pain, and took a sip of tea. He was suddenly in a great mood, and why wouldn't he be? It was finally time to take a look at his spoils. The battle might have been hard and had almost cost him his life, but he had not fought for nothing. Summoning the runes, Sonny glanced at the familiar string of them and smiled. Shadow fragments, 1814/2000. Incredible. In just 10 or so minutes, Sonny had gained more shadow fragments than he usually did in weeks. From what Sonny remembered, he slaughtered almost 100 nightmare creatures in front of the gate. Granted, most of them were of the dormant rank and had not contributed any fragments to his growing cores, but still, it was a monumental accomplishment. It made him think back to the first abomination he had ever slain, the Mountain King's larva. How tense and terrifying that fight had been. How convinced he was that the perverse creature would kill him. Who would have thought that one day in a not-too-distant future, he would be able to slaughter 100 nightmare creatures of similar and greater power without being torn to pieces? Sonny had come so far. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the runes describing his memories and couldn't contain a delighted grin. Oh, I was so lucky today. Without even counting the obsidian spear he had gotten and then swiftly lost to the tyrant, there were 6 new memories in his arsenal, most of them of the awakened rank. Sonny studied them for a bit, and coming to the conclusion that none were better than his current ones or performed something he wasn't already capable of, dove into the soul sea. He fed the memories to Saint and looked at her runes, satisfied with what he saw. shadow fragments, 179/200. So close. At this rate, he would probably be able to reach the full 200 before having to go into battle with the vine creature inhabiting the wreck of the ancient ship. If Saint grew even more powerful before then, her presence was going to change a lot of things. Sonny drank his tea in the peaceful silence of the terrace district, grimacing from time to time because of the pain in his bruised body. But even the pain couldn't spoil his mood. Today was a good day. He watched Rain be brought home in a PTV, made sure that she was fine, well, as fine as a young girl could be after experiencing a close brush with an opening gate, and went inside. He was due for some well-deserved rest. In the evening, when the sun hid behind the horizon and the street lamps were flooding the city with pale white light, Sonny was resting in his living room, doing nothing in particular. He was lazily scrolling through the pages of a popular webtoon and appreciating the twists and turns of its simple story. Crazy. Do people really think about such stuff? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strange sound. It took Sonny a couple of seconds to realize what it was, since he had never heard it in this house before. Someone was knocking on the door. What the hell? Who could be visiting him at this late hour? Putting the communicator away, Sonny sent his shadow to take a look and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Standing on his porch was none other than Rain, wearing her cozy home clothes and looking uncharacteristically nervous. What is she doing here? For a moment, Sonny considered pretending that he wasn't home, but then sighed and stood up. There was no point in hiding, since they literally lived almost next to each other. Walking over to the door, he lingered a second or two, made sure that none of his bruises were showing, and then opened it. Yeah, what's up?" Not knowing that Sonny had already seen how nervous she was, Rain pretended to be calm and gave him a polite smile. "Hey, Sonny, the food container, Mom wants it back." He stared at her for a couple of seconds. "Oh, wait here." He walked to the kitchen, retrieved the container from the dishwasher machine, and returned to the porch. "Here. Tell your mom that her cooking is delicious. We really enjoyed it." Rain took the container but didn't leave. Instead, she just stood there silently, looking at him with a tense expression. Sonny frowned. "Can I?" But at that exact moment, she suddenly blurted out, "I know who you are." If Sonny had a drink in hand, he would undoubtedly do a spit take. "What?" As his heart almost stopped, he looked at Rain with a deadpan expression. Maintaining it cost him a lot, though. What does she think she knows? "Well, of course you know who I am. I introduced myself when we met for the first time, didn't I?" She opened her mouth, then closed it again. After a bit of an awkward pause, Rain said, "No, I know that you are an awakened." Sonny blinked a couple of times, but before he could come up with something to say, she hurriedly continued, "Sorry, it's just my dad works for the government, so he knows such things. You are so young with no parents but are able to afford a house in this neighborhood. Plus, you don't go to university or to work, so you are an awakened, aren't you?" Solid reasoning. He hesitated, then simply shrugged. "Sure, not like it's a big secret anyway." Rain remained silent for a few moments and then asked, "Are you any good?" Sonny stared at her for a bit. Then a grin slowly appeared on his face. "Me? Oh, the best of the best, probably the strongest awakened in the world, really. No one else can even compare." A slight scowl appeared on Rain's face. "I'm being serious. Are you any good or not?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then sighed. "Yeah, I'm all right. Why are you asking?" Rain looked at him for a while as if gathering courage. Then she clenched her fists and blurted, Can you train me?" Sonny stared at her dumbfounded. "Well, I'll be damned, that took an unexpected turn." Chapter 498, Superficial Connection. Train her. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? It was. But wasn't it also exactly what he wanted to avoid? Yes, it was that too. Sonny was in a strange predicament. The solution to the problem that had tormented him for many months had suddenly fallen right into his lap out of nowhere, but to make use of it, he had to do something that went against all his previous reservations. He didn't want Rain to be connected to him in any way. If Sunny was honest with himself, he had to admit that he was drawn to her. Or rather, to the faint, half-forgotten memories of a different happy time that she represented. His desire to reconnect with Rain was both selfish and misguided, since he knew that nothing was going to bring those memories back to life. And if Sunny was really honest, he had to admit that deep down, he harbored a lot of resentment toward her, too. For having a loving family while he had none, for being fine, for not needing him at all. What a mess of emotions that was. And if there was one thing Sunny was really bad at dealing with, it was his feelings. For him, fighting hordes of nightmare creatures was much easier. And then, as if his inner turmoil was not enough, there were external forces at play, too. There was his faded attribute, the strange connection he had to Weaver, and Nephi's with her murderous feud against the Sovereigns and the inhuman will to see the spell destroyed. The more he and Rain were connected, the higher were the chances of her being implicated in all this. But maybe, as long as they only had a shallow connection between a kid from an affluent family and her hired tutor, things weren't going to get out of hand. He also had to consider that the threat posed by a potential first nightmare was much greater than that of being superficially tied to him. After all, Sunny had not done anything to attract the really dangerous kind of attention, or rather, had not been caught doing anything like that yet. While he was torn between these conflicting thoughts, Rain waited patiently and then, misjudging his silence, said, "Oh, of course I will pay you. I have some money saved for a trip and, well, I can also talk to my parents. It's just that you're the only awakened I know, apart from my combat instructor in school." Sunny looked at her, a deep frown on his face. Eventually, he asked, "What brought upon this conversation? Why do you suddenly want someone to train you? You said it yourself, you already have a combat instructor. I thought you rich kids get taught everything you need in school." Rain suddenly grew quiet and looked away. After a while she said, That you probably haven't heard, but there was a gate that opened near my school today. Many people almost died. I saw a real nightmare creature even. It was this close to me. An awakened like you won't probably understand how it feels, right? Oh, sorry, what am I saying? Of course you'd understand. I mean, what I meant to say is that I was absolutely powerless, and that was not a nice feeling. Not a nice feeling at all. He glanced at him and said with a suddenly serious voice, "So I want to become strong, really strong, strong enough to never feel that way again." Sunny almost laughed. Oh, what irony! Here we are, so different and in such different situations, but our desires are completely the same. Become stronger, so much stronger. As strong as one could possibly be. Rain paused for a few moments and then added, "And what we are taught in school is not nearly enough. At least it wasn't today. Some of my classmates have private tutors that their parents hire for them, real awakened fighters. But it's just a question of status to them. They don't really learn, or if they do, I didn't see it make any difference when the nightmare creatures were trying to kill us." Sunny smiled from the corner of his mouth. "That's because 1,000 hours of training will never be as impactful as one real fight. My own mentor told me that once." He hesitated for a second and then sighed. "I myself was trained by a very special person. The best fighter I have ever met, and probably ever will. The funny thing is, though, I sort of swindled her into teaching me how to handle a sword. Felt a little guilty about it ever since. So I guess it won't hurt to pay it forward and help someone like you out." Sunny looked at Rain with a dark expression, realizing that he had already made a decision. To hell with this. Why make things complicated when they are actually really simple? He shook his head. "Be warned, though. If you want me to train you, I will really train you. It's going to be hard as hell and hurt a lot. I don't want to hear any complaints or see you slacking off." "Understood." Rain suddenly giggled. Sunny scowled. "What's so funny?" She waved a hand. Sorry, it's just. It's funny when you act all strict and serious because you are barely older than me, but I do understand. I'll work hard, I promise." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then said in a low voice, "What do you mean, barely older than you? I'm ages older than you. Just half the crap I've seen would be enough for a few lifetimes of the likes of you." Then he smiled menacingly and added, "Oh, and by the way, I also won't be cheap. I have mouths to feed, you know, that guest you've seen. I can't seem to get her to leave. There's also a stone-hearted beauty who always follows me around, and her diet is unreasonably expensive. But what can I do? Attracting women with terrifying appetites seems to be my curse." He sighed, looked at Rain, and added, "But if you still didn't change your mind, then fine. I'll train you." Rain, chapter 499, somewhere far away. Somewhere far away, in the depths of an endless and inescapable nightmare, a blinding disk of an incandescent sun was bathing the dunes of a vast desert in a flood of immolating heat. The sands of the desert were flawlessly white, and the azure sky above them was deep and boundless like an ancient ocean, with not a single cloud blemishing its silken expanse. Being battered by the heat, a lone figure moved across the sand. It was a young woman with striking gray eyes, her skin covered in terrible burns, her silver hair dirty with blood and surrounded by a radiant halo of reflected light. She wore charred remains of a shattered armor and wielded a broken sword, its silver blade fractured and ending in a jagged edge close to the hilt. The young woman walked forward, the trail of her footprints stretching far into the distance and disappearing over the horizon. To her left there was nothing but an endless sea of white dunes. To her right, a line of black mountains eventually created a boundary for the scorching desert. Far ahead, there was a tree with scarlet leaves and a scattering of something that looked like pale fruit hanging from its wide branches. This was where Nephi's was headed. She had to reach the tree before the night came, or no, it was better not to think of it. Her water had long run out, and the thirst was slowly taking hold of her mind. Her tortured body was a sea of pain, but she could still walk. She could still fight. She was still not willing to give up. After a while, the tree grew closer. Nephi stopped and stared at its white bark, its scarlet leaves, and the shapes she had thought were fruit. But they weren't. Instead, tens of thousands of skulls hung from the beautiful branches, fastened to them with glistening threads of black silk. A spring of water formed a clear pool in the shadow of the great tree, and on its bank, with his back to her, stood a figure clad in a strange, rusted armor. A human. No, the figure was too tall to be one of her kind. As if hearing her thoughts, the creature turned around, revealing a desiccated face of a corpse, hollow eyes emanating ominous blue radiance, and 6 hands, each grasping the hilt of a weapon. 2 hands held long swords, their blades sharper than a razor and curved slightly. 2 hands held menacing twisted sickles, and the last 2 held a heavy scepter and a broken shield. The chest plate of the creature's rusted armor was shattered, revealing a harrowing wound beneath. Being consumed by thirst and exhaustion, Nephi's raised a hand, as if begging the creature to stop. But of cause it didn't. With furious madness burning in its eyes, the abomination lunged at her, striking down with one of the sickles. It moved faster than lightning, sending a scarlet cloud of fallen leaves swirling into the air with a strong gust of wind. Taking a step back, Nephi's raised her broken sword to deflect the devastating strike, as if forgetting that it had no blade. At the last moment, though, a ray of pure sunlight appeared where the blade should have been and stopped the sickle from rending her flesh. Nephi's swayed from the force of the impact, but remained standing. Her cracked lips opened, and a hoarse whisper escaped from them. "Let us burn, then let us burn together." In the next moment, white flames ignited in her eyes. Her skin suddenly shone with pure radiance, which then became brighter and then brighter still. Throwing the sickle away, she dodged 2 thrusting swords and danced around the armored giant, her blade of sunlight piercing the rusted armor with terrifying ease. The 2 of them fought in the shade of the ancient tree, thousands of skulls staring at their battle with empty eyes as they swayed in the wind. Nephi's was much slower and weaker than the six-armed demon, but her skill was flawless, inexplicable, and deadly. She moved with the flow of the battle as if it was her natural element, controlling its cadence with indifferent ease. Her flesh mended itself seconds after being torn, and the flames burning in her eyes only grew hotter. Deathly pale from the harrowing pain, her beautiful face grew colder and colder, becoming almost inhuman. Her sword of sunlight, meanwhile, left molten marks on the body of the ancient demon, and even though such wounds could never harm it, after a while, the creature suddenly staggered. Of course it did. That was a memory left behind by the nameless son of the forgotten shore, after all. Everything it touched was doomed to have its soul destroyed. Finally, Nephi's managed to find an opening and dashed forward, slashing upward with the nameless sun. The sunlight blade cut through the rusted armor and severed one of the demon's arms, then fell down and sliced through another. Before the creature could recover, she was already upon it. Nephi sidestepped a crushing blow of the heavy scepter and places her hand on the demon's face. The creature froze, and then opened its mouth, as if to scream. However, all that escaped from it were dancing tongues of white flame. As the pure radiance enveloping Neph's skin dimmed, it was as though the demon burned from within. Flaming fissures opened on its body, leaking pristine fire and radiating annihilating heat. His flesh boiled and blacked, and eventually the blue shine of his eyes was replaced with blinding white light. And then that light was extinguished, leaving two dark, charred holes behind. Nephi's let go of the creature's face and watched as its scorched body fell to the ground. She stared at it for a few moments and then indifferently turned away. Making a few steps forward, Nephi swayed and fell to her knees. Then she reached into the pool with trembling hands, put her palms together and brought a handful of cold, sweet water to her lips. Finally, her terrible thirst could be quenched. Chapter 500. In the depths of a nightmare after drinking her fill, Nephi sat silently on the edge of the pool for a while, staring into the distance. Her eyes, however, were moving, as if reading an invisible book that floated in the air above the calm waters. Some time later, a pale shadow of a smile touched her lips. "That guy, he did something crazy again, didn't he?" She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. "How is he so fast in the past months, years, lifetimes?" Spent traversing the dream realm, surrounded by nothing except for pain and bloodshed, Nephi's had started doubting the memories of her previous life. Sometimes, all of it seemed like something that she had simply imagined, a bittersweet dream she had invented to escape from the horrors of the real world. This world, the world of never-ending nightmares. The change of the runes describing Sunny was the only connection she had left to the actual reality. Perhaps it was the only thing keeping her sane, even if the things she saw in the shimmering runes were sometimes hard to believe. The impossible lineage that should not have existed, the divine memory of the seventh rank, the strange essence of his soul, the true nature of the taciturn stone demon, and of course of his flaw. It seemed that Sunny had much more secrets than Nephi's had suspected. With that knowledge, many things made much more sense now, but at the same time many others seemed much more incredible. Well, it was not like she didn't have secrets of her own. And anyway, it was all in the past. Everything was in the past. All that remained was the future. She did hope that he was doing well, though, out there in the real world, with Cassie. Looking up from the water, Nephi shifted her gaze to the ancient tree and saw two weathered skeletons cruelly nailed to its white bark. Both stared at her with empty eyes, their teeth bared in eternal grins. After some time, one of the skeletons said, "My, oh my, am I that pleasant to look at?" The other grated its teeth and let out a creaky growl, then strained, trying to wrestle free of the large silver nails impaling it to the tree. However, no matter how furiously it struggled, the nails held true. Nephi's looked at the skeletons with a calm expression, no emotion reflecting in her cold, gray eyes. The first skeleton spoke again. Is that living blood I smell? Gods, what terrible sins have you committed, girl, to be cast into this hell alive? Even for a revolting Nephilim like you, this is too harsh of a punishment. Finally, she opened her mouth and said hoarsely, in a voice of a person who had almost forgotten how to speak, "What language do you use?" The skeleton laughed. "The only language there is in this place, of course. Why, do you wish to learn it?" Nephi's remained silent for a long time and then said, "I seek a way back to the waking world. Do you know how to escape this place?" The skeleton stared at her with a grin. "The waking world? What is that?" The second skeleton suddenly spoke, his voice deep and full of rage. "Can't you smell the stench of a demon on this abominable thing? She is one of Weaver's, you fool." The first skeleton turned its skull a little and then asked, "Is that so, my oh my? In that case you will not find guides better than the two of us. Just take us off this damned tree and we will lead you to wherever you want." Nephi stared at them for a while, then turned away. "I don't need two guides. Which one should I pick?" The second skeleton strained to free himself again and then roared. "I am Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, King of Kings, Conqueror of 100 thrones. Choose me, Nephilim. I will guide you to the shores of the underworld and through its dark expanse back to the world of the living. You will need a powerful guide if you wish to escape." She spared him a glance, then said to the other one, "What about you?" The first skeleton answered in an aloof tone, "Me. Oh, I am no one."